Okay, we're going live just before 9. Let's wait for people to get in here. I want to start off with the Predictive Services weather briefing. We'll talk a little bit about Northern California's weather pattern. Then we're going to get straight to the Anvil Fire, which is the thumbnail of the video. And I'm terribly sorry. When it exploded, I had a kind of a accident in the kitchen and hurt my back. Weird things happened to me last night. So yesterday I couldn't be here. I was just laying down with the heat pads, and I had to take one of those back pills, and that was like horse tranquilizer. And I was very glad that Broken Fish went live. Hey, Chris, welcome, guys. So let me play this for you. I've just listened to a little bit. This will talk about the thunderstorms that are set to be affecting Northern California, maybe a little bit of Oregon too. We're gonna look at that together, and that'll let me use the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back with you guys.
Greetings from beautiful downtown North Ops and Redding, and welcome to Friday's edition of your Fire Weather Webcast. Reviewing the 24-hour lightning chart, there were no strikes in North Ops yesterday. However, the South Ops area did see about 950 strikes, most of which were over the San Bernardino Mountains. And reviewing the last 24 hours of precipitation shows a few light showers made it over the extreme south end of the North Ops region, while light showers were observed over the south central Sierra and heavier showers of 1 to 2 inches or greater over the southeast desert region of South Ops. Examining this morning's water vapor imagery shows a weak low pressure circulation over the East Pacific. Its track will be garnering some attention as it looks to promote thunderstorms over the North Ops region during the next few days. Otherwise, high pressure over most of the state and mainly dry air exists. This morning's visible imagery shows deep and extensive marine influence with plenty of low clouds and fog along the entire west coast and in many areas stretching well inland. Across the northwest, wildfire smoke continues to plague the river drainages and communities in that area. Elsewhere, lots of sunshine can be expected today. Looping the GFS modeled 500 millibar upper level forcing charts from today through Sunday shows the low pressure area mentioned in the water vapor imagery. This feature will move very slowly eastward, ending up just west of the Mendocino coast, while a closed circulation develops in the trough. This will promote southerly flow aloft over much of California, a classic pattern for potential thunderstorms to Northern California. Reviewing the 500 millibar 4-panel forecast charts for the extended period of Monday through Thursday, shows the low pressure circulation remaining off the Bay Area coast, then organizing into a sharper trough on Tuesday and moving across Southern California Wednesday, then over Nevada by Thursday. Meanwhile, high pressure over the North Pacific begins to extend eastward, stretching across the Pacific Northwest by Thursday. Thunderstorm potential will highlight the next 3 to 4 days over Northern California. Thunderstorms will be possible each day, with the most favored period being Saturday into Sunday, shown here at 25%. Thunderstorms may be initially dry on Friday and Saturday, with a nocturnal signal showing up Saturday night into Sunday. Aerial coverage includes the Northern Mountains, Sierra Crest, and Northwest Mountains. HRRR model reflectivity indicates isolated to scattered storms over the Yolobolis, eastern Trinity County, central to western Siskiyou County, shown here on Saturday afternoon. Reviewing CANSAC modeled wind and RH fields over North Ops early this morning shows very dry surface conditions led to extremely poor recoveries over all areas except the coast and central valley. Winds were generally light this morning with some localized easterly gusts of 10 to 20 miles per hour across the lower slopes of the Sierra. Another afternoon of very dry RH values is anticipated, as most areas will see 10 to 20% min RH values, with areas of single digits likely over the central Siskiyou, Modoc, and Plumas counties and the far northeast. Winds today will be mainly terrain-driven and light. Improvement in recoveries is expected tonight and early Saturday, with more localized lower recoveries of 20 to 30%, but moderated values ranging from 40 to 60% is expected across most areas. Some gusty east and northeasterlies will range from 15 to 20 miles per hour, mainly along the lower Sierra Front Range. The trend of increasing RH recoveries continues into Sunday morning with moderate to good values across most areas, except the far northwest where 25 to 35% is expected. A little more pronounced east and northeast flow is depicted along the Sierra Front Range as well as the South Fork Mountain early Sunday morning. For Sunday afternoon, RH values will generally range from 20 to 30%, near average for this time of year, while afternoon wind fields are highlighted by outflow boundaries depictions over the Modoc and Lassen Convergence Zone. Stronger westerlies are also expected over the Delta and Sierra Crest, with gusts ranging from 20 to 30 miles per hour. More widespread east and northeast winds are shaping up for each night and morning during the middle of next week. Areas favored for gusts of 10 to 15 miles per hour are the usual areas such as the lower Sierra and Northwest Mountains, as shown here early Wednesday morning. Reviewing the North Ops 7-day fire potential product shows moderate risk for western PSAs due to the expected mix of wet and dry thunderstorms this weekend, followed by low risk for all areas.
I'm sorry, friends, I gotta go back. I was just trying to crack my neck and I turned my volume down, and this is quite important. So let me rewind this just a second here. There we go.
For gusts of 10 to 15 miles per hour are the usual areas such as the lower Sierra and Northwest Mountains, as shown here early Wednesday morning. Reviewing the North Ops 7-day fire potential product shows moderate risk for western PSAs due to the expected mix of wet and dry thunderstorms this weekend, followed by low risk for all areas thereafter. The South Ops 7-day product continues to show little to low risk for large fire across all areas. Summarizing the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast highlights, a mix of wet and dry thunderstorms for most mountains Saturday through Monday, isolated thunderstorms across Tahoe area and cumulus buildups along the Yola Boles today, nocturnal storms possible across Mendocino Saturday night into Sunday morning, gusty outflow boundaries are likely Saturday and Sunday around the Lassen Convergence Zone and Modoc County, and breezy east and northeast winds the middle of next week during nights and mornings across the lower Sierra and Northwest Mountains. This concludes the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast.
Okay. Oh. I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut off the funny ending of whatever it is, Bossa Nova. A lot of people are looking forward to the ending in the beginning. It's pretty cute. Hey, Devers, Wildcat SB, Pro, unofficial. Christopher, how you guys doing? So, like I said in the beginning, I'm very sorry, but I wanted to go live last night in the middle of the night. I was seeing stuff like the Anvil Fire had exploded yesterday, and things were still moving last night. And I went into the kitchen and thought I had two thoughts. I can either go right back to sleep and go live at 5 in the morning or 6, maybe at the time we get some updates, or I could go live right now for an hour, round up things, and then sleep until about 10, which is definitely when we'll get updates, and that's when planes take off and such. So I was trying to figure that out. I just stumbled my way into the kitchen, and I've been really uncoordinated. Like, really uncoordinated. I hear I'm dropping egg and stuff on my keyboard and almost ruining it. I'm not 100%. I don't really know why I was sick this long and why I lost my voice for like more than a week. But now I'm wondering if it was COVID or something, or RSV, or my ear problem. I'm seeing more ear, nose, and throat people. Nevertheless, I'm just sort of walking into the corners of countertops and stuff and just sort of misjudging things, leaning over and getting dizzy. So I went to the kitchen to get a drink, and weird things happen to me. I have a can of Pepsi's, like a rack in the kitchen, like the clear things that dispense cans on their side. One was in there sideways jammed, and I leaned over and felt too dizzy to really get into the kitchen like that, and like into the fridge and reach for it. and I tried to add a few more to chill as I took one out. I don't know what the hell happened, but it was like it was spring loaded. The one that was jammed in sideways suddenly went and shifted, and it ejected a can of Pepsi. As it was in midair, I thought that was comical. Like, that's funny. It was like everything is in slow motion when an accident happens, you know. And I saw it just kind of arc over, kind of like reminds me of y equals mx plus b geometry days, you know, when you do slope. And it didn't just bounce off the floor and roll or something. It exploded like a grenade. I was doused with Pepsi all over my face, my hair, my headset, my clothes, my socks. I mean, there was like half an inch of Pepsi on the floor, and it just went everywhere, including underneath the refrigerator. And I immediately lost my footing and acrobatically turned around and put my arms on the kitchen sink and then smashed my ribcage into the sink in the process, the side of the countertop. Lost my footing, but pulled the muscles underneath my arms to my elbow. I don't know why these. It is a weird week. I'm just wondering, man, if I'm superstitious, Mercury in retrograde or something, you know. Yeah, everybody's been like this. It's like this week. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but I had to rest. I went down and I did everything I could to make it so I could be here soon. Yeah, exactly. Sea probe. It's the real Pepsi, so it was loaded with sugar. I couldn't just let that dry. It was running underneath the pantry and to ruin stuff, and I had to spring into action, even though I was hurt, to clean it, keep it from getting up underneath the refrigerator. And you know, it has real sugar, so I was still in the process of cleaning up. So like 2.5 hours later, I was just so stiff I could barely move. I had to wash most of my body parts in the sink, like not the sink, but my legs in the shower, and then I just put on an electric blanket, took a back pill, went, and I was dead to the world. So I'm sorry. You're owed the truth. I can't just say, "Oh, I was sick again." You know, like I got injured. I feel like these are like pathetic excuses, but I don't know. That's what happened. So I'm here now, and I just saw that Brokefish, who knows more about the Anvil Fire than anybody, was streaming the community meeting live, and that's what we're going to go straight to. Yeah, you've had a weird week too. Yeah, this is why people believed in astrology, and a lot of people still do. That individuals, your luck, you know, and things like this is determined by where the stars were when you were born. But then humanity as a whole could suffer stuff like have a bad year like 2020 or a bad season. I don't know. I'm just saying that's why superstitious stuff like that exists. I am superstitious, not in a super way, but even if you are slightly, psychologists say embrace it. You can never kind of completely disavow something you sort of believe in. Like you could tell yourself to, but the best way to combat that is not to say, "Oh, my beliefs are silly. I shouldn't believe them or think about them." It's you should do something silly that would help you. So, like, put on your lucky necklace. I realized I wasn't wearing my lucky necklace at the time, so I put it on now. And just believing that it's lucky will keep me from being as goofy. That's the way psychology works. So I'm using the power of my subconscious. Even it doesn't matter how you gain confidence at all. It matters that you have it. That's what good coaches and good psychologists say. So if putting on a lucky necklace helps you feel luckier, by God, I'm going to wear it. So C Probe says I was wiped out for a couple days. Oh yeah, that's because you had the flu vaccine and RSV in the same day. That's a lot of vaccine on the same day, man. Oh, Angela Rounds, you were witchy. Okay, I've got to put you down in the book of people that changed their names. I was just thinking, who is Angela? Because we did have somebody named Angela before. Was Angela your name before witchy? Because sometimes he's changed several times. But yeah, can you guys tell me about the Anvil Fire? I'm so sorry. Brokefish said somebody gave me an email. I have to check that. But like I said, I was down. When you take a back pill, man, you're down. But I think it worked. My ribs and arms hurt, but C Pro was a lovely friend and came over and helped me just do basic stuff today, like load the dishwasher and carry a couple of heavier objects to my garage. And anyway, we're here now. Where's my little book of people that changed it? Okay, I'm just gonna start a new one. We'll consolidate these pages. But thank you for letting me know about your name change. I cannot keep this straight. Okay, so Witchy is now Angela Rounds. Okay. Okay, cool. And Rod, good to see you again, Witchy. Wow. Okay, so we've got that taken care of. Anyway, that's my long-winded apology. I think my voice is louder than normal. Let me turn that down. I want to get good sound. So, okay, 00 timestamp was Predictive Services, and they just talked about thunderstorms. There's like 900 lightning strikes somewhere in Southern California, if I was listening to that correctly. I have full disclosure. I'm not paying attention to things that well. I'm groggy still. So now at 16:45, we do the Anvil. So the previous topic was weird things happen to me. The kitchen fall. The kitchen Pepsi explosion is what I'm going to say. I'll try to make chapters after this. And yes, I promised to read my email, but I didn't because of what happened. So let me fix my VPN. It is sputtering. Okay, I'm sorry if that caused a moment or two of buffering or something, but it was showing signs that it needed to be refreshed. So I hope that fixes it. I got a notification behind the scenes that my bit rate wasn't. Okay, it's good now. Just hit refresh and make sure you're on the live button. When you mouse over the screen, make sure it says live, like near the volume and everything, so that you're current if it ever buffers like that, so you don't get like a minute behind the conversation. Okay, so yeah, how have you guys been doing? SP says 5th grade was sad, boring, and hard, but now in 6th grade, I have quite a few friends. Oh, cool. Awesome, SP. That's great. So the Anvil Fire, like I said, I put a community post. I was going to go live a little bit later. Oh, I should do it on my Twitter. I should share the fact that I'm live on Twitter. Let me do that. I mean, that's what my thumbnail is, and that's real. So that was yesterday morning at 11:05 a.m. And I think I got my timing wrong. I decided to try to take Thursday off, and I said I think I'll resume streaming on Friday. I did a good voice test. I was able to speak for 10 hours without that many issues. I didn't expect to be speaking for 10 hours or talking all night, but you guys were too fun to not hang out with. Oh. Okay, so weird to see myself live. Okay, share to Twitter. Oh shoot, I have to sign in. Next, or X, whatever it's called these days. Okay. Boost my account security, whatever. I'll do that later. Smith. Oh, it didn't make the full title. Smith River Complex live wildfire tracking now. Complex. Okay. All right, post. Hopefully that notifies more people. Some people say they get Twitter notifications better than YouTube, and I believe it because YouTube sucks that much. I'm sorry. Part of it is the way that Android phones work. I'm gonna have to go through and make a video about how to groom your notifications to get told about what you want to with your phones and nothing else. Even for me, I used to repair Android phones like with the microscope and stuff, and little mini soldering irons and stuff. Even for me, keeping up with all the Android changes and what's new this week is rather difficult. I've not been a fan of the last 3 versions. I don't think I've been a fan really since Android 6. Anyway, that's different topic. Now there's more choices, but it's harder than ever to configure anything because the interface keeps getting worse somehow. Anyway, sorry friends, I'm still not 100% decongested. So last time we were here, we were talking about the potential for the Anvil Fire to spread significantly, and I didn't realize it had the potential to go this far and run this far in one day. That's because I was a bit confused. I mean, I saw it as a possibility, and I didn't quite get the full picture of how much of a possibility it was. Broken Fish I wanted to consult with because he's a firefighter from Southwest Oregon. He lives in this general region, and he's been there. He even fought the Biscuit Fire 2002. He knows the area intimately, and he was ill, so I couldn't confer with him at the time. Like, what do you think this fire is capable of? What can it do? We just had satellite images and map images. What really messed me up the most was when we looked for the charts of Oregon here, we did not see anything red or elevated. The chart for NW04 and 03, Southwest Oregon, was just normal. It says the overall fire environment suggests a normal risk for significant fires. And I trusted this one, and I should not have, against my better instincts. Because the other, the red flag bulletin that was issued said that there's 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the ridges. And we know this is a remote area with steep, rugged mountain terrain with the Anvil Fire and, deep drainages. And I just assumed that the reason that this was normal instead of elevated or high was the fact that it's been so moist in the past week or two. We've had rainfall and storms and such, and I should have just trusted the fire, the red flag warning. But I tried to plan. My mom had the day off, and I tried to plan a morning and afternoon with her because I missed her birthday. And I thought, well, there's a potential that this doesn't do anything, and I don't want to put my mom off any longer. I thought it was better to be here Friday and Saturday because of the thunderstorms rolling into California. In fact, we're going to look at the weather right now, see if there's any current lightning and such. It's so hard, guys, to try to plan anything in my life. I sometimes get it wrong, thinking that, okay, I can not stream Thursday and then I can Friday and Saturday. I just do the best I can. So right now, we don't see much of anything. But just like Predictive Services was just saying, this thing in the Pacific is going to bring this instability as it closes in closer to California's coast and maybe Oregon's. And something going on in Southern California, they call it a trough something, creates ideal conditions for thunderstorms in the north of California. So God knows what kind of winds, lightning can happen as those roll through. But right now we don't see anything. I want to make sure that we have the right layers here. So if we say went to Tahoe County or over closer to Tahoe, and we went to the actual forecast, it says upcoming isolated light rain showers with isolated thunderstorms for like tomorrow. We were unsure of the timing. Would it happen on Friday evening? Would it happen on Saturday? So I was trying to think, well, should I be awake most of Friday night? I don't know. But the accident that happened last night just totally screwed up everything. So here we are. This is what we have. We have 44% humidity, which is much better than Oregon. Oregon was 20 today. So that wasn't happy for the Anvil. So it looks like right now the thunderstorms could be forming tonight at some point. It just says upcoming. To the ones affecting anywhere from basically Sacramento to the north. I was hoping to get a better idea of whether or not they'd come towards Oregon right now, what that means possibly for the Anvil Fire and others. But we shall see, guys. So the high temperature of tomorrow will be around 77, almost a dead calm wind changing to 8 miles an hour from the south. Chance of precip is around 10% for the Tahoe and Reno area. So right now, that humidity is okay, but if you swap on over to where the Anvil Fire is over here, God, we had mandatory evacuations on the Elk River, and I was so sorry, guys. I could not leave bed and do anything with that back pill I had to take. So our humidity, that was 80. 80? Is that correct? Or at Port Orford? How many of you guys are in around Port Orford and Highway 101 and the Elk River? Right now for Curry County, is saying that, did I read that right? That it's 79% humidity? That's good. Now, the whole problem with the Anvil Fire possibly exploding, last stream that I did, and of course that did play out, was the extremely low humidity and the 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So I would like to know what really happened. It may have just gotten big enough to create its own weather. Maybe it made its own wind gusts. Judging by the image of that mushroom-shaped cloud, possibly. Yeah, it really possibly could have done its own thing. So I'm glad it's almost 80% humidity. It feels like it's 60 degrees. Visibility is 10 miles. So for Curry County over by the Anvil Fire, it's saying rest of today and evening is smoke, of course, but partly cloudy skies, low of about 56. That's good. Winds only about 8 miles from the north-northeast, changing to 8 miles an hour from the northeast. Chance of precip is 10%. Upcoming in the forecast, areas of smoke, skies mostly clear and then becoming clear. High temperature of 74 for tomorrow. Winds 8 miles an hour from the north-northeast, changing to 9 miles an hour from the northwest. So all these north winds are going to continue to try to push it south. And southwest and southeast. So the community meeting, I had to assist. Well, didn't have to. I chose to assist C-Probe. He's got guests coming in, so I then loaned him some things like blankets and whatnot, and he, in kind, helped me lift things I couldn't today. We had broke fishing's. He streamed that community meeting live. In fact, I'm going to try to get in contact with him right now. He'd have the best information about the Anvil Fire. I don't know if he's still live streaming on YouTube. He is offline on Discord. Let me check his YouTube channel for a second. If I could just even talk, if we could talk to him for like 5 minutes, you'd definitely have a better answer for us. I could not understand what they were saying in the community meeting. It was one of those troubled audio, poor upload speed kind of community meetings. They did their best. It's one of those we had to crank up the volume maximum, and in headphones, I could barely understand what was happening. So I'm hoping somebody did a live recording of better quality to re-upload on the Facebook Anvil Fire page. So right now, though, they've got good humidity recovery. That's the little bright spot. However, don't count on any meaningful precipitation. Even if it says 10%, that's little more than morning dew. So looking at the forecast for wind, the wind gusts aren't that bad the next 2 days unless we find some other thing, like a weather bulletin that suggests otherwise. It's not even 15-mile-an-hour wind gusts until Sunday. We have no significant change in wind direction. It's the winds are going to come out of the north somehow, either northwest, north, or northeast, for the foreseeable future, maybe even a week from now. So keeping it from going south, southwest, to southeast is going to be the firefighters' biggest challenge. All right, let me get out of my radar. Let me look back at the chat. But this is a lesson. A lesson. Don't trust this little chart, even if it says normal fire potential and normal risk of significant. We should have listened to the red flag warning. Predictive services is like the Pope for all fire weather forecasting, and so when they're saying something, I tend to go with what they say, even over National Weather Service. But now my new lesson is this: go with the most dire prediction of the weather, so you don't get surprised. New rule: prepare for the worst, and then you won't be unprepared for the worst. So let's see if I got any more National Weather Service. That's Reno. Okay, so to recap, if you just joined us, I was planning to be here Friday during the day, and Saturday, because that was when we thought the thunderstorms might be coming in to Tahoe and the Sierras, everywhere around Tahoe and northwestern California. But yesterday, under normal circumstances, I should have been here for the Anvil exploding. So I need to catch up on all that information and find out what's going on. Let's check out Broke Fishes and see if he's still live on YouTube. I could perhaps talk to him. Okay. Nope, he streamed it for an hour, and I told people he was live when I was still helping C-Pro before I could go live. So I think he's probably in bed. So on chat, it doesn't look like he's there. So darn. Hopefully he'll come back. Deborah says there's lots of mist there. Yeah, good night, SP. Good seeing you again. Let me look back up at the chat. So C-Probe says, as I wiped out for a couple days because of vaccines, yeah, I haven't gotten mine in a long time. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? I'm doing better. My ribcage is feeling better. Stupid, silly accident, but geez. William says, FYI, Zeke Lunder did a very informative AM post regarding the Anvil Fire. Ooh, okay. I was also around here last year as Wotho. Okay. Yeah, I remember you, Wotho. Okay, you guys, stop changing your names. Stop it. I'm kidding. Just inform me when you change your names. I started beating myself up so hard and thinking, I was in a panic, like, why don't I remember everybody? Until I sheepishly finally said, wait, who are you? And then people go, oh, yeah, I changed my name. All right, there. Okay, got you on the list too, name changer, chameleons. I'm going to call you guys chameleons. You're karma chameleons. Okay, great. Yeah, we could look at Zeke Lunder's, was it a post or was it like his radio show? Because we've learned a lot from him. He's a forester. He knows about how fire behaves when the forest is at different states, like overgrown, just right, or clear cut, or this or that, or young, medium, and old trees, mixes of types of trees. He's got an incredible amount of knowledge. He and Danielle Kearns, okay, walked us through the Dixie Fire, and that's how we got all of our really good info. And John Bruno and all the other experts there. That's how we got the real word on the street when, the officials were, I don't say outright lying to us. It's not like they were lying. It's sugarcoating announcements, keeping us in the dark. Not saying that that's a conspiracy or something. It might just be an outdated policy. But no, keeping people uninformed of danger does not win trust or win cooperation of the public. Like, if it's scary, just tell people. You know, um, worst case, best case, and middle ground scenario. The public will trust you and do what you say if this is the possibilities. Old style, outdated policies were like, oh, well, let's just never mention anything scary, then nobody will panic. Oh, yes, they will panic if they don't expect something scary to happen, and it does. But, okay, sorry, rant over. So, let's see, the level 3 evacuations happened, they happened even earlier than this. I think they're happening in the middle of the night. That's why I was trying to make my decision of should I go live at like 5 in the morning or 3 in the morning. So let's look at the current evacuation area and the current fire footprint. That's a flat fire. So I guess they merged. Let me show you guys this Flat and Anvil Fire Facebook page. I know for a fact they took some resources off the flat to help protect structures and trying to stop the southwest march of this fire. It's determined to go to the ocean, but we'll hopefully be able to stop it before it. We humans will hopefully be able to stop it before it does so. So you saw it on his YouTube channel, okay? Yeah, and I should show you guys his YouTube channel. I followed him mostly on the Twitter links. So let's see. Is it called The Lookout? The Blunder. I don't think he has any idea how much I promoted him during 2021. He goes, oh, that's Catherine. She has a channel too. When I was in his chat one day, and I'm like, yeah, that's the person telling everybody to look at your channel every day. Yeah, alrighty. But if he's unaware of that, that's really cute. So here it is. So let's see, what did he do today? Is it videos or is it community post? He's got merchandise, dude. Cool. I bet it was it like a stream? Yeah, it must not have been a post, but an actual video. I don't think we have any time to do that. The latest is complexities of indirect firefighting in Northwest California fires. Probably, but how long is that? Let's see. 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't think I can look at that today, but I will look at it whenever I can. And I'm very sorry, guys, I did not get to the emails. So if you ask me something in the emails, ask me now. I will try to get to that one as soon as I can. So let's see if they reposted the community meeting. It is sideways. Just trying to be live when you're in high school, or it was a Grange Hall, not the best internet, that results in a pretty poor audio quality. But if somebody just films it and then uploads it later at a Starbucks or something, or at home, the quality can increase. If this is going to be sideways, I'm going to be nuts. So I was hoping to see two things, the live upload and then like a secondary upload. Let's just see if it's...
Trying to do so quietly so folks can still hear up here.
Okay.
Got, as I mentioned, Hughes Forest Protective Association, Road Siskiyou National Forest, all the rural fire departments. I'm in charge of doing.
Okay, so the person was filming with a cell phone without the aid of a microphone, and even though they had microphones, this is what I was struggling to understand. I wanted to watch the whole thing and then summarize it for you guys, because a lot of people will not do Facebook no matter what, and it makes me really angry that you have to log in to get your evacuation and emergency info. So I try to broadcast this so people don't have to log into Facebook, or summarize, which is even better. But like I said, this went on for like 45 minutes, and I could not make it out because it was extremely low volume. Not criticizing. I'm very grateful somebody was trying to stream this live, but their microphones in their own building, they needed to be cranked up the volume. So in order to make this so that we can hear what's being said, I'd have to behind the scenes really pull a lot of levers and buttons. So, and even deep into it, they did not have a good sound solution. Let me see.
With us a lot on fires, he gets how to coordinate and communicate with people and get things ready in case we have a time of need.
Now, it never got good enough to understand. So, has anybody seen this? Been able to crank the volume up enough to understand it? If you could tell me in chat, that'd be awesome. I did understand part of it where they said check on your neighbors before you evacuate and check with them daily if you're on notice. That's good advice. I always try to say that. So, InstaWeb might have just been updated. Let's take a look at InstaWeb. Where is InstaWeb? They usually have more evening style updates than most websites. Okay, so Cheryl says they could be told to switch to YouTube. Facebook has issues in Canada anyways with fire departments. Yes, that's right. What you're referencing is Canada just passed a law. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. And Facebook said that will not be good for us. So we just won't have certain things available to those in Canada. And unfortunately, a lot of that is like fire information, something to do with news broadcasting. Canada was trying to curb social media BS, like blatant wrong information just to get clicks and likes and, yellow journalism. Saying somebody like, breaking news, Sean Penn is dead at age 56. And he's still alive. But that gets millions of people to click on it, and all of a sudden that enriches the person running that website, right? Because it artificially boosts the metrics by saying BS that's scary and not real. It's those sorts of things. However, it backfired when somebody's trying to spread information about, say, a fire or a disaster that's real. Canadians don't get to see it. So I just think the biggest issue is you have to log in. Sitting in your driveway trying to figure out your evacuations, the car running and the fire coming to you, and it says, oh, you entered the wrong password, you've been locked out, 2 password recovery. Like, that's a delay that can kill you. So I think Facebook should just wisen up and fire information pages and things that are especially officially made by the government. You don't need to log in to see it, but they're going to have to duke that out in the court system. So the highlighted activity is exactly, I'm still struggling to find an evacuation map, guys. You know what? I think Lynn County and their maps covers Curry. So we may be able to just check, or Douglas, excuse me. This is, yeah. Let's just make sure this would be really awesome. Yes, they're, okay, yes. Douglas County's got you covered, guys. They do the other counties too. Here it is. Now let's see if this is short enough to fit in the chat. There's your evacuation map. So the Go Now area, what I love about this map is, guys, look what you can do. There's layers. So you can turn stuff off and on, like mile markers. Road status, roads, county roads, city boundaries, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what parcels is about. That's probably something we don't need to know about. This is great. So the next thing you can do is choose what map. Let's see here. Yeah, base map. It's a little thing that looks like 4 squares, a window pane. So you can make it more readable. You can see terrain or not. Community maps, dark edition for nighttime. However you need it to see it, it's available. This is amazing. Imagery hybrid. So this is like seeing terrain and and cities highlighted at the same time. So let me timestamp this that we finally found. We finally found the Anvil Map. That is at 45 minutes in. Okay. So the Elk River and the Elk River Highway, I'm not familiar with this. I've driven through. I am not familiar with hanging out anywhere near Port Orford. I've been to Brookings and Gold Beach. Sorry, I've always wanted to go. National Geographic. Oh yeah, this will tell us a bit more about terrain. Ooh, I like that one. Okay, guys, we're gonna go with this. So you got Humbug Mountain and 101 down there. So the last map, I may have to unclick the evacuation zones. I'm trying to understand why they have the west here on alert and the north. Is that level 2? Let me make sure I haven't screwed up the colors. Yeah, it's level 2. I'm gonna turn off the ad blocker. That's not good. Okay, refresh. And I believe, oh no, it reset everything. Okay, we'll get it right back. Get it right back. So I believe what the reason for the west here is no matter which direction the fire is trying to be pushed by the wind, whenever you have these drainages like here where it says Anvil Creek, probably what the fire's named after, even if it's a north wind and it's going to be trying to push everything south, like we saw with the Lion's Head fire of 2020 and the Caldor fire of 2021. We saw the fire reach west and east for Tahoe and west for places like Somerset, even though there was a south wind all the time. So why was it going east and west? Because there was a south wind? Because of the steep terrain. So what wind does is ride up and down the mountains like a roller coaster. So if it goes all the way up one and it goes fast down the other side, it's going to hit the next mountain like a wall, just like, and so anything that hits a wall like that, like think of it like water, it'll hit it and it'll go on each side. It'll divide. So what they're worried about is here's the fire on Anvil Mountain by itself. Even though it can just be a north wind, which it may be pretty much for the next week, it'll go down the other side of, say, Anvil Mountain, and some of it will try to go west. That's why that is on alert. This is a wind tunnel everywhere that you have these drainages and these canyons, these rivers. Those are wind tunnels where the wind gets faster than normal. So I understand why they would have stuff over here to the west, because you got the Elk River to the west. So that's pretty obvious to me. The part that is up here to the north is a little bit more curious, but we'll have to try to figure out their reasoning from, say, their Facebook page. Let me look back at the chat. Shell says, yeah, Canada tried that route and nothing good about it so far. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Urban, for being here. Sorry, I forgot to greet you. So, Urban says National Interagency Coordination Center has an outlook for large wildfires for the next 3 months. Oh, wow. Okay. Do we even want to know? I've been studying the news, and they're saying we're going to have a very strong El Nino winter. For California, that usually means the big floods. The big floods. I need to do my own little personal research. The worst fire years, were they El Nino or La Nina? I think 2018 with the Paradise Fire was El Nino. Was 2018 a El Nino winter? I think I already did this on stream weeks ago. Oh God, yeah. That may be bad for Santa Ana winds and Diablo winds. California could have a late fire season or a big heavy flood season in the winter. So the last El Nino event to impact the country was during 2018 and 2019 and helped produce over a year of warm temperatures and plentiful precipitation over the country. The weird thing was right after the Paradise, campfire took out so many towns, not just Paradise. I went there pretty soon. I was there in late November and early December. And when I first tried to get to the town after the people who had a business being there, like the public, were allowed to visit, torrential rains fell and mudslides prevented me from getting there. Roads washed out from Oroville to Paradise. So El Niños can be extremely bad for California. And just hold on to your butts. So if PG&E had not started that fire with their power lines, everybody would have just remarked. Paradise would still be there and so many other towns. Everybody would just have remarked about how wet the winter was. But El Nino means winter starts late oftentimes. You have they had an unusually dry and hot October and early November. It was November 8th, I believe, that it started. 8 or the 18th, Campfire 2018. What day did it start? 8th, yeah. God, it started on the 8th. Sorry, I don't mean to fire traumatize people with those images. So, what that means in a nutshell is I do not think at all that fire season is over or getting to be over or concluding for California. It might just, the summer fire season may just run straight into the winter fire season with the Santa Anas and the El Nino threats. Remember, all of California's worst fires, okay, the vast majority, have been during Santa Anas and Diablos. So October through January is Santa Ana Diablo wind season. Nothing to do with global warming. It happens every year. But do you want a fire existing already by the time the winds happen? Hell no. That's why Paradise is gone. But a bunch of angry people might have been like, we're not gone. We're clinging to life. I know. There's still some businesses that are open and some people move back. But, okay, the Paradise we knew is gone. And do go shopping there, guys. Those businesses need to live. They survived a fire and they need people to go there. Okay, so Anvil Fire, let's look back at InstaWeb. So this was our notice. We just looked at where the evacuations are. I don't know if it went directly from level 1 to level 3 or if it was just level 2. If you guys could tell me who are down there by the Anvil Fire. To me, this happened rather quickly. One moment we're thinking that the fire might, quote, spread a bit. And then next thing I look at my phone is there's level 3 evacuations. But like I said, I was under the influence of a pain pill or a muscle relaxant. So just tell me what went. But I think that may have been quite fast because they may have been taken by surprise a little bit too. So let's we can look at it live right now. Let's look at a live heat map before we look at InstaWeb. What's it doing right now? CalTopo. Okay. So we've got Modus and Veers, and we're on all satellites mode. Let's refresh to make sure we're on the now. Okay, so it's chaos if we have all satellites, just period. Let's start with Modus and Veers. Oh, the progression map is going to be something interesting. Wow. Okay. So older colors are, colder colors like the purples and the blues and the greens. That's where the oldest fire footprints are, and the reds are like today, and orange is like yesterday. So we have a whole lot of activity on the east, north, southeast, and south, and the western flanks. So I do not know if any of this activity on the Elk River is part of their burning ops. They did talk about it. So this just shows you how it spread. And it's going to be about a day behind. because this is Veer's progression. And if you click on Modus and Veer's, you have to get really, really zoomed in to see when was the last time Veers came by. So today we have 9:15, 3:35 Pacific, 3:35 p.m. Pacific is the latest date that I'm seeing. So of course things have happened since 3:35 p.m. And that's when we switch to the most current, most up to date, the GOES satellite. So this is the now. So in this section right here to the northeast, we have anywhere from 1 to 6 hours ago. That triggered the GOES satellite heat detection from space. So this is its most active area that the satellites could tell us about currently. So that's nice to see that, not say on the highway, closer to human habitation. And really nobody lives out here in the wilderness. It's called the Grassy Knob Wilderness, is what's mostly burning into, which means you can't even build roads. They could have, remember this was the lightning strike fire of like August 29th, something like that. They were able to quickly extinguish most, not the Anvil, because of no roads. So please tell your Congress people, higher access roads in the wilderness, please. We need that. Otherwise, the wilderness is just waiting for its own death. It's just on death row. The first fire is going to be the fire that destroys it, because if you can't get in there with roads to put it out, then what are you going to do? This horrible scenario is, it means that firefighters go to the nearest road to the fire and wait for the fire to get to that road, and that's where they try to stop it. And guess what? That seems to be the Elk River Highway itself, except for like this one thing. And what Brokefish said when we were first examining the Anvil Fire, when it first broke out, like on August 29th and 30th, was this would be a nightmare if they don't put out immediately, or if it doesn't rain out immediately, because even these little tiny roads, tiny forest access roads, he drove on them recently, and they were just complete and utter dog beep quality roads. So this is what we get. This is what we get. So White Dove says, at 95, I remember driving home and I-5 was closing to the south of me due to flooding and mudslides. Exactly. So if you look at when California's major floods are, first thing I remember as a human being, like my first memory, is not a fun one. It's not my dad teaching me how to ride a tricycle. It's not, cooking cakes with my mom in the kitchen. It's not, tying my shoes. It's the horrible TV sound making these horrible alarm blares saying California floods, unreleased. The Folsom Dam, Feather River Canyon dams, Orville dams have their floodgates wide open. That means the levees might collapse. Everybody evacuate now. And I said, Mommy, what does uncontrolled release mean? And she goes, Dear, it means that if they close the gates, the dams will collapse. So they can't do that. So they have to keep them open. And there's a lot of water coming this way. So we got to get out of the way of the water. Yeah. So El Ninos could mean extremely bad fires and floods. So hold on to your butts, California, for the winter. Yeah, White Dove, yeah. Yeah, California is huge, and so it affects the northern part of the state different than the south, but it's true. So let's look back. Let's see. Okay. I was hoping people who were over there you're by Port Orford, Devers, right? Saw lots of smoke from the Anvil Fire yesterday and afternoon around 5 p.m. Yeah, that's the crazy image that I decided to make my wallpaper. Apparently you could see it from the sea. You can see it a couple miles out to sea, like a big giant mushroom cloud. So I would like to know what road this is. This could be that one crappy road. It looks better than what Brokefish implied, though. And if they would just kind of tell us, we would really have a better idea of what is happening. So here's more of a detailed map that came out today, this morning. But there are very few roads that go anywhere near it. So I would think it would be the road to Grassy Knob. But what do I know? So, okay, here is its footprint, and it has gone down into this dip. China Mountain almost to Purple Mountain. And so that was their perimeter that they had. We have to now find out, were they able to make a different perimeter? And well, let's see if anybody's flying over it right now, because if they are, then we'll get a map update sometime tonight. Let's see. I don't see any aircraft. I may have to take off my filter real quick. Okay. All right. Okay, now high altitude flights will be shown. These are mostly like commercial jets. Yeah, those, what, Air China or something. No, Chinese Eastern Airlines. And if you ever play Flight Simulator, Air China is a meme. Okay, so a meme is a running gag. So we don't have any high altitude mapping flights, so we'll check on that. Sometimes they do it at midnight to 1 a.m. Doesn't mean that they won't tonight, but let's look at InstaWeb. What do they expect the fire to do? So when InstaWeb was last updated, they're not saying. They're not saying. I don't like that. They usually say last updated at. It's okay, but it's 4,400 acres as of whenever they last updated this. They said it's 7.5 miles now east of Port Orford. Total personnel on under 353, and I did understand a little tiny fraction of their community meeting. Anvil Fire assets have been moved to try to protect structures and people, especially along the Elk River and Highway 101 in general, I think. The fuels involved are open canopy conifer timber with understory of hardwood shrubs, snags, and conifer thickets. Snags are the worst thing possible in a fire. It means dead big trees, either on the ground or standing. Closed canopy conifer timber stands contain deep duff. That's also extremely bad, meaning years and years of buildup of pine needles and branches and stuff. Litter and branch wood concentrations. Oh my God. That's what happens in the wilderness, is there's like no logging at all. And the only hope that you have to reduce the fire load. Everybody understands that a campfire versus a bonfire concept, right? The only way to reduce this is to do control burns year after year, but nobody's done it. They just left the wilderness to itself, and that means we screwed over Mother Nature. We're not helping her in any way. So the fire hasn't been here more than 55 years. That's 55 years of dead crap on the ground and pine cones and pine needles and nightmare. So you can fix this in the future, but you can just see how our policies have been really bad. Significant events are fire activity increase with the northeast and the offshore winds. The red flag warning conditions for low humidity and those gusty northeast ridgetop winds have resulted in a large increase in the acres burned, has generated significant smoke. Fire spread is generally towards the south and west, remaining primary north of Elk River. So what do they plan to do? Well, first, here's the rest of the weather concerns. Breezy east ridgetop and valley gap winds developed overnight with localized gusts of up to 25 miles an hour, while the low humidity levels range from poor in the ridges to moderate in the deepest protected valleys, the ones that get fog and dew in the morning. So today, hot and dry conditions prevail with the temps warming up into the 80s, and this must have been the dawn forecast of the 15th. So it says today, hot and dry conditions prevail with temps warming up into the lower 80s on the ridges to the upper 80s in valleys with minimum relative humidity values in the mid-teens to lower 20s. Winds are east-northeast, 5 to 10 miles an hour with local higher gusts. And like I said earlier, I think once it got big, it probably made its own wind too. You don't have big mushroom clouds without it doing its own thing. The amount of fuel burning That huge amount of fuel burning creates so much heat that the air will start to twist into twisters. What that does is it's like a vacuum cleaner, the cyclonic vacuum cleaner thing. The heat rising, the air rising creates a vacuum, and it sucks in air from everywhere around it on the ground. And that new fresh air fuels the heat, which means more of a vacuum, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Like Tasmanian devil, and it started running across the landscape. And that's why you get those huge clouds, and they seem to come out of nowhere and just explode. It says very poor recovery again tonight. I don't see that. Here's where I don't understand. They're saying poor recovery of humidity tonight, whereas there's 80% right now. That's great. Did I read wrong? But okay, let me go back to my radar. Are they just wrong, and do we have a happier go of it? It says humidity is 79% right now. So what's wrong? The weather apps or them? Or is that a day-old forecast? Is it for the 14th? I don't think it is. But since we don't know when they updated the dang information, okay, if this is correct, we're going to look at, let's look at National Weather Service. This says humidity is 82 degrees right now. Let's just hope that they're wrong, because that would be great. Hey, let me look back at chat. Oh, hey, Smitty, welcome. It says there's a mapping pass made over the Anvil Fire about an hour and a half ago. Oh, great. It went to Yuba City? What's it doing over there? Okay, great. They do have a small airport at Marysville. Deborah says there's lots of fog and mist now at Port Orford. Okay, you're probably wondering then, Debbie, is Port Orford in danger, right? Like, what's in danger now? So, let's see. Yeah, White Dove. Where did you live at in California during those floodings? Or did you live in Oregon or driving on I-5? What took you there? I was in the middle of that stuff. I was in a lot of the 90s floods. Oh man, I could tell you some stories. Let's look at what's endangered. Okay, what do they plan to do now? We're gonna try to solve the discrepancy of what is the actual humidity in a minute. We're gonna use Windy to look at the actual nearest weather stations and see what the real humidity is. So the outlook on the Anvil Fire is they'll continue to use aircraft to check the fire spread as visibility allows. And hopefully, like Smitty said, the mapping plane if it just landed somewhere, we may get a new updated perimeter in an hour. That'd be great. I plan to stream until midnight, friends, so at that point, I'll try to figure out what's the best use of my time. Should I continue streaming, or should I get some personal stuff done and rest? Because I think I really may be needed tomorrow, but I'm trying to figure out. So C-Probe's guests are mutual friends of mine. I would love to hang out with them. They're only here for 2 days or 3 or something. I don't know. Like I tell all my friends, we go, hey, can you hang out this day? I have it free. And I say, it depends on what fires are doing. You know? But if at midnight, if we're waiting on new information, then I'll end the stream and I'll try to clean up and try to get some shut-eye. Because daytime activity, it looks like will be when the fire spreads here. It looks like the night times are relatively quiet. We barely see anything on the activity on the satellites right now. This is good, guys. It's extremely good. It means that it's buying more time for the fire crews to have quiet nights. So anyway, this is the planned outlook. We're going to read that. We're going to see which towns are potentially at risk in inhabitations. So the outlook for the Anvil fires, they said they'll continue to use aircraft, but not if it's too smoky. They'll use direct actions to suppress the spot fires south of the Elk River. So yeah, that alarmed me that it did get south of the Elk River. And to keep the main fire north of the Elk River Road. So continue road prep along the north side of Grassy Knob Road. Assess opportunities to construct fire lines along the northwest and the west ridge top. Yeah, they'd have to do that from scratch because roadless wilderness BS. So that might work. It may be too late. So they want, but the north winds might be in their favor if it. The northern section, even though it's had a lot of activity, it's blowing the fire back on the areas that already burned. That's great. That could really buy them some time to make some sort of a barricade to try to make it not go north. That would be extremely dangerous. Basically, it's building a road from scratch. And if the wind suddenly came in from the south, an unexpected thing, they would be in trouble. However, the entire week, it looks like north winds are what's happening. So even though you see a lot of activity up there in the north edge, that's because the north winds are hitting it. It's blowing it back to areas that already burned. So great. It might just kind of make its own really nice fire line. So planned actions. They want to do an alternative control line from DP 283 west. Okay, that means drop point. Let's see if we could get their battle map. Drop point is where they helicopters deliver supplies to like people on the ground. They're everything from their lunches to equipment. Sometimes a Chinook will even drop in a bulldozer or something, you know. So we won't know what drop point 283 west is unless we look at their battle map. But I'm going to try that in a minute. So they want to do that west southwest of that fish hatchery. They're making a line with heavy equipment. So they want to utilize CFPA resources to minimize the spread onto CFPA protected land. What is CFPA again? Continue to implement structure protection along Elk River and McGribble roads. Continue to coordinate with Curry County Sheriff local office to protect structures and figure out what people need. So what do they think is going to happen? Projected activity. They think continued periods of northeast offshore winds. Now remember the difference between on and offshore. So think of yourself as a sailor. This is the trick. Where do you want to go as a sailor? Do you want to go out to sea? It's like you're standing on a beach, right? You would go off the shore. You would move yourself from land to the sea. You want to go offshore, right? You are going offshore. Now, say if you're a sailor at sea and you want to go have some party time on land, you want to go onshore, right? So think of the wind and you as the same thing, okay? So offshore means the winds are on land, but they go away to the sea. So that would also explain a hell of a lot of why there's so much notice to the west of this fire, even though the wind's coming from the north. Hope you get that. That's the way I remember it too. So they have low relative humidity. Once again, we have to figure out what the hell they're talking about. During the daytime, yeah, it's been dry, but at night, 80% right now is looking really dang good. So they'll have active fire behavior, including short crown runs, group torching as spot fires consolidate. Okay, crown running sucks. Crown fires are the fire spreading from the think about crown as the top of your head, top of the tree. Crown running means tops of the trees are on fire, especially the dead ones. So even though there may be no fire beneath, crown running is fire racing along the tops of the trees, and then of course flaming debris falls down and lights stuff beneath it eventually. But firefighters can't do anything about that. They look up at the top of the trees and go, well, that sucks. It's a nightmare. Group torching means a whole bunch of trees in a group, the ones together, all go up at once. From bottom to the top. Torch means the entire tree is like a torch. Whole thing's on fire. That is unusual. Like, it takes big fires to do group torching. Most of the ones that are like in a healthier forest, one that doesn't have such a crazy fire load, usually fire runs along the ground. And it'll do isolated torching, meaning it finds a dead tree here or there, or a vulnerable tree here or there to go up to the top. But group torching means like, oh, there's a whole bunch of trees in a valley or on a ridge. All of them are on fire. And then the wind at the top of the trees pushes the fires to the next group at top of the trees. And so what they're describing is there's no way to stop that. So they say that spot fires will consolidate. Bunch of small ones by embers drifting in the wind that go over the road, like say the Elk River or something, that there's no way to chase them down, some of these, and so they will eventually grow together. So this is bad. So slope reversals may accelerate fire behavior as it runs up steep slopes from the creek bottoms. So additional spotting is likely with additional acres to be burned expected. So they expect it to grow. Drainage winds, meaning the ones in the creeks and the valleys, right, will enhance the flanking spread. Okay, so think of a fire as an arrow. So the wind direction pushes the fire mostly in that direction, like an arrow, like point the arrow somewhere. The flanks are like down the shaft of the arrow. So it's harder for the flanks to spread, for that arrow shaft to get wider, for the sides of the fire to expand, because they don't have the benefit of the wind direction that way. However, the drainage winds will enhance the flanking spread, meaning the air drips down, rides the mountains like a roller coaster, are going to just push it like through the canyons. It's like a wind tunnel. So it's going to spread in all directions, except for the tail end of the arrow, presumably. So what does that mean in English? The north to northeast winds will try to push the fire with the greatest potential southwest, right? But because there's so many steep slopes and drainages, it spreads out the side too. So instead of like, say, a one finger pointing, make it as thick as 2 or 3 fingers. And you get a pattern like that instead of your traditional one finger. Hope that makes more sense. So, projected activity. What do you think it's going to be? Oh, sorry, I didn't finish reading that. Okay, smoke will provide some shading downwind of the main fire activity, but it'll obscure visibility. So they don't expect really to use aircraft at the arrowhead, place that it's moving. Not behind the trail of smoke, maybe right in front of it. That'd be good. If they could drop a target in front of it, that's ideal, but the arrowhead, remember, is where the wind's pointing, so a lot of the smoke will go that way too. Projected activity, variable northeast and northwest winds with improved humidity will allow continued active fire behavior. What do you mean improved humidity? Okay. Spot fire consolidation, active flanks, upslope fire spread will create additional acres burned. Smoke will be transported to the south and west, locally dense, like I just said. Arrowhead. So some moderation of fire behavior due to cooler temperatures, an increase in the humidity, and a partly cloudy sky. Fire will remain active due to the dry fuels, though, and steep slopes. and the breezy winds. So nighttime humidity recovery will reduce the fire activity. Smoke will be transported to the south and the west. Okay, so we think our mystery is solved. The other portion of the weather concerns wasn't updated. So they're talking about crappy humidity recovery. They must have meant last night. Because we've got great humidity recovery now, and that's what they're talking about. That they're saying it will happen. Well, it is happening now. These are just old. These are just a little bit old, These are, say, 12 hours old predictions. So, sweet. Right now we got 80% humidity, guys. This is awesome. Really awesome. White Dove says, near China Mountain. I know that country. I'll look into it. So many native populations living there. Oh, really? By Port Orford? Okay, we're talking about Oregon, though. Not California's China Mountain. I thought this was designated wilderness for the most part. So yeah, it doesn't sound good overall. Like there's going to be a lot of spread overall. It will try to be pushed to the southwest, but tonight, the fact that we got our humidity back to 80%, if you think of fire as a dragon, this is the moment where the group is like, oh God, we had a hard battle, or we're low on health, but now the dragon is panting, and it's like, hey, it's not attacking us anymore, it's panting, it's weak, we can go for it. We're at that stage in the battle, right? If this was a video game. So this is what happens to fires usually at night, is they get weak at night. They depend on the sun's heat, sun's rays to make heat. They don't have it at night. Usually humidity makes it more moist and it's cooler, and that's when fires get weak. The firefighting will change if we can attack them all night like we can during the day, like with night vision technology and remote control aircraft, like remote control passenger jets dropping stuff at night. Can you imagine that? It's just too dangerous for pilots because they depend on their eyesight. That's why they can't work in the smoke. But what if we outfitted these remote control airplanes with AI pilots, and they could see through the smoke with LiDAR on the front of the airplanes, and be assisted by satellite technology and GPS and 3D maps. So no matter where the airplane is, even if it loses satellite detection with, say, space, to know where it itself is, AI can calculate, hey, even though we just lost contact with GPS and it would result in a blank map, don't know if there's a mountain in front of us or how far away it is. Well, AI could calculate faster than any pilot what's our current headwind or our tailwind, which direction were we flying, what's our speed right now, and AI would be able to calculate so quickly. They'd be like, oh, we need to pull up in 3, 2, 1, 4 seconds, and they avoid that mountain. Pilot can't do that right now, but technology is coming, guys. Just gotta wait for it. So this is yeah, I wouldn't call that quite a pyrocumulus, but I'm not quite sure on that. It's bad activity anyway. So let's look back at this isn't really a battle map, and they didn't really say where the drop point was, but they did say it was by a fish hatchery. So, let me see. Do I have a message from anybody? Oh, nope, it's not Brokefish. It's somebody else. Okay, sorry. I was excited there for a second. Thought that was Brokefish. He would be the Pope, with authority on this issue. So, White Dove was. Oh, Larry, welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, Larry says the Lookout had a 7-minute update on the Anvil this morning. We just looked there. It was a 30-minute broadcast. Oh, wait a second. Was it on his website and not YouTube? That'd be great. So there's a mixed bag of information. White Dove says the Taloa, the Yurok, and the Waiat nations. Okay. I did take Native American History 1 and 2 classes, but my God, there's a lot of tribes to keep track of. Lower 48 states. there's the Klamath just took over a bunch of regions in the Northwest California, but I don't remember too much of what I learned about Southwest Oregon. Okay, so Larry, thank you so much for your kind donation. You're so wonderful. Yeah, I used a little bit of it yesterday to treat myself and my mom. We got a pizza that was on sale. We got a huge amount of food from our favorite pizza place because there was sales in my mom's birthday special and all that. You were kind enough to extend that to her. Cheryl says, what about FLIR on planes? Absolutely, it will. In the future, all pilots will have a heads-up display like a fighter pilot. And you'll see infrared, near-infrared spectrum, a projected 3D map of the landscape. Right now, they see clouds. Like if they're in the clouds, they see clouds and they're blind. But in the future, they could just have a 3D map of the world. And no longer will we have planes smacking into mountains. That still happens all over the world. Places like the Himalayas. I watched that show religiously. Canada's best show is called Mayday. It's been going on for like 22 years. There's like 20 seasons of it, but it's about aircraft investigations. It's called that in the United States. But in the near future, our youngsters are going to say, wow, I can't imagine flying an airplane blind, but it was routine in the 20th century, in the early 21st century. Okay, thank you for that information, and thank you for the kind donation to keep us going. I want us to be donation funded. I never want to interrupt for commercials or any of that nonsense. Not during this. I never want to put ads. So I'm very, very grateful. All of you keep us going with donations. I totally forgot to put the PayPal link up because I'm a forgetful person. But that's on my About page. If you'll go to my channel, everybody's got an About page. All right, what were we doing? We were looking for the fish hatchery because that's where they want to stop the fire. So if we could find the fish hatchery on any kind of map, then we'll know more about what their goal is for stopping it and where specifically do they want to stop it. That's valuable information. Now, looking at Port Orford itself, you've got this awesome, in a way, sort of protected look to it. Now, if the Elk River went due west to Port Orford, I'd say hold on to your butts. You're looking down the barrel of a gun there. But it basically doesn't go straight to Port Orford. So it would try to race along the river if it ever took a northwest turn like that, because it looks like it's more steep terrain by China Mountain. As you get towards the coast, it's more of a valley and an expansive, slow drainage. So fires spread faster in its steep mountains, and when the canyons are really narrow, that's where the wind is funneled into a higher speed. So see this bend in the river where it says Elk River? Oh, this map is good. You can zoom it without a whole lot of change. See it right where it says Elk and this bend right here? This is where I would expect that the wind speeds would calm the heck down. Right about here, it would start to lose a bit of steam because that narrowing is not happening. It's open and wide. And so if their goal to hold it on Elk River Road and not get it, not that the fire gets south of it, that's very doable on these bends here. So it might just slow down. This is like a speed bump to them, right past where it says Elk River Road on this bend right here. Now I'm going to look at CalTopo to get a better idea of the terrain because it's not the best terrain map. But that's one of their goals. Oh, White Dove, thank you so much. You guys, you get hearts. So you get triple hearts, Larry, and you get double hearts, White Dove. Thank you. Wait, it deleted my second one. How dare it? Well, look, now both of you got triple hearts because the other one got screwed up. But thank you, so grateful. Hey, good night, C-Pro. So we're 10:25 now. We will be going to at least midnight. But put in chat what fire you want to know about. We're discussing this one the most because it is the biggest threat. So I would like to know more about the population of people evacuated and where the heck this fish hatchery is. And usually, Caltobo is best to look at that. And is it Indian-owned land or is it reservation? I'm very unfamiliar with this territory. And are you currently, White Dove, are you currently living in this part of the world? I think Devers is near Port Orford. What I was trying to say here is I think Port Orford has got little risk at the moment. So here's, you can turn on a little bit more shade of relief. You've got, this is a wind tunnel here. See the steep slopes. Fire can run up and down the slopes because once it runs up, fire doesn't like to spread downhill. It's a harder way for it to spread. However, if there's dead logs and flaming debris, like flaming giant pine cones that make it all the way to the bottom, steeper the slope, more likely a pine cone or a rock would go all the way to the bottom if you threw it off the top, then that's called rollout spread. And if it makes it all the way to the bottom, then the fire goes, woohoo, I'm at the bottom. I can race to the top of the next mountain. So that's what they were talking about. But look what happens just as you get past this bend right here. It opens wide, and so there's less steep slopes, and the wind would die down a little bit past this bend just because it spreads open. So Port Orford, as long as they can hold this ridge. Let's see, is this a road? There's a road here that's looking good. Yeah, you got a road. Good. Let's see, is this have a name? Let's go to Forest Service. It's got a name, doesn't it? Bueller? What does double arrow mean? It's not mining. What does two crossed arrows mean? A topo map. Huh. Okay, it does not seem to be labeled on a Forest Service map. Not on the white version either. Anyway, you've got a road here on this ridge top, so as long as they could hold that, I would say Port Orford's got a great defense right here. Try to, if it went down here, try to climb up to the top, but this is great pre-existing road there. Let's see, further west. Oh, you got a power line right away. Let's tune in with global imagery. Now it depends on how well they trim down the vegetation under the right of way. Not quite as low as I would hope, but it looks like this power line right away here. Look, you've got ready-made defenses for the most part. That's another awesome defense. Yeah, I'm not that concerned for Port Orford. Not right now. So, however, along the actual Elk River, now there's the fish hatchery. Okay. All this stuff is in critical danger. Especially everything on the east or say north side of the road here. So that would be the structures they would be scrambling to defend right now. Do we have any structure loss? Did anybody say that yet? I hope not. If we put on the fire perimeter, all detections, all satellites, that's getting close to the fish hatchery. But we do not have a GOES heat detection on the west flank right now. This one that happened at 1500 Mountain Time. What is that? 12, 13 is 1 o'clock, 14 is 2. So it'd be 2 o'clock Pacific earlier today. There was a heat detection here. Now the other one that's spotted here over must have been right here where they lost control. These must be the spot fires that they were talking about. And some of them will consolidate, but this is their battleground right now. This is where there's probably a flurry of activity up and down this 5502 road, 040 road, and of course the main highway. So, yeah, they're working over here by the fish hatchery. I guess that means we don't have to figure out what their drop point is. They said it was a little bit southwest and west of the fish hatchery, and the fish hatchery itself. They're trying to, reinforce, because this is what the big problem is. You see the Anvil Creek? It's pointing west here. Hope that looks west on your screen. I never know how it looks with my webcam being in mirror reverse. So this would be a crazy wind tunnel for the wind to be pushing it. And it's taking aim at the fish hatchery and this little section right here. But the Elk River itself, I think, gives them a lot of shelter-in-place options, sandbars and stuff. So I feel that that's great. That the the people who are there, anywhere from dozer crews, water tenders to hand crews, anybody there, even sheriff or whatever, could feel comfortable sheltering in place if the fire swept over here rather than abandon the effort. Because look at all the sandbars, and you got the endless supply of water here with the river. You can drive out onto those. You've got places to go. So that's great. Now, some of these properties will be real hard with the trees right up and around them, but defensible space, that's their responsibility. But look, there's something great here. Very few structures. So even though there's just 400 people on this, you can ask city crews, since city crews know how to do structure protection from other counties, to like babysit the buildings, while the guys who know what to do with wildland fires can go work on the lines and felling the hazard trees and doing the stuff that city crews have no idea how to do. So I would be very happy if they said that there's mutual aid coming from other counties, but since I couldn't see the rest of the meeting, I don't know if that's the case. But Oregon's Conflagration Act that was passed after the 2020 fires mandates some of that if the fire marshal says so. And we've had good quick response, everything from the lookout to the crews from Portland area going to the lookout and going to the bedrock. So that's been very successful so far. What you want in your community is, for ideal protection, is a small amount of structures close together so that the firefighters can zip back and forth between the different structures and save them all. That's we've got good signs here. This is awesome too. This, assuming this is still around, like hasn't overgrown. Don't know what the date of the imagery is. This is great too. You could drive out into here and be totally safe if it raged around you, as long as that grass was down or green or recently plowed or whatever. So there's good hope for saving these along this corridor. However, the fire is going to try to push onto it. It's aimed at it. Tomorrow, let's see when the winds pick up. White doves and Miwoks are near the river. Okay. Oh yeah, I need my PayPal link again. Jeez, I'm sorry. Trying to figure that out. The PayPal doesn't take like hardly any fee at all. The the YouTube takes 30%. 30%. So if you give me $100 through the YouTube, they get to keep 30. Donate via PayPal. Thank you. And I figured out how to make it give you an indication the moment that it happens. So, okay, the pinned message in chat. You just click the pinned message to open it up. That's PayPal donation link. Thank you guys who have donated so far to keep us going. So White Dove says, used to work for IHS and have run most of the rivers in Northern California. That's my home for sure. That's awesome. My uncle, his dad, back in the 30s, was a logger in the area, got killed logging. And so the place where my uncle may have been born was like a rural logging camp in northwestern California. And I was going to try to find it because I believe it's like a ghost town now. It was in the redwoods, sort of. And we were going to do a road trip to see what was left of his birthplace. And he doesn't remember much of it from childhood, but I thought that would be a good trip. Okay, so there's a mixed bag of info about the Anvil. So all the information that we just gathered right now, let me try to write it down as a 140 as a summary of my Anvil analysis. Now, mind you, I haven't seen Zeke Lunder's thing. I am hesitant to just show a 7-minute thing. The lookout, is it .org? Is it .com? His website. Maybe it's the lookout.com. Nope, that's definitely not. Okay, the lookout, Zeke Lunder. It is, oh, it's the-lookout.org. Okay. Yeah, that's why it's hard to find. The anvil has been burning for 3 weeks, just in that Orford. It spread slowly for the first 2, but in the past several days, major growth. Yes, it's just so. Oh God, this is blinding my eyes. Better. Okay. Oh, he's an independent media company now. Oh, how we've all grown up from our infancy in 2020, huh? So I was hoping, is this 7-minute video? It is. So why couldn't we find this on YouTube before? Now, here's what I'm hesitant about. You don't do this. You don't just show somebody else's content, because in order to grow, this is the link. Everybody in chat, if you could please humor me, click that link to give him page hits. Oh, and this one, the actual video on YouTube. Go here and hit the like button at least. And then I'm not robbing him of his own likes, because you need that for YouTube to, you know how it is, for YouTube to think that you're anything and promote your work ahead of the crap that's out there on YouTube, the fear mongers and the conspiracy nut stuff and the, the bad media videos, and it's a subscriber count and how many people have hit the like button. That's how a video is promoted. So if you say Port Orford, Anvil Fire, information, wildfire tracking, the keywords don't really matter. It's going to show you the local news, because the local news has, say, 1 million subscribers, or the state news, even though it may not be anything more than 30 seconds about it, or just a regular reporter standing in a town going, oh, it's awful smoky here, and that's about all the info that they're going to say, from their 5-minute part of their broadcast, right? If you need the actual info like this, got to get more subscribers and more likes. So if you'll humor me, that would be good. Let's see what he says.
And help people build their literacy around wildfire.
Okay.
I just started following the Anvil Fire a couple of days ago. One of our supporters who lived in Chico for a long time now lives on the Oregon coast, and she asked us to cover it. So started looking at it. And so we're just going to jump right into the maps. And the fire spread significantly in the last couple of days. And so we're just going to jump in and take a look.
Yeah, he does fancy maps. He knows how to use Google Earth. And so he'll do 3D spinning around, and he'll import all of these things into Google Earth. And so as soon as I fix up my cockpit, I will, in streaming setup, I will be doing that someday soon. But his expertise cannot be replaced. Like, he knows way better than me and many about what's the composition of the fuels, and so not just the terrain and not just whatever. Here's where it will go. That is all his personal knowledge, and that can't be replaced by anybody else. So I'll be able to show you fancier maps, but I won't be able to do what he does. I just was hoping that there would be a quick summary towards the end. Even though this is 6 minutes, I don't want to do anything like violate his copyright. I would try to get permission, but let's click toward the end. 5 minutes here.
For any real extreme wind or dryness, public to popular belief, you can have an east wind and still have a fire spread into the wind, even sometimes really fast, depending on the slope and the fuels, etc.
Yeah, so like what he's talking about is like we're seeing a lot of activity in the north. Right now, the northeast section is the thing that's triggering the satellites, like right now, like within the last 5 hours. And even though it's a northeast wind, you would think it would be pushing the fire back on itself to the south. He's explaining with the map that fire can go against the wind in situations like, say, it's going uphill. And other situations, he says, depending on fuels, like if there's a whole lot of dead vegetation there, it's just going to create such a tremendously hot fire that it will make its own wind and defy, the wind. Strangely enough, the wind would have to be extremely powerful to keep it away from going against the wind. So we're in a horrible, it's a sweet spot for the fire, right? But for us, it's no good. Where the wind isn't quite fast enough to keep the fire from spreading against the wind, so it can defy the wind. And if we got these steep slopes like we do in the dry fuels, then it's just like, oh, you provided us with new oxygen. Thank you very much, wind. And I will ignore what you say. I will spread into you anyway. So that explains some stuff. So I was hoping you elaborate on that. So let's go back again.
And up the slope. So kind of contrary to popular belief, you can have an east wind and still have a fire spread into the wind, even sometimes really fast, depending on the slope and the fuels, etc. So as far as the outlooks go on the weather, right now the Geographic Coordination Center for the Pacific Northwest isn't calling for any real extreme wind or dryness in this coastal zone. We don't work in Oregon enough to really know the subtleties of forecasting the weather here or the fire weather. But what we can tell you based on our experience is that it's likely that this fire is going to continue to grow until it reaches areas where there's fire lines or roads or other access.
Okay, I want to orient you guys. We're now looking north. Almost. Like we're looking a little bit northeast, but the fish hatchery is right down here that we were just looking at. So, it's a little bit of a tilt. But you may not be able to see that in the upper right-hand corner. It's the compass. So this little dot is north on his round compass, little white dot up there. So we are looking northeast. But he's almost brought it back around so that the map looks like us. And this is why I was saying it looks like the fire will try to spread right down here. This is Anvil Creek. And it's taking aim at the fish hatchery. So let's see if his assessment lines up with mine about where we'll try to spread.
Likely that this fire is going to continue to grow until it reaches areas where there's fire lines or roads or other access. And just that in general, we expect to see it continue to spread in the wilderness, continue to spread to the north until it gets out to areas that have been prepped with fire line. Continue to.
Yeah, like I said, you can't go into the wilderness and do anything about the fire. There's no roads, so you can't even bring a water truck in there. So unfortunately, because it was designated a wilderness, and wilderness means no roads, you just have to watch the wilderness burn, and it'll spread until it reaches a fire line, which the roads are pretty far away. That's where he's gesturing with his mouse there. So let's go back a little bit.
There's fire lines or roads or other access. And just that in general, we expect to see it continue to spread in the wilderness, continue to spread to the north until it gets out to areas that have been prepped with fire line, continue to spread down out into roads.
Okay, now we're looking.
That's about all
now north is to the west, to the side here. We're now looking to the east, due east. The west is on the south, east is at the top.
I have to report on this for you right now. If you have questions, you can put them here in the comments. You can also check us out at thelookout.org.
And where he was motioning over here, he thinks it'll come over to where this logging has occurred. If you see these big brown spots, those are clear cuts, unfortunately. The wilderness has none because it's protected from logging. Is a bad way to phrase that. I mean, the wilderness has no protection of logging, too. It's the two extremes I hate. Clear cut over here, total devastation of the forest, and total overgrown forest to the right. Sanity's in the center. Forest thinning. But you have the mix of the two bad extremes. But at least where they did logging, they have roads. So he says that it will spread over here to where this is the north over here. I don't want to specifically look there, but he says that'll be where they stop it and the best chance of stopping it because it's got roads. And he says, and remember, wait, actually, that's north. Sorry. It'll be north out of the wilderness to the logged area. I was hoping he'd get a little more specific. He did gesture here and here, so the drainage just to the north of the fish hatchery. And you roll it back.
Roads or other access. And just in general, we expect to see it continue to spread in the wilderness, continue to spread to the north until it gets out to areas that have been prepped with fire line, continue to spread down out into roads. So that's about all we have to report on this for you right now. If you have questions, you can put them here in the comments. You can also check us out at thelookout.org.
Okay, so that was, I was hoping it'd be a summary, but it looks like he just goes through it. So let me look at this again further back.
All right. Here's Port Orford. So we're just going to come in and look at the map. The white line here is where the fire was yesterday.
When did he upload this? 13 hours ago. Okay.
So for about the first 2 weeks of the fire was kind of up on top of the mountain. It got a lot of retardant on it, but that didn't stop the spread. And so with this hotter and drier weather, we've seen a lot of spread. So the white line.
It didn't stop the spread because you can't control fire via the air. Same thing as a war. We tried to do that with the Balkans. Clinton goes, oh, we could just police that war from the air with bombing. No, it didn't stop the ethnic cleansing at all. Aircraft turns the tide of war, but the boots on the ground is the one that wins it. So without the roads, what aircraft could do is put a rope of retardant around an isolated mountain fire, and then crews have to reach it, though, ground crews. There's no roads, it doesn't get reached. So it was tiny for a bit, but eventually the retardant dries up and it breaks free. So after about the second week, that's when all hell broke loose. It'll just break free with the next winds. This is a repeat of the K&P fires last year that I covered. The K&P complex, the Sequoia National Park. All the other firefighters busy with the others. Remember, we had thousands of lightning strikes, and they mostly put them all out. The Chilcoot took off, the Anvil, a couple of others. The Lookout had other smaller fires near it. The Lookout Fire, not the Lookout website. And then of course the Rattlesnake Ridge, Cougar, and Lighthouse complexes took off, and the one east of Portland. Those are all lightning on the same damn day when we were covering it on the 29th of August and to the 30th. But the places, the ones that took off, all have something in common: very poor road access to none. The Bull Run watershed just east of Portland. People aren't supposed to go there to mess up the water supply, so they didn't have any roads, not any that mattered. So even right next to Portland, we had a wildfire take off like crazy. It's still burning here, I think. So this is the same old song and dance. Let's go.
The fire was kind of up on top of the mountain. It got a lot of retardant on it, but that didn't stop the spread. And so with this hotter and drier weather, we've seen a lot of spread. So the white line is where it was yesterday morning when it was mapped, and now the red is intense fire, and yellow is, give me a second here. Yellow is
Scattered heat.
generally cooling down, and the white line is where it was. So we can see that the day before yesterday, the fire kind of made a run up the slope here. Then night before last, the fire had spread down this slope and started to get pushed out to the west with the east wind.
Oh, this is what bothers me is I lose my orientation really fast. I'm looking back at the north up thing. I'm a north up kind of girl. So unless he's naming mountaintops and stuff, this quickly becomes meaningless as he pans around. But like it went up here. Here what? Here what? Where? Okay.
And so since over the last
there's the ocean. Okay, I'm oriented a little bit better.
36 hours or so, the fire has spread out here to the 208 road. There's some spots showing on the infrared across that road. It's kind of back down to the river here.
Here where? Okay, there's a big nipple. So there's two. It's a nipple, like a big bend in a river and or road. What's the green again? Is that the border of the wilderness? Or I've lost where the road is. Okay, let's keep going.
So we know there's some containment, some 0% containment on the fire as far as we know, but there's some hand line that's been put in behind homes here. And it looks to me like there's some work prepping the ridge out to the north here.
Good. And hand line means usually rakes and shovels, guys. That's what a hand line is. The line is literally like maybe 5 feet wide. It's just rakes and shovels, take the pine needles stuff off the ground and go, and then a fire running on the ground will stop at the hand line. Hopefully. Maybe.
But this fire is going to continue to spread until it gets out of the wilderness. So basically, there's a spot out of the wilderness now. It's kind of out of the wilderness here. So
once again, that's the fish hatchery at that bend. So it's just south of the fish hatchery. Let's orient ourselves and look. So thanks, Zeke. Sorry, couldn't get your permission before this. It's the middle of the night. But I hope I promoted his channel enough to get a pat on the head instead of a scowl. So what he's talking about is, let's go away from global imagery. Yeah, fish hatchery. Yep, south of the fish hatchery. Yeah, so I was correct. Where it did spot over was here and here and here by the 40 road, 5502 and the 037. Okay, let's keep watching. Oops. Oh no, did I lose it? How did I lose it? Wow. There it is. Uh-oh. Lost it. Okay, here it is. Go.
Now that it's at roads. Like we said yesterday, we covered this a little bit yesterday, and we said basically fires get fought fires like this that are burning in the backcountry, once they escape initial attack, they get fought when they get to a road where we can make access. And that the problem is that oftentimes they come to the road in a hurry, and then they're over the road before you can stop them. So, we don't have any new intel on what's happened with this spot that was showing up on the...
Oh, sorry. I'm going to pause this because he's just talking about new access. Let's see if the map has been updated. They did Smitty said he thought he saw a flight that had just occurred, so we would be able to find out right now if the new map has been uploaded. The new perimeter. So what time? I think Caltopa would automatically update too. That may happen over midnight. Okay, we'll check on it again.
Infrared this morning. Or what's going to happen today as far as holding it on this road. We get this infrared. The infrared gets flown usually, between 10 p.m. and 2 in the morning. Gets interpreted, and then it gets put on a public server where we can grab it in the morning. So we see that the fire pushed hard to the west, but it also made runs east. And then we call these slope-driven runs, where the fire crossed the creek here and then could run up the slope. So kind of contrary to popular belief.
Okay, so now we're caught up, and he explains the winds. This really doesn't tell us anything that I already covered, but he does it in a nice, succinct way, and I'm glad he's got that for the public. He doesn't have mountaintops listed, and it gets disorienting when he pans around, but he does a quick, comprehensive view of its activity yesterday and what it looked like this morning. It's now 11 o'clock at night. So, but just looking at the maps myself, I'm patting myself on the head. I know enough about fire behavior to basically see the same things that he did. Now, he's not saying something like where he thinks it'll go. Specifically, he makes broad gestures to the north. So, it did line up with what I had said. Okay, it did line up a lot with what I said, but what he did is he had imagery that's a lot probably better than getting it from, say, just CalTopo. I think he has access to the satellite data, hopefully something more. So when he was gesturing to, when it was changed, I mean, this is the stuff to the north, the logging area to the north. It's got roads. We go on the Forest Service map. See how you suddenly have roads up here. So he says, unfortunately, just like I've been trying to say, the wilderness will burn until it reaches these roads up here to the north. And that's a very good. What surprised me a little bit is how he said he expects it to reach it. Now, I thought, north and northeast winds, that will be a speed bump for it traveling north. It would be against the wind, but he did a great job in explaining, look how steep that is. Oh, yeah, nothing stops it from running up slope against the winds because that's so steep. It'll just, steeper the slope, faster it'll climb. And the problem is on the other side, we also have a steep slope. Who cares if it's against the wind? A rolling log that's on fire that rolls all the way to the bottom doesn't obey the wind. So any pine cone log or whatever that gets down to the bottom of this drainage, it'll race up to the top. Would be nice if there were fire access roads. This ridge would be a perfect spot for one, perhaps. But there ain't one. Like I said, wilderness. So I concur with his conclusion. I just have no idea how fast it would take the fire to spread north. This looks like logging parcels. I do not see any buildings. I don't know how recently this was logged, but it's a lot less thick than the area that wasn't. I hate a clear cut, especially on hilltops because of the erosion and stuff, but they will stop it here, I would confidently say. I don't know if it could go around them here to the east because there's no logging over here to the east, but right here where they've got the roads and there's much less to burn, they can definitely stop it here. Just to add water, like just add personnel. I don't know about this northeast section. It may be somewhat screwed. I don't know where. I would hate to see the wilderness burn all the way to here. This is old growth, but I don't see any roads. Except maybe this. What's this? Where is that? Yeah, see, there's just the end here. See, there's no roads up in here. The northeast. So nothing really stops it from going northeast, except that trail. This is a mule trail. It's probably the ancient remains of an ancient road that went to a mine or something, but it's a trail. The dotted line is a trail. Might be able to try to do something there if they got aircraft help, maybe. Aircraft, the cool thing is the smoke doesn't go against the wind. Aircraft could splash retardant all over the place right here. But if it gets past, there's nothing to stop it until it gets all the way to Mount Avery. Fire travels until something stops it. So I would expect if it does not get stopped there at this, what mountain? China Peak area? Moon Mountain? it gets past Moon Mountain, it will run all the way across Bee Creek, across the Six Rivers South Fork, all the way to Mount Avery. So I would hope that crews are there prepping the Mount Avery roads. But even if they did, look at this little gap in the roads. At Hell's Gate, it could burst through here. And then reach the Sixes River Highway, or not highway, wherever this is, 5201. So what would mainly stop it from doing this is rain. Rain. Because they've got a gap right here. They got roads to the right, roads to the left, and a giant gap. So right here, you see this gray square? That's the same one from earlier. This is our last heat detection. Oh, it went gray. So it's beyond 6 hours now. Remember how an hour or two ago it was still yellow? So this is about 7 or 8 hours ago that we had this last heat detection, and it's right on that trail. I hope that this is firing up. Yeah, it could be. If they're trying to prep this trail, they could be firing the vegetation on either side of it to try to strengthen that as a line, weak as a trail line is, because they have 80% humidity right now. That's a great time to control a control burn. But we don't know. They're going to tell us tomorrow what was going on here. I don't even know if personnel is there. We'll have to look at their battle maps and try to find us. All right, I'm going to look back at chat. I'm sorry that it took a long time to explain. Now, hopefully we'll refresh, and when it says veers, like 11 o'clock at night and stuff, 10 o'clock at night, instead of afternoon mountain time here, then we'll know we have the new infrared map. I hope they were able to complete it. Okay, look back at chat. So sorry. Cheryl says, what about the fire breaks between houses? I'm sorry, I needed more context. I don't know what I was saying at the time. Yeah, White Dev says, I might have been wrong about the Miwoks. And then he says, oh, I meant Yurok, not Miwok. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say Miwok, those are in the Sierras. Like I said, I don't know anything about the tribes except the Umpqua. Mostly because of the Umpqua River Massacre. Oh, boy. You guys know about Jedediah Smith? Sad story. He survived, but not many of his party did. Oh, if you were saying, Cheryl, what about fire breaks between houses? Would that stop fire spread? I mean, it might save your own house, but it won't stop the forest fire. Hey, Tracy, how are you? Tracy says the Camp Creek fire. I don't like the name of that. I know. It's so much like the Paradise Campfire. Fires get named after roads. But that's the one at the Bull Run watershed, Portland's water supply. Portland goes, oh, let's protect the water supply by not putting roads in there. Well, guess what threatens the water supply? Fire. You just made it so you can never fight a fire in there. I would not be happy if I lived at all those homes south of that place. I could have been put out in a damn day. All lightning fires start out as like one tree on fire, basically. And then they're like 1 acre on fire. The surrounding stuff around the tree. If you pounce on them, they're like yesterday's news. You never even hear about them. Unless there's no roads and you go, oh, crap. Oh, crap. Okay, I need to get a new beverage. Put your questions in chat. I don't know that I missed any. More rights for Native people? Yeah. Okay, well, we didn't listen. White people in charge did not listen to them and started suppressing all fires on the landscape and not allowing them to do their control burns, and we're reaping what we sowed. You know, what would red men know about this? They've only been here for like 20,000 years. There's all this old growth that they helped maintain as old growth by saving all these old trees by using control burns for thousands of years. What the hell would they know? We probably know better. You wish. I'm glad to see that they're getting more in control, and we should start listening to them and just put on our listening ears. And that's the good news, is that the knowledge has not been lost. It's not an accident to see things like the Sequoia National Park and the redwoods. The native people saved the forest for thousands of years. They're sacred groves. They protected them. If you think that's just Mother Nature can protect herself, she cannot. So it's two different extremes, to completely clear cut and to completely leave her alone, and both extremes are bad. We can be beneficial to nature. That's news to some people. Okay, Hillary Go says, where is this in California? I'm sorry, we are just across the border. We are in Oregon. So let me show you the border between California. Now, I started out the stream by looking at the weather and the possibility of thunderstorms affecting the Sierras, especially Tahoe and north of Tahoe and northwest California. Now, they've gotten so much good rain there. Let me take it off a Forest Service map, and that'll just help you see the border. There's the little border between Oregon and Washington. So we've had a monster takeoff over here by Port Orford, which is not that far of a drive. If you're on Highway 101 and you leave Crescent City, you're in Port Orford in like an hour and a half, maybe an hour. So it's been a long time since I've driven that. So while we have the Smith River complex up here, and I do want to look at it, they dodged a major bullet by getting the cooperation of the weather and, of course, hard work, blood, sweat, and tears by preventing the Smith River complex from going north. We could have had, without that rain, we could have had the nightmare scenario of the Smith meeting the flat fire eventually. Not joking, because that's a huge burn scar with millions of dead trees from the 2002 Biscuit Fire. And no roads in there. So we are talking about on this stream the nightmare scenario of fires starting in wildernesses because they don't have enough access roads to put them out real quick. With lightning, for example, and a different nightmare came true. While they worked really hard with retardant drops and beat it back with the help of Mother Nature and north winds, kept it from going north here. We had lightning, on the 29th and 30th of August. Thousands and thousands of strikes everywhere, and the ones that are still burning right now are the ones without road access, like the Anvil. So the Anvil is in wilderness area, and it did spot over a few times yesterday where especially this yellow is here. Mind you, Fish Hatchery Bend is right here. Orient, you guys. And so some of these spot fires will run together, and we're waiting on a status update. We think a mapping plane went over about 3 hours ago. So as soon as the mapping plane uploads its data, I hope to have a new perimeter map, because this is the one from yesterday, basically. But we've been trying to figure out what it did by looking at the heat detections, and I'm happy to report no current heat along the Elk River, just the northeast section where that trail actually makes a good fire break, or a decent fire line. Where'd it go? Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong thing. Goes detections. Gray is so hard to see, but it's right here. And I'm just hoping to God that they're using this trail. You can't see unless I hit this other map, Forest Service. They could be firing it right now, hoping to make this trail into a fire line. We don't know if it's a natural fire or if it's a firing op. But if they truly have 80% humidity right now, good chance they may be setting this on purpose to try to speed bump the fire from getting to the northeast and killing the rest of the wilderness too. This is an extremely sad event. There's not that much pockets of old growth left, and it's on fire right now. The Lookout Fire is burning some of it in Willamette National Forest. The Bedrock did it in Willamette National Forest. Flat Fire is doing it in the Kalmiopsis Wilderness a little bit. And now the Anvil Fire is doing it in the Grassy Knob Wilderness. So we're losing incredible amounts of old growth. Again, just like we have been since 2020. because of no fire access roads. So I can tell you all right now, we have to stop something. The Roadless Wilderness Act. I thought people would be smart. I thought people would be smart and realize after 2020 and 2021 that this needs to be stopped. Wilderness and Roadless Act, but there's a new one that's being introduced to Congress by somebody in Washington State, and the Wilderness Society. This is what's awful. You don't want to make roadless wilderness protections permanent. It's protection from what? Putting out the fire? The fires are what are destroying it. No loggers are destroying it. Human activity is not destroying it. These are not campfires. These are not hikers. These are not cigarettes. These are not power lines. This is lightning burning them down. And they can't be put out because there's no roads. And so this is insanity. These people need to be stopped. Like, we need to push back. Are you an environmentalist? This is stupid. This is a mindset, though. For about 30 years, they've tried to tell people, maybe 40, that roads don't belong in the wilderness. It'll make them vulnerable for some reason. But it's not real. This act needs to have an adjustment made to it. This 1964 act, it defined an area as a wilderness, as a place casually mentioned, without, say, development, including roads. Okay, we need to take that out of the definition. What that did, unfortunately, was made all of the environmentalists freak out. They think that if a fire access road is made in the wilderness, then somebody will lobby and say it's no longer a wilderness, strip it of its protections, open up logging development, earth raping, and oil and gas, and blah, blah, blah. So just change the definition of a wilderness, saying roads don't matter. They will still be protected for development, and we'll be able to protect them from fire. But this is ass backwards to say, no, make that permanent and keep roads out. Roads are not the threat. Roads are the savior. The definition of the wilderness is the problem. So for God's sake, if you're an environmentalist, tell these environmental groups that you may support. If you give a damn, if you care about wilderness, say there's no more. We can't just lose any more old growth to this stupid way of thinking. Like whatever you're a member of, whatever environmental group you give money to or support, whatever, write them immediately and say, I will no longer give you a dime if you support this roadless crap, because fire is destroying all of our wilderness. Now it's burning a grassy knob. Now it's in Kalmiopsis. The Biscuit Fire already destroyed much of the Kalmiopsis wilderness in 2002. We should have learned already. Fire access roads are okay. Look at Beachy Creek. We lost the Opal Creek wilderness. So I don't get political except talking about fire. Go ahead and have whatever beliefs you want, but this is a cold hard fact. If you believe that roads imperil an area, you're just misinformed by this heavy propaganda of the last 40 years. It's every time they've wanted to make fire access roads and had the money to, they've been stopped because people chain themselves to trees and say no road, and they get sued by environmental groups. So just stop paying them to kill the forest. They're killing it with kindness. You're killing it with love. You know, it's about as stupid as not giving a baby a whooping cough vaccine or something. Oh, because the needle might hurt for a second. Okay, yeah, whooping cough hurts a lot more. You know, just snap out of it. Don't be like that. Too many people are. They just say, oh, I'll just believe whatever is said. I should hate loggers, and that makes me a good person. And it's not it. You know, the way like the way logging is done, and push for pretty much ban clear cutting, but make forest thinning a solution in many places. Pay loggers instead of logging to make wood. Pay them to be forest caretakers. Good luck trying to fund that, but that's the real thing. They'd like to do that. Loggers like the forest. They don't want to see it destroyed. What their corporate bosses do is not under their control. But there's a way that everybody can be happy and with sanity, because we have seen an entire century of crap, of the same people that love the forest fighting each other. And the earth rapers are laughing all the way to the bank. Because as long as the people who love the forest hate each other, they don't unite, and we remain powerless. Don't buy into the hate machine. You just subscribe to reality. That's all I can say. Now, let's go back to Zeke. I put in chat a link to Zeke Lunder's channel, and thank you everybody who went and hit the like, and definitely you should subscribe to him too. He taught us so much about everything during the Dixie Fire. I learned a lot from him. He is one of those foresters and loggers who says sanity is in the center too, and he has great stuff on his channel where he explains how what is a healthy forest, what does it look like, and he goes to places where wildfire has been and explains because they did some thinning, this is a better result. No thinning over here, thinning was over here, clear cutting was over here. What was the best option? Wildfire went through each of these zones. What happened? And as you can imagine, the thinning fared best. The clear cutting sucked. The forest that was too thick was obliterated. But you had minimal damage and it was more healthy. It was like the fire restored and renewed. Thinned out forests and ones that had been managed correctly with no earth raping and yet no abandonment of our care. Let's go back to what we were talking about, the Anvil Fire. Tracy says, if it helps people understand, I'm in. Yeah. Tracy says Zeke is awesome, but his voice sends me to sleep. Well, doesn't my voice do that too? Okay, we're going to stream at least until midnight. Please ask your questions here in the chat. Abu says the education for this channel is priceless. No, you're priceless. You guys are. Let's see here. Yeah, and Hillary, I hope that explains things tomorrow, what California can look forward to, or not really look forward to. Let's see if any thunderstorms are there right now, actually. We got some instability, some stuff happening on the coast, which is bringing winds and unknown amounts of moisture towards the Southern Oregon, Northern California coast, maybe even towards San Francisco. I don't know where it's supposed to come from, but that's what they said. I'll just believe them. I'm not a meteorologist. And then something is happening in southern to central California Valley, which generates thunderstorms for the Sierras. Mostly probably Yosemite, Tahoe area to north of Tahoe has the strongest chance for thunderstorms. Now, northwest California, Eureka, maybe not a Ukiah, but mostly we've seen National Weather Service kind of having a strip of right in here, where the fires are. Might get some thunderstorm development, and I thought it might be happening about now, but it looks like it might be more like tomorrow's gift. It'll be a gift if these are wet thunderstorms. An extreme curse if they are dry. Can you imagine doing all this work? They've done great work, especially the last 2 weeks of somewhat wet weather that Mother Nature delivered. Can you imagine getting all these almost buttoned up just to have lightning just put fire on the landscape everywhere again? Ugh. That's one of the most frustrating things about their job. It's why they need psychological support, is they are literally hurting their own bodies and just working around the clock and working overtime in grueling conditions of extreme heat, extreme smoke, extreme backbreaking labor. And then another thunderstorm can go by, or the wind picks up, and a new fire goes right over their lines. Oh, 3 weeks of work for no reason. And then they get crap from the ignorant public that go, you did a bad job. Why did the fire spread? It's like, but that's why they need our support. We know they're doing a great job. They pulled off some pretty hefty miracles, as far as I'm concerned. So that's what's concerning about tomorrow. And that's why I wasn't here yesterday when the anvil exploded, as I tried to calculate which day off could I take to be with my mom for her late birthday. And I figured the lightning threat of Friday and Saturday and maybe Sunday, I should be here. and I tried to take Thursday off, and I'm sorry, the Anvil blew up. And last night, I wanted to go live around 3 in the morning to 5 in the morning ish to cover the Anvil, and then I had a fall in the kitchen, and that sucked. But I'm happy to report I've been sitting in this chair okay. My ribs are not happy. Underneath my arms are not happy, where I fell and grabbed myself on the sink and then pulled my shoulder, my under my arm muscle from my elbow to my shoulders, and it was a horrible cleanup mess in the kitchen, and I was on my knees. But I think immediately resting and applying the heat to my back did it, and so I'm happy to report I'm okay sitting for hours in this chair. I need to take care of my voice though. So we do not see any thunderstorms forming right now. They never had a good time estimate for us, but tomorrow, I imagine, at some point. Let me take that off for you guys. I wanted to do a check-in with everything going on with the others, like for example, the Smith complex. Maybe Watch Duty has something new on the Anvil that nothing new for 12 hours. They have that video morning briefing, which is long expired now. So they said that when the sparks from the main fire did make a spot fire, which they're referring on the map to down here, that little guy and these, when the sparks flying over there made that spot fire, they fought it. Firefighters went there aggressively. A dozer, helicopters responded, and crews worked through the night to contain the spot fire, while the other firefighters installed pumps and hoses near the structures, and built fire line in strategic locations near the perimeter of the Anvil. So when the smoke cleared on Thursday, helicopters dropped 42,000 gallons of water to support the fire crews on the ground. Awesome job. So the reason they put a level 3 evacuation status in place on the Elk River from Outpost 4 to Butler Bar Campground was, because the Curry County Sheriff. And I should have been live last night. If only I didn't fall in the kitchen. I was just wrecked. I was going to go and do one of my post-midnight streams because sometimes fires move at night. So gusty winds pushed the fire to the south and west starting Wednesday afternoon and continuing through that night, prompting Curry County Sheriffs to issue that level 3. Okay. I gotta wear my lucky necklace more often, guys. So the acreage is stale. I would imagine it's much more than 4,438 right now. I would add a couple hundred acres at least to that for its current footprint. But we're waiting on the new infrared flight. Okay, so this is very light. It's burning my eyes to look at that map that way. Smith River, also a 12-hour ago update. And they had a little video about it. They're talking about the north side of that. He discussed the secondary control line to the east of Brookings, as well as suppression and control activities. Brookings? Okay. As well as suppression and control activities on the north side of the fire. They've got 38% containment this morning on the Smith complex. Awesome. It's a good summary of the current situation. Okay, let's play that. I'm going to go into the kitchen. I'm going to take a little break. Oh, in fact, let's play it on Facebook. Let's enlarge that. And it'll allow me to use the bathroom and stuff. And I can still hear with my headset. Oh, they had a new one. A new update. Oh, yeah, the North Complex. Okay. And 6 hours ago, whoa, there's another video. Okay. Which One was the one that I was about to look at. What? Yeah, down here. That's 14 hours ago. But let's watch it anyway. Let's look. Oh, White Dove says I'm going to bed now. Bye. Well, thank you so much for your kind donation and support, and we'll be here tomorrow. Did I answer all the questions first, guys? Stuff that I did. Tracy says I work with people with autism. To help them decide what sector they want to work in. So yesterday was land-based industry. That's cool. I often go there because it's an amazing farm. They do so much. They teach survival skills. Oh, that's really cool. Tracy, go ahead and feel free to promote it and say what it is in the chat, And you get to be with animals. That's so cool. White Dove says, Smitty, I get it. I'm a freaking white woman. I know what you mean, what that means to my patients. I respect you. We can work together. 100% pro-democracy and free rights of all. Yes. Democratia. Do you know what democratia means? Power to the people. Everybody should know what democratia means. Everyone. So let me go back up there. Tracy says UK is still having hot summer with mixed forwards. Oh, Debash mode. I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry. Thank you for your kind donation. I tell you, we got I used it to buy a feast of pizza for me and my mom, and she said to tell you thank you because it helped make her delayed birthday special. So she had the birthday free like miniature pizza with a drink, and then we got on special chicken barbecue bacon pizza. I should have added pineapple. I don't know what the controversy is about that. Of course, pineapple belongs on people. Haven't you guys heard of Hawaiian? This is a fake argument. It's fake. It's fake. It's manufactured. However, I forgot. And they put onions on it. But thank God it was only the green onions they sprinkle on at the end. So I was able to pick those off. I should have a new policy of mailing back the onions to whatever stupid restaurant puts onions on my pizzas. Like, here you go. But it would be unfair to the postal service. Smell rotting onions and stuff. All right, let's while I take a break, let's watch this.
Good morning, this is Brian Tyee. I'm a planning ops trainee with the Alaska IMT working out of Selma, Oregon, here on the north side of the Smith River complex. Jumping into our operational update for today, I'm going to start over on the west side of our planning area. So we have some folks working on a ridge system to the east of Brookings, and they're putting in a secondary line that's going to have a lot of durability going forward into the future, as well as for the rest of this fire and the remainder of fire season. That operation up there is putting in a fire break on a ridge line, which is a fairly standard tactic that we use for contingency and low probability events. Moving over to the north side of the fire here, so that's to the southeast of the Kalmiopsis Wilderness that folks are familiar with. We've got an area in Taylor Creek that we're spending a lot of time in. There's an area of unburned fuel that we've got quite a few highly qualified folks watching and utilizing various tactics in there, including aerial support, which looks like helicopters with water in buckets, and some small-scale firing actions in there to try to consume unburned fuel and bring it to our control lines that we've built over the last couple weeks. Moving on across the top of the fire here, we've got a division hotel, which has been one of our more active divisions over the length of our stay here. And folks in there are continuing to fire out the interior and consume a lot of green fuels that will help us control the fire over time. Moving across to the Illinois Valley, this entire perimeter here on the east side of our fire under our control is in contained line status. So that means that we feel really comfortable with the fire potential in there. We've done a lot of mop up and control work, and now they're in patrol and monitor mode which means they're just watching the fire, and we're very comfortable with what's happening there. Another piece of fire suppression that folks are less familiar with is that after all our fire action, we move into what's called suppression repair, which is where we start to repair dozer lines and some of the damage that happens to the land when we go into action to stop active fires. So we have dozer lines. We've got numerous areas where we've done a lot of fuel reduction. So we're doing chipping and dozer line repair and engaging in a lot of that stuff. And we don't do that until we feel completely comfortable with the fire activity in certain areas. So we've turned the corner in there, and we're starting to put the land back together. Additionally, down here in Division Yankee, that is managed by the southern team, and they're having some good successes in there with their operations. But our folks here toward the southern end of the Illinois Valley are staying in close communication with them in case they have any kind of fire activity that might need our attention as well and need us to move down there and support and help those folks. The last thing I'll mention is that we are still paying a lot of attention and doing work in the Pacific Powerline Corridor. We've got folks in there who are prepping some road systems and continuing to do actions to reduce the fuel loading in there to take out the threat to the value of the power line. That concludes your operational update. Thank you.
All right, friends, I'll be back in just a second for the next video. Hang on. Ah, did you guys hear that? Did you hear that good news? Sometimes I think if I was their director or their coach, I'd say, hey, feel free to tell people just what the hell this and that means. Say, good news, we got blah, 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 and mop up. And then later, preface something with, what's challenging us is, I think some of the most successful kind of videos or reviews for shopping products or whatever are good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the bad, and the ugly style review is nice, clear, and simple. Like, what's good? Well, what's kind of bad? What is seriously bad? And everybody would be waiting for the end because they're waiting, like, what's ugly about this, right? It's a perfect way to do tension and directing. So around 2:30 in the morning, we did Smith River Complex North video update. That's doesn't matter how old it was. It's still relevant today. Everybody will be wanting to hear at the end, there is no ugly news. Have a great night or have a good day. So a lot of times people just don't know what to make. Like, is this good or bad? If he's saying that something's in mop up and we began restoring everything because we wait until we're confident that the fire's not going anywhere, feel free to tell people we're confident the fire's not going anywhere near this area. Feel free to tell us how to feel, especially when it's good. Okay, so let's get more of an idea of, I just need any video to play while I make coffee. So I'm feeling great about this. It's now 11:34. Now I may stop streaming at midnight. I may go for another half hour, an hour, depending on what you guys want. I'll leave it up to you. What do you guys want? So put in your questions. What fire do you want us to look at? We're going to look at the lookout too, because that's a grave concern. I was trying to arrange it so that my mother and I could go and spend her delayed birthday at Mackenzie Bridge area and Belknap Hot Springs, because I'm sure they're hurting for tourists with the lookout fire. That's going to be tremendously bad for them. But it is safe to go there right now. They've got great solid black line on the southern edge of the lookout. They did a tremendous job with the two little periphery fires, 3 maybe. They did not reach the top of the Cascades like we thought they could. So they did an amazing job of preventing that. So even though Wildfire's next door, you should go patronize those businesses as best you can. Don't avoid the area once it's safe. And I was hoping to maybe even shoot a little bit of the lookout fire with my own personal camera from a distance. I don't really want to go be a fire reporter. I don't have a press pass, but it would be possible, you know. But this is looking unlikely due to schedule conflicts with my mom and the court upcoming lawsuit court battle thing that's happening. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Mom. I will go there eventually. It might just be early October now. Now, drive from Portland is pretty serious. It's still at least an hour to 2 hours east of Eugene. So to get to Eugene, it's like 4 hours driving. So it'd be an all-day trip, and hopefully we'd be able to spend the night there. But I will see if I can set that up. So, is this? They went live again yesterday at 5:30 p.m. We just saw something more recent than that. Oh, here we go. 12 hours ago. What is this? Smoke? Is this the smoke? Oh, this is a meteorology. Okay, let's watch this. So even though it was 12 hours ago, this is like forecast for Northwest California. So let's see if he mentions the thunderstorms.
Good morning. If you remember yesterday, you've got a pretty good idea of what today's going to bring as temperatures warm back up into the upper 90s, and it's going to be pretty dry out there once again. Now, the one difference that we're going to have from yesterday, though, is we'll have our easterly winds in the morning, but by the time we get into the afternoon, we'll have a little bit stronger westerly winds. And those westerly winds, unfortunately, is going to bring some more smoke into the valley for us. So by this afternoon, and especially as we go into the overnight hours, you're going to see smoke begin to settle into the valley. You're going to maybe lose some of those mountaintops within the haze. And if you...
I'm sorry, this is smoke forecast. This isn't relevant anymore. I thought it was going to be meteorology, like let's talk about thunderstorms coming to California. Ah. It was only a minute long, too. So, oh, here's a video about Smith River Complex. Yesterday was a busy day in Division Hotel. Extremely challenging weather conditions and increased fire behavior. The burning operations were used to mitigate the fire moving to the north, to stop it from going past their containment lines. That's a challenge. They have to do this, otherwise it'll rip, roar, and race through the Biscuit Fire burn scar. It could meet the flat fire. Like, this scenario could still play out, but being how late it is in the year, it's less and less likely. Eventually, the rainy season will happen. But like I said, guys, it's El Nino. Think about a pretty hot and dry October, perhaps, and November. So hold on to your butts. It may take a while for the rainy season to start. I don't know what exactly El Nino usually means for Oregon and the Pacific Northwest, but for California, it can either be a massive fire year. It's like a dry El Nino type thing with Santa Ana's. I'm talking about October through January. An El Nino fire winter. Remember the campfire, Paradise Fire started November 8th, right? That's California's worst fire season. So sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's flooding and bad fires, depending on how long it takes for the wet season to begin. In the California mountains and the Sierras and stuff, that's usually, it just goes straight to being summer to winter because it snowed. So some parts of the Cascades are like that, but not that much. So like the lookout fire will probably be put out by snow whenever it starts to snow. As for the Coast Range, when it almost never snows, California and Oregon, that'll be the wet, as in rainy season, and that should have begun already. Labor Day is usually when it starts raining pretty hard, but El Nino is El Nino. But we now know we're going to have a strong El Nino winter. So we need to do a little bit more research on how that affects all these states. But I'm going to put a coffee on, decaf. I'm so excited now that I'm not crippled by pain like I thought I would be. I was able to sit in a chair and everything. Yay. So let's watch this video about how they struggled with the Smith River. This was uploaded 6 hours ago. This is probably shot yesterday. What? Is this a music video? Oh no, I can't play copyrighted music. It's also annoying music, so I'm just going to mute it. Well, enjoy this 57-second long slideshow for a second. I'll start the coffee. Okay, put in chat, guys. What do you want me to cover now? My goal is look at the lookout next. But whatever you guys want. Oh, and also breaking news, as in a couple of days ago, they announced that. Remember that first fire that we covered, the one in the Columbia River Gorge? It was called the Tunnel 5 fire by the train tunnel number 5 west of White Salmon. And it did take out some homes. It's pretty ferocious. Well, news articles have just come out and said that the train activity is currently the #1 suspect. And so I know Big Dog had that as a big, and others had it as a big suspicion thing. But I wanted to stop people from leaping to that conclusion because there's also a road next to tunnel number 5 and a river. You know, the Columbia has a lot of recreational this and that. And if nobody had witnessed the Eagle Creek fire starting, the huge one in 2017 in the Columbia, if nobody witnessed that kid playing around with fireworks, it may have been a mystery as to how it started. The Eagle Creek, the kid was like on a bridge or something and was trying to scare people walking underneath the bridge, like dog walkers and joggers, with smoke bombs. So he was unaware that smoke bombs can cause a fire, and honestly, I was unaware of that too, but I just would know better than to try that in the dry leaves and the windy day. He was very sorry for his actions, so a lot of people wanted to murder that kid for destroying so much of the beautiful Columbia River Gorge and almost several towns. Like literally lynch mobs wanted to form. Not exaggerating that. So he had a full confession and everything and explained what he did and why. But it would have been kind of a mystery if nobody had been around to see this. And so with the Tunnel 5 fire, with the Tunnel 5 fire, it might have been somebody from above with fireworks or doing some activity above the tunnel, but something on fire could always roll downhill and make it look like the fire started below, as a fire would race back uphill. Because that's what happened with the kid with the fireworks. He was uphill, dropped the fireworks down a slope, and then the fire raced up to the ridge top. And then the Columbia River winds pushed it. So I wanted to say, caution, because people are like, well, it started down by the tracks. I'm like, caution, you don't know that. Right next to the tracks is also a very busy highway and a river where boaters and stuff go. And I wasn't sure of the train schedule. I never looked that up. But right now, investigators are announcing to the public, it looks like, I have to read that article, that they do think it was likely the train that went by. But there's a bad thing about speculation early is you don't want the lynch mobs to form. You don't want anybody to be crucified or blamed. That gets extremely ugly. If you don't think that people get murdered for being arson suspected, you know. Think again. Like in Libya, there was a fire a couple of years ago, and one of the dudes who showed up to fight it, he was a citizen hero, was somebody pointed at him and said, "You, I saw you start it." They killed him in a gruesome manner. With social media, things like Twitter have been used to whip up mobs. I saw so-and-so do something, and the mobs form, and they just act as an animal. That's what, wasn't that what Cicero said? Or some Roman senator said, the mob is an animal. An individual is a person, a mob is an animal. And yeah. So I've been horrified to see people on Twitter and stuff like fire journalists say, "Oh, I saw somebody light a fire," and oh my God, you have no idea what you could start. You have no idea. Oh, I'm out of half and half. Uh-oh. I've got just enough, I think, to make the coffee have a little bit of whipped milk. You know what? If I mix a little milk in half and half, that'll be good. Sorry, I'll try to get some. I'll come back to my chair in just a second and get you guys something to look at. We can check the cams, but last stream I did. We saw active fire at the Del Norte camp, but it's not a factor. It's crazy looking every single night, has been for weeks. And it's not a threat to anybody. It's just burning away within its lane. It's staying within its lane. Okay, go back chair a little bit. Not all the fires that look really scary on the cams are doing harmful to people. Okay, so let's look back at the, what's this? 5 hours ago, a timely live evening update with the North Airs Resource Advisor and Public Info Officer live from Lake Selmac. See, this is why I have a job here. It's not really my job, but it's a volunteer job. They've got some great phone numbers to get info about Smith River Complex, the north and the south part. But the hours are for 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. They need to be 24 hours. Please, government, please. Somebody says, Brad P.S. Oh, hey, Brad, are you here? Laura, hi. Joe Johnson says, your pilot stream. Wait a second. Let me scroll up. Laura says, nice to see you again. When I see you, thank you again for your help with Tyee. Yeah, thank you for out there and photographing it. How is it? How is it? Felt like you had our backs. Yes, I'm so sorry that I got so sick again. I'm starting to wonder if I had COVID because so many people, other streamers too, said my voice is weird now. And I've had this for 3 weeks and I don't know, RSV, COVID, strep throat, I don't know. But I would have been live to at least use a robotic voice or something if it had been terribly bad again. I'm so glad that it has improved so much. When we started getting a bit of the wet weather, I was like, ah. And I made the decision to try to rest my voice rather than just continuing to wear it out. But yeah, of course I got your back. And you had ours too. You gave us marvelous photos, so we knew what was going on rather than speculate. You're instrumental to helping us with that, and I'm really grateful. So is everybody who contributes info, even if it's like, oh, I just got an alert on my phone, there's an evacuation, or if people went to a meeting and heard something or spoke, the crowdsourced information is great. Because these hotlines don't function all the time. So we do for ourselves. Okay, so Laura Jones says it still looks wild, still burning near us, but it's not spreading, it seems, anymore. Yeah, I was so happy to see that the main road was at Cougar Creek Drive or the main north-south road, people moved back in. So I did a little bit of an analysis of that last time I was live, but it was the middle of the night. I was very pleased by what I saw. Hey, Brad says, y'all know it's been said they name fires after the roads. There's a recent fire in Central California. They named it the Road Fire, and I thought it was funny. Yes. Oh, guess what? We got some more candidates for name of the year, fire name of the year. The No Fire. I think that happened yesterday too. It was called the No Fire. The No Fire. Is there a no road somewhere? There was the No Fire and the Road Fire, and I should keep a page. We should have a vote on the coolest fire names of the year. And the goofiest, like Rattlesnake Ridge. That sounds Wild Western cool, like Doc Holliday cool, right? But there's some goofy ones out there, like the No Fire. What was our other candidate that was just hilarious? I'll have to try to go back and see. Okay, let me put on the coffee, excuse me. Oh, let me play this. Like, what is this?
Everybody, my name's Kil Casey. Back with you for the final 3 episodes of Breaking It Down here on the 15th, Friday afternoon. I have a very special guest, Jen, our Air Resource Advisor. Just want to give everybody a big caution. Smoke is moving into the area on the road systems all through the fire area and Cave Junction and beyond. And stay tuned right now because Jen's going to get you a real look at this smoke and how to protect yourself and your families. Jen?
Thanks, Kim. So good evening. For those of you who aren't aware, an Air Resource Advisor's job is to put together fire weather, fire behavior, and where that smoke is going to go to give you guys the heads up needed in order to protect yourselves. So here's the heads up. Tonight, this evening, the smoke that's down here in the Six Rivers country and along the Psalms
Wait.
is making...
Oh, I can't leave it for a second. Okay, the volume changed. My job is hard. Okay, here we go.
So good evening. For those of you who aren't aware, an Air Resource Advisor's job is to put together fire weather, fire behavior, and where that smoke is going to go to give you guys the heads up needed in order to protect yourselves. So here's the heads up. Tonight, this evening, the smoke that's down here in the Six Rivers country and along the Psalms Bar at Happy Camp is making an inland push up the 199 area, reducing visibility significantly. The other thing that accompanies that is the air quality itself. This is the fire.airnow.gov map, where you can go get all your forecast information and see your local conditions. Your local conditions here, when it's green, it is good. If you notice down here in the Happy Camp country, we're starting to see surfacing of hazardous conditions for your air quality. I expect those conditions to move into the O'Brien, Cave Junction, and into the Selma area as well. Tonight it should Grants Pass itself, Medford, and then sit back down. Those things are associated. Take care of yourselves. Now's a good time to close your windows. Now's a really good time to put your air conditioning systems on recirculation. And if you don't have either of those, go ahead and put a box fan up with a HEPA filter. That will at least improve your conditions, but it'll improve them. Take care of yourself.
Great. Thank you, Jen.
Oh, now that's super loud. Yeah, they troubled audio. They definitely could use people like me, multimedia pros. And I'm not a pro, but people with who've taken classes on how to lav mic people and stuff. Okay, so that's smoke stuff. Let's look at what's going on right now as the coffee is getting ready. Let's if you're still with us, Laura, let's take a look at what Rattlesnake Ridge and the Tyee and the Lighthouse are doing. And then we'll do the lookout because nobody has been chomping at the bit for the lookout. Yeah, sorry, Joe Johnson. I told you I'd check my email, but I had the fall. Were you here earlier when I explained I fell in my kitchen last night? I was going to go live around 3 in the morning because the anvil was exploding, and I was trying to figure out, should I try to get 2 more hours of sleep to go live at 5 in the morning or go live at 3 in the morning? Nevertheless, I need a drink out of the kitchen, so I went to the kitchen, and there was a freak accident. I reached for a Pepsi and got one out, put a new Pepsi in. I have one of those fridge organizers. So yeah, let's go look at the Tyee fire. And one was wedged sideways, and I ironically, he said, my back hurts a little bit. I'm not going to go and undo that. I think as the cans fall into place, they'll just make that one scooch a little bit. Oh, I was wrong. And it was like spring loaded, and it launched a Pepsi can out of the fridge. And as I saw it kind of going through the air, I didn't even think about catching it. I was so tickled that was funny. It was like, boing, like ejecting a bullet out of a 22 rifle or something, like the casing. But it was like a grenade. The moment it hit the kitchen floor, it exploded. And I don't want to say like this, the force of it knocked me off my feet. The surprise did, because it splashed into my eyes. It went all over the top of this headset. I've been cleaning Pepsi off my clothes, hair, face, soaked my shoes, my socks. And it startled me so bad, I started slipping in it, because instantly there was like a quarter of an inch of Pepsi on the floor. I leaned over, thank God, caught myself on the sink, but my ribs crushed against my left rib cage crushed against the countertop. And I kind of pulled the muscles from my arm to my elbows, just trying to prevent myself from falling. And the worst thing is about a spill like that, you got to clean it up immediately, or it's just going to be so much worse. You started running into the pantry, you're running underneath the fridge, the entire fridge. I should take a picture, but I didn't even think about it. I was just so startled and so angry. The inside of the fridge was dripping. You know, at the top of the fridge, like the light bulb and everything was dripping Pepsi. And oh my God. I think I went through 3 different Bounty paper towel rolls and like an entire thing of Lysol wipes, and still the floor was sticky. And then I had to get on my hands and knees, paper towels and Dawn dish soap. Oh my God. So I was just messed up. So I just said, that's it. I'm going to wake up like I've been hit by a truck, or I can put an electric blanket down and lay on top of it because it's a little too hot to sleep under an electric blanket. But that soothed my back, and I took one of those little muscle relaxant things, and thank God I could sit up today. But then as soon as I could competently stream, I went live. So sorry, I'll get to your email now. Sorry. Oh, this is so cute. Evacuation 6 hours ago. This is a post. The Tyee Ridge complex were recently lifted, and while the mop-up and patrolling by the fire crews continue, the families returning to their homes. The Gages are one of those families, and they have something to say. Okay. I hope it's thank you, firefighters. Yeah. Let's see.
Yes, I'm David. This is my wife Raquel, my daughter Molly, my daughter Maddie, and my son David's there.
We are the Gages.
We're the Gages, and this is our home. It's 4 years old. We had it built. Tore down the oldest homestead in this valley. We had to get rid of it. It was just in too bad a shape. Now we have a new home, and thank God it's been saved.
First, thanks to the Lord that is safe, and then to the firemen who've been doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Firefighters showed up. Yes, absolutely. And they've been here ever since the event started.
I'm sorry, that volume went wild. I did not mean to blast you guys. From one video to the next, the volume changes, and Facebook and YouTube could fix that. Push of a button, and they don't, and I don't understand why. But that makes my job hard. So, yeah, it's a thank you firefighters thing. That was really cool. Wyoming hot shots, dude. So let's see here. What about the Lighthouse ones? Because isn't there still some evacuation notice around the Lighthouse? I love this Douglas County map. It works for the other counties too. Oh, we don't have one. Is it all lifted? Is it all lifted? Woo. Wait. No. I think it's all gone. Let's get rid of the parcels. That's the ugly part of the map. land parceling. Yay! Except I don't know what this orange stuff here is. Infrared scattered heat. Wow. Woo! Laura Jones says, have you been giving out free stuff at work to the firefighters? Awesome. What kind of stuff? And Laura says the Lighthouse Bakery has an amazing setup for the firefighters. It's all free. They make free ice cream and food there. Sick. That is awesome. Sick means good. You know, youth slang. It started out with somebody saying, that's so good. It's disgusting. With enthusiasm. And so the word sick meant good ever after. Don't ask me why. But I casually use it, and then older people and people from other places go, "What the heck are you saying that's sick with enthusiasm for? Isn't it good?" Yes, yes, it is. That's awesome. So, what does it look like out the window? Can you still see a glow on the mountain sort of thing? Because this is unbelievable work. It only came over right here, or maybe that was firing prep to save that entire little valley area. That's just awesome. It really had the potential to be all in this mountain here and dripping over into the valley, threatening the actual community of Umpqua. It had all that potential. That was incredible work that they did to keep it from spreading west. Lighthouse keeping it up there too. I mean, that's quite a wind tunnel, the Umpqua River there. So Laura Jones says 6. Lighthouse Bakery, yeah. Cool. Yeah, so many of these lightning strike fires could have been so much worse. So much worse. They also had other things to deal with. Over by Drain, remember that one? The Big Tom? That was amazing. They kept that small. It's just a couple escaped, like the Chilkoot, the Grizzly, the Chilkoot down there, the Ridge, Bryce Creek Dinner, Cerro Gordo. That's new, actually, from a few days ago, actually. Never mind. And the Anvil. The Anvil now exploded yesterday. But they have 80% humidity going on right now. So we're waiting to see if the Anvil Fire infrared map is going to happen. It's now midnight. So now you guys choose what we want. I want to look at the lookout. That's amazing. But Laura, do tell your friends. The only way I can reach people, especially people who live rurally, is mostly they text my link to my channel to each other. Social media used to be the number one way people found us, by sharing like clips of my videos or whatever, like with a link. But so many people hate Facebook anymore, and Twitter's a mess, that it's now just individually word of mouth, or putting my link in some forum for a local, group like Bay Area classic car collecting or something. So it's gonna be hot there the next couple of days. Yeah. Still can see several glows if I get to the spot I took the photos. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have possibility of thunderstorms. I don't know how far they're going to reach north, but they're coming to California. And they really don't know much about it, other than they can't tell us what time they'll arrive or form. They could be starting tonight. They could be starting tomorrow or tomorrow evening. But thunderstorms will probably be forming over the Sierras, kind of east of Sacramento, near Tahoe, and up there in northwestern California. And I have no idea if they'll do the traditional thing, which is roll right through Oregon, right through Washington and towards BC, or if they'll be just kind of local. But mostly late summer and midsummer thunderstorms come up from the south, and they just travel north. But they don't have a lot of confidence with that weather forecast. I was surprised that there's none right now, actually. But something off the coast is coming to bring, quote, instability to the atmosphere tomorrow. And so that's about all they know. We can look at the forecast. Let's do Umpqua. Umpqua, Oregon, and we'll do same thing for McKenzie Bridge or at the Lookout Fire. So your current humidity is kind of a crappy 43%. However, it's not great. It's not terrible. Actually, it's sort of terrible for being nighttime. 70 degrees. But we don't have any red flag or anything, knock on wood. Overnight it'll be clear tonight, low around 54. Northwest 5 to 8 mile an hour winds, same thing as what affects the Anvil Fire. Sunny today with a high near 90. Calm wind becoming northwest 5 to 7 miles an hour in the afternoon. So, what would the gusts be? Saturday night, mostly clear, low around 56. Northwest winds 6 to 11 miles per hour, becoming light after midnight. But winds can gust as high as 18 miles an hour on Saturday night. So, we just got to ride out this weekend. We got the heat wave weekend. Some people might think it's the last hurrah of summer, because by now in the Pacific Northwest it's supposed to be the wet season. It's supposed to be kind of drizzling every single day after Labor Day, or even starting Labor Day weekend, but it's El Nino. That's what we got to figure out. What does El Nino mean for Pacific Northwest? Mean for Pacific Northwest. There's got to be a good explainer. Hopefully a video, because I ignored my coffee. I hope it's still warm over there. National Ocean Service. El Nino can affect our weather significantly. El Nino causes the Pacific jet stream to move south and spread further east. During winter, this leads to wetter conditions than usual in the southern U.S. Warmer and drier stuff in the north. Yep. It's almost there on the Oregon border, too. Indian summer, like I've been saying. You know, it might be summer throughout all of October. We could have weird 82-degree night Octobers. A couple of times that happened, and I remember trick-or-treating and going to Halloween parties and roasting because I planned my Halloween costume because it's always wet and damp, you know. And for those El Nino winters, it's like, why is it 82 degrees on Halloween? And I thought that was cute until the way that it affects California, too. Like, Paradise Fire happened in November 8th. You don't want it to still be dry by the time the October and November and December Santa Ana's and Diablo winds start. You don't want that. So fire season's not at all over. I wish it was. I have other beep to do right now. I would like to improve the stream. I'd like to make a website. And then I would put all my links permanently in the website, this or that fire, start like I wanted to do with Microsoft Teams and all this stuff to upgrade the stream, set up all my new microphone equipment, set up a light system, but I cannot do that until we get a moment to breathe. So hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. That's La Nina. So that's why we had so much wet stuff, snowpack. Last winter was La Nina. And we avoided flooding and stuff in the Pacific Northwest last winter. Somehow, just by the grace of God, we had some crazy snowpack, even in Portland. Portland saw a couple foot of snow. That's pretty rare. Don't expect that this year. However, here's the other bad thing. Are you ready for more bad news about El Nino? Not only can it make a bad fire season for El Nino, for Santa Ana's and stuff in October, November, like 2018 with the Camp Fire, Paradise Fire, Oakland Fire. That was also El Nino. You know, the one that destroyed a bunch of the Oakland Hills in the 90s. They couldn't even put out a city fire because of Santa Ana's. The biggest flood years for California were El Ninos too. Like the ones I remember from childhood evacuating, the ones that destroyed towns and levees break. Because typically there could be a incredible snowpack late in winter all the way through May, and then it'll torrentially rain on it with Pineapple Express storms and stuff from Hawaii, and it melts all the snow at once. So hold on to your butts. Prepare for fires and floods. And you can. I'm going to try during off days to tell people how you can prepare. Like people are like, do I need to take all of my family photo albums with me in a flood evacuation? Nope. Absolutely not. Do I need to take my computer? Nope. You can get Backblaze to back up all of your files to the internet or some other backup group. And then the Container Store has waterproof trunk container store. I swear by these. I've tested them with a water hose. These things are the best thing you can own. I just put all of my, and there's sales where they're cheaper than $60, but you're going to be happy that you bought one for $60 if you put your family photo albums and stuff in there. As long as it's heavy enough to not float away, that puppy is your friend. I put them in my attic, my mom's attic, and mine to and waterproof, because if you ever have a fire too, what the fire doesn't touch is ruined by the water hoses, right? So you want it to be airtight, so no smoke damage, watertight, so there's no water damage. And it also keeps out the rodents and everything else who might destroy your valuables, your heirlooms. So if it's just a flood evacuation, having several of these, even if it's on the ground floor of your house or something, that's fine. It just has to be, don't fill it up so much so that it's heavy and doesn't float away. Remember, the air in it is going to make it float, so fill it up to the brim. Put heavy rocks on the bottom if you have to, But I'm going to go through this so that people put in their vehicles other stuff for survival, and evacuate people instead of most of their things. And what you don't have to worry about, you don't have to worry about, right? So Largen says, I don't do much online. I'm more comfortable with text and email. Yeah. That's the way that you can just spread the word about the channel. My channel's been struggling. I find it extremely difficult to reach even the people affected by these fires. Like, I've had a lot of fires where nobody from the region knew that I was live covering it. They come back to me a couple years later and said, I wish I knew. I don't have enough time to do. If this was a normal channel, it'd be called self-promotion. I'm not promoting myself, trying to help the public. Channel promotion. I don't have time to do that. I don't have a team, But whenever anybody does that, it makes a huge difference. So, yeah, I don't like Facebook and stuff. After the Cambridge Analytica scandal and selling everybody, they sold everybody's phone number, and they said, I don't know if it's sold, excuse me, I don't want to get sued here. They shared everybody's phone number. So if you gave your phone number to Facebook for the purpose of password recovery, it wasn't password recovery. Why am I moving the notebook? I'm just going to get a coffee. They sold and or shared your phone number to advertisement companies and stuff. It really opened my eyes, though, to how I could better protect myself from my info being everywhere on the web. Already, I'm pretty grateful to have one of the world's most common names. It's really hard to figure out who I am, but from the rest. But I now have an alias for stuff like pizza deliveries. It's perfectly legal to lie to these companies when they say your birthday is required or this or that. So what I do to keep track of that is I have a notebook called Alias. It's on the shelf. And I invent people. I just sort of pick out names that are cool. Wild West, like Annie Oakley. I try not to be too blatant, but these days a lot of the kids don't even know who Annie Oakley is. It's kind of sad. I'm sure some of the big ones, like if you wanted to choose Wild Bill, wouldn't be good because nobody has the name Wild, right? But if you got to like Doc Holliday's true name, things that like nobody knows, just use that because unless you live in California and you can hit that button, don't sell my information. They definitely can do and will. And so all of a sudden Yahoos can get your phone number So I get a couple apps, like Burner used to be good. It's not really good anymore. But for temporary phone numbers, as long as I pay that $5 a month, I've got these temporary phone numbers worth their weight in gold. Because if I do Craigslist or something, I don't want not so Yahoos to know my real phone number. But I text them and I meet them. So I write down in my Alias notebook, what is my alias name? What's my alias birthday? What is my alias, region or whatever I live in? And the phone number, the temporary phone number at the time I used to register. And I also make temporary or just regular emails with like tempmail.com. If it ever asks you to check your email to register for something, you can go to tempmail, I think it's .com. This is one of the good ones. And your email address, tempmail, let's see, maybe it's temp-mail.org, but there's a couple that are similar to this. And you have 10 minutes or 20 minutes of email access, so you can click that verify button and you're totally verified. The problem is you can never use it again. But for fake social media accounts, look, it's your evacuation info that you need for things like Facebook. If you're not comfortable with Facebook, do these steps. Deny Facebook the ability to know your location in your browser. Use an ad blocker like uBlock Origin, and they will know a little bit about your fake person alias, but nothing else. And just stay logged in. It doesn't really matter if you get hacked or anything like that because you're fake. And just follow all of the Facebook pages for fire info like this. Flat Fire, Anvil, whatever you need. So you can watch these videos, get all the info you need, and I just feel it's totally ethical. It's fair game. If they're going to go behind your back and sell your phone number or whatever, the gloves have come off. You are not going to keep me from my life-saving evacuation info just because you want to know something about me and you could possibly sell it. Okay, know all you want about my alias. You are never going to get in legal trouble because it's totally legal. I didn't know that robots had aliases. We do now. Clementine Rosebud, yeah, you go. Laura says I sent your channel to many people, but only via link and text. Well, that's cool. That's awesome. I hope we did help people. Like shout out to lurkers right now. A lurker is a person who doesn't comment, and that's because you have to log into YouTube to comment. A lot of people want to, but they're too scared to, make a YouTube account or log in because of, things like big companies tracking you, whatever. So my best advice is the best way to also keep track of that is use Bitwarden. This is an open source and extremely safe password manager. It is free. I don't think you'll ever need to pay for this unless you want some super fancy features, but it goes into your browser like that's my icon for it, the blue shield. And even if you don't trust such a thing, you can do it for your aliases because it doesn't really matter. The only time I've ever lost control of my pizza delivery, I got sad because I had to re-verify my account and I couldn't because I used a temporary email. And I lost my pizza points. I had like a free breadstick coming my way. And I lost it because I couldn't log in again for some reason. And that's when I learned I got to get a password manager. So all my aliases and stuff are in that manager. But it makes it so easy to just log in. Don't let your browser save your passwords. Don't. It's not secure. It's convenient. It's not secure. So this is the best alternative. You go onto a site, like logging into, let's see, here's what I can broadcast by. See, it says login right here. I think you can see. Yeah, here's a blank email password. Everybody knows my email address. So, boom. Did you see that? It just filled it out. All I did was click that button up there. Now you can't see the pop-down menu because that's the second layer on the browser. But you see my mouse is on it. So let me show you guys again. Just refresh the page. Yeah, your password's about. Well, it's not there yet. Okay, so watch this. There's a pop-up you can't see. When I select it, boom, it filled it out for me and I log in. There we are. So this thing is very, very secure. Open source means the source code is for everybody to look at of the software. You might think, oh, that's bad. Because hackers usually want the source code, meaning all the behind the scenes code that makes a website or a software work, right? And they find a security flaw in it and they exploit that. So they hack things like Adobe got hacked a long time ago. And basically everybody who ever used Adobe, like every student on earth, for like things like Photoshop, and anybody who got a Photoshop subscription. Oh, all their info was out on the web, right? That's because Adobe got hacked itself. And then they started making evil PDFs that spread viruses around the world. PDFs. They look like a normal PDF file. And so people got emails that said something like, here is your receipt. And it would be a PDF, and they would open it with Adobe Acrobat, which I do not recommend under circumstances. So since they had the source code to Adobe Acrobat, they knew how to make evil PDFs that would hijack, introduce a virus and hijack people's computers and stuff. So that's why a lot of companies try to hide their source code. That's the worst case scenario for them. But there's a different way of doing this. Put the source code out into the public eye. Every single person who wants to can look at it. And what happens is you have a safer product. Because there's called white hat hackers, people that are angels, that are good people. They do ethical hacking, meaning their hobby is to look at source code all day and see if they could hack it. Instead of abusing the system and doing harm, they let the developers know, hey, I found your flaw. Here it is. And so it gets fixed immediately. That's any sort of open source software that's popular. It's fixed before anybody can exploit anything, because white hat hackers are looking at it as much as the black hat hackers, the good versus the evil people. So that is why it is way safer than anything else that's not open source. I wish architecture and stuff was done like that, because can you imagine all the structure flaws in buildings, and the buildings collapse later? Maybe other architects should always be able to look at each other's work. We have fewer bridge collapses that way, eh? Hey, did you know you just introduced a single point of failure? And if that one chain link, if one single link in a literal chain on your suspension bridge breaks, the entire bridge goes down? Like, that's happened. It was called the Silver Bridge disaster. Anyway, that happened in Milan too. So anyway, it's totally safe, and it's been around for years. So even if you don't want to do your normal passwords, you have a master password. And so that's all you have to remember is you log into Bitwarden, and then with one click of any button, you can log into any site that you added to Bitwarden. It's pretty easy. So it's free for your personal use. So I've got my aliases in it. And this is how I instantly log in to stuff behind the scenes without, So, oh, Laura says I'd love the P.O. box also to mail her some cool stuff. That would be amazing. If people want to mail me stuff, I could do other things other than Firestream, like need foods or something. I'll try exotic foods. Some streamers do that and they say, I'll eat anything you send me. I'm not going to do that. Okay. I see people trying extremely hot chili peppers, and that just looks like torture. So, but don't send me any hot chilies. And no spiders. No mailing me spiders. I will turn you into the post office. No pranking like that. Okay? No packages that are going to explode in my face like the fake gag gift with the spring-loaded snake. None of that. But I'll be happy to get something else. That'd be cool. Cheryl says Amazon account. Oh, Cheryl says they now have mobile eye microscopes to see if school kids need glasses. What? Oh, Joe, I'm sorry, I missed some talk here. Oh, welcome back, Cheryl, first. So, Joe says, I want pizza, hungry. Yeah. And Abu says, I need a microscope. Abu, the prince formerly known as Derek. You're a Nigerian prince, but Abu kind of makes it sound like you're an Indian prince, and I don't know what to believe anymore. So my P.O. box, just give me an email, I swear. Send you guys the P.O. box address. So Abu, damn it. I don't even like seeing images of spiders. Laura says, I'm a huge rock hound. We'll send you crystals and awesome agates. Oh my gosh, yes. Funny thing you mentioned that. I collected a whole bunch of rocks for my people, like you guys, like my audience. I don't want to just take donations, especially for significant amounts. I want to mail people stuff. So most of the wildfires that happen in California happen near where there's gold and lots of quartz crystal. So what people don't realize is a lot of times the gravel, especially places like California, the Blue Mountains of Oregon, the gravel on the streets is gold ore. If you're really lucky, you can even pick some up off the ground and you could see a little shimmer or something. It's usually not like obvious gold, but it can be like peacock pyrite in quartz, and then there's trace gold in it. Yeah, like in a specimen. That is one hell of a specimen. That's worth $68 there. But if you're lucky, you'll see little bits of quartz, like even in gravel roads that have peacock pyrite, because it has peacock colors, right? So you got your fool's gold, and only fools think it's fool's gold. There's oftentimes real gold mixed in with it. If you see blue-looking rocks and white quartz and some fool's gold and black sand in the local river or stream, you're on gold. Found it. And what they do is they would dissolve or use magnets to pull away the iron pyrite and dissolve other parts of the rocks, and then they would crush these and get the gold extraction. So the crushed up remnants, like the actual quartz here, like the white part, oftentimes goes into the waste pile, and then the mines sell the waste pile as road aggregate. So I have a hobby of when I'm waiting for people by the side of the road or whatever, just picking around the rocks and picking out little specimens. And sometimes they're cool looking, sometimes it's just pure quartz, sometimes it's just a neat looking rock or something, or a neat color. Occasionally I've gotten lucky and I got some peacock pyrite, and so I was going to do a thing where have like tiers of patronage, and like tier 1 is get one of the little crystals I can send. I have a couple of small water bottles. I got a pure Lake Tahoe water, just put it in the water bottle. I could put those in vials, and then necklace pendants. That could be a different tier. Yeah, Laura Jones says mercury extract. Yeah, mercury extraction, cyanide, sulfuric acid. Yeah, it's why a lot of places are super fun cleanups. But I've occasionally found citrine, an agate, something. But quartz is the most plentiful thing you see out in the Wild West here. And I would be happy to send people little rock packages. I've never found anything like that. Woo! Wouldn't that be sweet? But anyway, I love rocks, and I would like to call myself a rock hound, but I never have the time to really understand them and study them. So later I will go over computer-related stuff so that people can feel safe logging into YouTube and then asking us questions. Like, here's how to make a fake alias. Sorry. I can't mention YouTube specifically or I'll probably get banned off YouTube, but I can say social media alias, which is not illegal advice. And then I could say how to store that password so you don't have to remember it safely, and how to log in as a fake person, how to use a VPN so that they can't track you by your IP address. Your IP address is it's like your front address to your home. Websites can see it. So think of it as websites can't find out exactly what house you're in. But if I go to like CNN.com or any website, Facebook, they see what neighborhood I'm in. Unless you use a VPN, and then they can't even figure that out. Only with a court order from a judge can your internet service provider, your internet, you pay the internet bill to, provide your actual home address to somebody. But they do that in the case of crimes, So, but it's still uncomfortable that they can know what neighborhood you live in, every single website you visit, unless you have a VPN. So I'll explain all this, how to completely mask your identity from these social media networks so you can feel completely secure in asking questions on Firestream. It's completely secure to log into Facebook and watch all their updates and share links to other people on Facebook. Take a picture of a fire and put it on Facebook and share it and tag it. I will be happy to make guides for this too. It's just that we gotta wait for a lull in fire season. How to use temporary email addresses. I got you guys covered. So, yeah, Abu. Those are pretty nasty chemicals, but for the most part, they were recaptured. They recycled their mercury and stuff. It's just occasionally you go to. I've heard tales of, say, going into the Blue Mountains and some of the Blue Mountains of Eastern Oregon. It's where the Oregon Trail kind of cut through it. Today's I-84 is basically the Oregon Trail. Some of those mines deep in there, I've heard tales of people hiking and hunters up there where they go to an old mine and they look in the puddles of water out front, and there's this shiny mercury there, like sometimes little dime-sized droplets in the water puddle, sometimes the size of a silver dollar. I've heard one the size of a football. So I don't recommend drinking the water in any place there's ever been gold mining or sulfur mining. Now, the Tamarak Fire that happened, I can show you guys this. It was the first fire of 2021, not watch duty. I found out that there was a super fun project near where the Tamarak Fire was, and a weird, very weird problem that they had was they did not want the Tamarak Fire, which is on the California-Nevada border south of Tahoe. It was burning in, quote, the middle of nowhere, right? Other than Markleyville and a couple other small communities. A lot of people were like, why don't you just kind of let that burn? And they had a kind of a crisis on their hand. Where is watch duty? Wait a second, there it is. They had a crisis on their hand, and I'm like, what's going on? So if we turn on fire history, the Tamarack was this red one here, isn't it? And that was the one, actually, come to think of it, Biden had to step in. He did a good thing. The Forest Service just started letting things burn. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. They said, as long as wildfire is out in the middle of nowhere, maybe it's good to let some wildfires burn to reduce fire load on the landscape, but they were doing this in a year that was like the 5th or 6th year of California's deep drought. Hell no, it's not the time to let anything burn. First wind gust that comes along, and it's going to go and explode. So Biden stepped in, thank God, and gave an executive order and said, "You stop this crap. This is ridiculous." So it doesn't matter if you like it or not, but I praise anybody who does a good thing for fire, no matter who it is. DR, I don't care. But it was too late. The Tamarak took off and running. And so my first fire stream of 2021 was covering the Tamarak, where Markleyville was. Let's see here. I think it is the red one. Markleyville? Markleyville. I don't know how to spell anything anymore. Yeah, Mark double Eville. Okay, yeah, so the red surrounding it is, this is the Tamarak. So when they protected Markleyville, see how there's an island here? They protected these homes and structures. I thought they were going to burn that night, but thank God they didn't. They had a serious problem with this nearby sulfur mine, and I switched into global imagery mode, and when you do, you can see this mine. It's from space, basically. What's it called? The Anaconda or something? Pretty big. And I was like, what is that? You know, because I do ghost towning. I do travel to old mines. That was my dream to film them. But I had never been in these parts, you know, except for childhood. So here's some of the high alpine lakes and stuff. But the big mine. Hang on a sec. I'm worried myself. Fire history again. I think they saved it as one of those islands. Yeah, the Tamarak got pretty big. Yeah, it was up here. And it flowed into the river that's Carson City, Nevada's main drinking water source. And that is the capital of Nevada. Right. So Carson City's up there. Sorry, this is not the best map to, there you go. You can maybe see that word better, Carson City. So if you just follow this river up, I think it's, what is that river called again? Truckee or something? You know, the Carson River. Okay. Just follow it up, the East Fork, and you get to the mine eventually. They had this major problem. Just turn on global imagery again. Oh, that's it right there, I think. Nope. Maybe. It looks like a giant blank spot on the map. And I was like, what problem? They said, well, that's a Superfund cleanup site for a open pit sulfur mine. Just means like a quarry. You know, you just dig down, your hole gets bigger and bigger and bigger in the ground. You can see some of these from space. You'll see this is where they have mined, but they dumped the mining debris down the hillside towards the rivers. So you'll see these trail-looking things, right? I mean, occasionally there's an avalanche, but it's mostly mines. It might be that right there. So if we put on Forest Service map, I'm sure it'll show it. Or scan topos, sometimes better. I think Anaconda. Why do I think Anaconda? That's a copper wire company, but they may have tried to mine that. Yeah, there's Markleyville. Okay, this is not as easy to find again as I thought. Here's a zigzag. That usually means a mining road, so they can get up to the different levels of the mine. There'll be different entrances at different hill elevations, right? So anyway, I can just Google it now. I give up. So the open sulfur mine threatening Carson River. Sorry, this is the temporary keyboard. This one's clacky. Leviathan. Okay. I knew it was something like a big beast. Leviathan. Okay. So the Leviathan It was an open pit sulfur mine, or just beginning of a long range plan to permanently rid nearby streams in the Carson River of toxic water pollution. And I scratched my head at that for a second. Because I was like, why is sulfur considered toxic? You can just filter that out. In fact, there's a lot of sulfur tainted water in even in Portland's water supply sometimes. And so they filter that out. But then I realized in reality, what that does. So at Leviathan Mine, maybe there's I don't know if it's across the Nevada border. I don't think Leviathan Mine, Nevada. Maybe it takes us to it. Maybe not. The point of it is you get an actual Leviathan Mine. Is it Nevada or California? Oh, Leviathan Creek. That makes sense. Yeah, the Superfund site. Oh, I'm barking up the wrong tree. It's not on the fork of the Carson. Okay. It's just east of Barclayville on that other tributary. Okay. This is years ago, guys. Sorry. I mean, waste your time here. Yeah, okay, now we can find it. So it's like right here. Because that's Leviathan Canyon. Yeah. Oh, there it is, right there. Leviathan Mine. It's got some ruins, which could be an awesome tourist site. So I was like, why? There it is. Yeah, that's a big honker. It's a big honker. See how you can see it from space? Like, that's not snow. That's an open pit mine right there. So they worked really hard on this because once the mine was abandoned and they got all their sulfur, la-ti-da, they didn't think something through. Every open pit mine fills with water. And then eventually it fills up to the top and will drain out somehow, or maybe there will be some little crack in the rock. You think of the way quarries fill with water. There's nowhere for it to go. It's like a giant swimming pool. And so it had big pools of water, and then where it was sloped, it ran off into the creeks and stuff, right? Well, these are retention ponds. At the cost of a lot. Like, a lot of money. Superfund means, millions and millions, if not billions. Because there's something they overlook. So the ruins of the mine are supposed to be right there. Who knows how old this map is? Maybe not anymore. Well, it does look like there could be a couple of ruins there. But when this stuff happens, they usually tear them down. It's so sad that we lost most of our mining history already to fire. We're sad when they tear it down too. Excuse me. So they overlooked one thing. There's not just sulfur in this soil. When you're mining stuff, there's almost always some toxic minerals as well as the things you want, like silver. It's almost always found bound to lead. It's chemically bonded to lead. And the ore, silver ore, is called galena. There's a galena in every single state of the union because it's a pretty common deposit compared to gold. And the giant Comstock lode that made everybody wealthy and put Nevada on the map, that's a galena mine for silver. So silver has to be separated from the lead, which is quite easy to do. Lead's melting point, I think, is different enough that you just heat it up. However, you have and you can protect mines with pumps from getting, as long as they're open, from getting waterlogged and run off into streams. When you have an open pit, it's extremely difficult to do because it's just running off the earth, right? So anywhere that there's runoff, you have to make these collection ponds. And then you have to treat the wastewater inside of the ponds. Because what happens with sulfur is acid, right? What happens when you add water to sulfur? You get a sulfuric acid. So one would think, well, wouldn't they just put some baking soda in the water and bounce that out and everything's good to go? And filter out the sulfur? No, that is not what is happening here. The soil has lead and other bad things inside of it. I think arsenic, arsenopyrite is lead and arsenic bad enough. Those are the two I know. So what happens when the rain hits the sulfur exposed to the air? Everything red here is sulfur. You can see it. It's just staining the ground and stuff. The sulfuric acid starts to dissolve the minerals. That's how they get separated. So when I was talking about mercury and the gold mines and people in chat, mercury helps separate out minerals from each other. It pulls gold out of dirt, away from the dirt, and binds it to the mercury. And then later, since mercury has an evaporation point and a melting point, I mean, it is melted metal at room temperature. That's why it's so weird. But when you evaporate it off with higher temperatures, it'll vaporize. It just leaves the gold behind. So usually you just reclaim the mercury from the ventilation hood above the fire, right? Because they didn't want to buy more mercury all the time. However, that's why there's not that much mercury pollution as you would think. However, with this sulfur being exposed to the air now, rainwater turns it into sulfuric acid. It begins to dissolve the rocks underneath it and releases all the lead and the arsenic and all that. And then that goes into Nevada's biggest city's water supply, other than Vegas, Carson City. So they had no choice but to make this a Superfund site and try their best funnel the runoff to these ponds where they deal with it. So this is also happening in Shasta County, and the Carr fire and other fires had to be stopped and the Tamarak here had to protect the dang abandoned mine, because if the Tamarak fire screwed all this stuff up, who knows how many tons and tons of lead or whatever it is in these ponds was about to hit the water supply of Nevada's second biggest city, and small ones along the way. So I thought that was odd that they were going all out to protect the ruins of the Leviathan Mine until I saw this. I went, oh God, I knew what the red pools were. It's not Coke or Pepsi. So Johnson says free sapphires, all hard work. Okay, I'll take a few. Let me go back up. I'm sorry, I ignored chat for a bit. You have a lapidary set up at your house. Oh, that's so cool, Laura. I've always wanted to do that. You could make cabs. Ooh, I love cabs. Do you work with corundum? I would love a corundum cab. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just asking for precious gems here, but I mean, it could be pink corundum or something. That's also very hard to cut. It's very, very hard, but heck, quartz even. That'd be neat. I wanted to be a gem cutter at one point in my life, or a diamond cutter. I do jewelry artisan crafting, like silver chainmail, like Byzantine chains, neck chains, half Persian, full Persian. I did that until my arm got really messed up in an accident. I could still sometimes create something, but not like I could. So that kind of ended that career choice. But I had interest in being like a goldsmith and doing loop and loop. If you've never seen loop and loop gold, loop and loop gold. This is an ancient way of making chains. And it's not rings that are closed. It's strands. It looks a lot like chainmail, but true loop and loop is like this. Thank goodness that didn't autoplay. So that is not a series of chains linked together. That is weaving, like, you know how you can braid somebody's hair, but you're braiding strands of gold wire. So gold is such a soft material, you can just braid it with your hands. And I'm sure you can do that with silver too, but nothing quite looks as good as gold. This kind of jewelry they've found in Troy. Metalworking for gold and silver may predate, well, it does predate the Iron Age. It's, I mean, gold has a higher melting point than copper, so the Copper Age probably did come first, but there's a bit of a debate that the Silver Age came before the Copper Age. If we find old enough silver jewelry, we'll know that the original purpose of metalworking was probably for adornment, And that chainmail and loop and loop may be some of the oldest metal artistic expressions on Earth. And that jewelers and jewelry artisans probably figured out metals in general. And somebody finally got an idea of, oh, that could be armor. Or that could be a tool that's stronger. You know? So this is ridiculously expensive too. You don't see this. You don't see people walking around because that's so much wealth on somebody's neck. It just screams, rob me. It would be quite heavy. It's hollow in the center, but gold fill would make it a little bit more affordable. Meaning there's a brass center of like in a donut, and then gold is like the actual donut portion, right? But I would have loved to get into this. I have a magical book about loop and loop jewelry, but the ancient. Sorry, I meant to be that muted. I'm sorry. The Mycenaean Greeks made this. It comes out of their tombs. Came out of Troy. This is stuff that emperors would wear. So I don't know if this is jeweler's brass. I would assume so, because there would be armed guards around this as a gold piece. Yeah, it's probably brass or gold plate, you know. But this is such beautiful ancient stuff that I like the stuff that is got that classical look. I don't like modern jewelry look. I really like metal art. So I used to do chainmail jewelry where I'd weave in jade rings, and I would take sterling silver on either side and do things like Byzantine chain. The traditional ones, I don't like the squished kind. Traditional. Let's see if we got an image. Yeah, that's in gold. That's a little thicker than normal. Where's a good traditional, Byzantine chain? Yeah, that's squished. Some people like that look. I don't know. Here we go. So somebody like a Roman emperor or a Roman nobility person would wear this. Ancient design probably came out of Persia, like most things. But it's a chain weave. These are links. This is not loop and loop. This is links. Like you take gold or silver, or stainless steel, whatever you want, wire, and you wrap it around a dowel, and then you take a saw and you cut the links down. You get a handful of links, put them in a tumble polisher for a bit. You have extremely shiny links, and then you take nylon-coated jaws, and just with pliers, you open and close the links, and this is what you get. I really love that. People are like, you got to be patient as hell to do this because it takes many hours. And I'm like, yeah, but you look at the finished product, man. So there's ways to take the center links here, the two centers, and make them jade, and then make the rest silver. So that's about that's one of the most expensive things I ever made. But I really would have loved to work in gold. But boy, startup capital for that, right? You really can't make any money doing this. Okay, it's after midnight. I'm going to allow that comment, Joe. Okay. Okay, yes, I will go read my emails. Is that what you want me to do? Stop stream right now and read my emails? Okay, I gave you the extra hour to shoot the beep, and all that. But I hope this interests you guys. This is what I used to do. But Abby says a free sapphire is welcome here, Joe. Joe says I heard ground talk screech of the rock from the rock bolts and lights out. Big rock could still breathe, and they dug me out. Oh my god. Wait, what? What happened? I'm scrolling up. Joe says I had a drop fall on me underground. Oh no. And you were 21 after they dug me out of the earthworks. The foreman pat me on the back and said 70 tons in that fall, Joe. You nearly filled a truck. Oh my god. Whoa. Glad you made it back, Exile. Oh man. They wanted me to join the Lotto Syndicate. Yeah. How many of your 9 lives did that use up at once? Laura says I do a lot of Holy Blue. Oh, let me see what that is. Holly blue. Oh, is that a... Wait. That... You're not talking about an electric fuel pump. Is that a gemstone? Aha, it's a gemstone. Oh, that looks amazing. Is it a type of agate? Ooh. Oh, Laura, maybe you could tell me what kind of temple polisher should I get? I'm so confused and too afraid to buy one. I've wanted one for like 8 years. Maybe I can temple polish some of the stones I get for my people, you know? But I hear it's better to get the vibrator ones than the actual rotators. I have no idea what to believe. Every time I look at the Amazon reviews, everybody says it's great, it's great, it's great, and then somebody says it's trash. These reviews are fake. It broke on the first night. I don't know what to believe. The Oregon Holly Blue Agate, excuse me. It's hard too, 6.5 to 7.0 hardness. That sounds pretty hard. This incredible blue to purple seam agate is one of the most popular agates in Western Oregon. There are also a few known and probably more undiscovered deposits in the Calapooya. Ooh, the Calapooya River. The Holly Mountain area is the main area for this famous lapidary material. It's located on leased timberland. Bulldozed over, oh God, and replanted. It was closed to digging as of spring 1997. The land is leased to Cascade Timber Consulting, who currently controls access to the site. People have dug since have been cited for trespassing. Okay, I'm not going to ask you where you got yours then, Laura. Oh crap, I didn't just out you, did I? Do you want me to delete this part? Oh, what an amazing stone, man. Click here to stop for this stone. Shop for the stone. You know what I like is rutilated quartz and cat's eye anything. If I'm saying that correct. I know how to say some things correctly, like Chalcedony. It's not Chalcedony, it's Chalcedony. I'm proud of this. But the quartz, it looks like it has gold in it, but doesn't. Is it called rutilated? They're calling it quartz with inclusions, but rutile is the word, right? Rutile quartz. Quartz. I love Oregon sunstones. Oregon sunstones, I think, are underrated. Ooh, yeah. See, rutilated quartz. It looks like gold threads, but it's not. Those are sweet. I love cabs, emerald cuts, and princess cut. Starlike. So they have inclusions of rutile. I didn't know rutile was a thing. I thought it was just like saying cat's eye, that it was a description of appearance. Huh. It's an oxide mineral of titanium dioxide? Really? Huh. See, I can't really call myself a rock hound. I don't know these basics, but I like them. It can look so amazing. Oh, I like that. That one looks like a flower. Amazing. That's why the Greeks thought crystals were magic and stuff, because they taught them a lot about geometry. Gemstones did, and the Greeks became, ancient Greeks and Stoics became extremely obsessed with frequency and sound. And it is assumed that the Egyptians and Greeks knew how to cut stones with sound, like tuning fork stuff. So that may be part of the secret of the pyramids and stuff, is they went around testing minerals with hardness scale type stuff, but also they had charts and stuff about what frequency, if you tap a tuning fork to each crystal, what frequency is it, and they became obsessed with that. Nikola Tesla was too, so. Yeah, rutile quartz is neat, but that is one heck of a cool blue gemstone. I didn't even know that existed, the blue agate. Thank you for telling me about it. Joe Johnston is amazing how people walk over treasure and see only dirt and grass. Yeah, Laura says just start with a polisher from Harbor Freight. No way. Really? Oh, you found a deposit, Laura? Ooh. I'm so happy for you. That's sweet. That's sweet. Don't tell anybody. Joe Johnson says I'm writing a book. It used all your 9 lives. Well, I would say 8, unless you're a ghost, right? And yeah, Abu, home run those rocks out of the ballpark. Yeah. Oh, hey, Kia. Kia says you're buying this for me, Catherine? Sure. I'd love to hand these out, man. Popcorn. I could, when I find cool rocks, I want to tumble polish them for my people and then mail them to donators, you know? Opal is best? Yes. Oregon has fire opals, but no water opals. And speaking of throwing away trash, there's so many gold miners that I know who cannot recognize gemstones in their pan. They think they're little rocks and they toss out the little topaz and sometimes diamonds. Diamonds are not found in California except near Cherokee. We're talking about gemstone qualities. And that's by Oroville and Paradise. And for a long, long time, I mean, they were doing hydraulic industrial style mining, like earth raping kind of mining is what hydraulic mining is. That, like, destroy the mountains to find stuff in it mining. I just want to preface this usage of the word. I'm going to say the word rape. I will, in its normal sense of the word. I'm very sorry if that's offensive, but I don't think it should be. I think it weakens people to become too sensitive to that word. It means to take, without asking, without permission. And there's an implication that sometimes it's with excessive force. But it does not have anything to do with sex, with intercourse. The word by itself, rape and pillage, is to describe war. It means to destroy without asking, that's pillaging. To take without asking. Nothing to do with sex at all. So there is no English word for that abominable act. So what people don't understand, and I would tutor people in English, I'm not a teacher, but is that modern use to describe what happens when there's a violation of somebody's rights that way. They use any kind of word to describe it that's similar, such as having his way with her or whatever, because saying the actual word would be completely taboo. It has been taboo in our culture. So even sexual intercourse, sex doesn't even mean sex. Sex means male or female. That's why you check F, M, or other when you're at the doctor's office, right, in the forms. So intercourse means a exchange. Can mean a dialogue. We talk about sex and around the word, but we do not speak it. It's taboo in our language except for the F word. That becomes a taboo, so it's considered vulgarity, right? That is the only English word to describe it. So if you understand English language, where different generations come up with different ways to talk about the act, it doesn't mean that the original word hasn't changed. So there's no other better way to describe destroying God's gift, Mother Nature, Mother Earth, our planet, than that. You know, that's what that is. I mean, look at this. This is just wanton destruction of the landscape. California is scarred this way. So if that word terminology makes you think of something else, I'm so sorry. But I do not subscribe to the theory that we should become oversensitive to things and that's going to make us somehow stronger. It makes us weaker. So I like the new term, sexual assault, right? That is the one that describes what happens. And I'll never joke about that. I'll never use that flippantly, and I'm not. This is a terrible topic, right? But I have been seeing, especially in youth now, that even when the word like earth rape mining or whatever styles or what clear cutting is or whatever, people have been jumping on their case, whoever uses the term, because people don't understand the English language anymore. Or they think that rape and pillage is part of warfare. Yes, it is. It has nothing to do with sex, though. It's not part of warfare to. It is not part of warfare to do that to women and anybody else. That's actually rarer than you would ever think. Like a Roman soldier did that, they'd be crucified as a punishment. So this misunderstanding of the word has led people to get the wrong idea about history in general. There's even a politician who didn't know what it meant, and he thought that famous historical things like rape of the Sabines was about Romans committing that act. It's a famous painting. Just want to get this out of the way. I'm sorry, it's an ugly topic. It's a famous. It's part of art and all kinds of paintings. But as you can see, the Romans are just carrying away women. They're kidnapping them. They're like, let's go, lady. And this is not a good thing to happen. It's part of the myth of Rome. And they're just carrying them off. Because a lot of people say that the part of that myth was the Romans were in love with the women of a different tribe. They were like male colonists who just arrived without women. Escaped Troy or whatever their folklore is, right? And so they dated these women and fell in love with them, and then they asked permission to do marriage. And they said, their fathers said, well, are you from a good tribe? Like, do you guys have nobility in your blood? The Romans are like, not really. We're not nobility. We're refugees. And their fathers went, oh my God, no, then absolutely not. You cannot. You cannot marry our women. And so the Romans said, screw that. And they snuck in and stole the women away. So using the old mention of the term, especially in the 1800s and early 20th century, this is a completely taboo topic in general, they casually used that word because it just meant the kidnapping. So once the men of the Sabine tribe realized the kidnapping happened, they attacked the Romans. And sorry, I'm about done with the story. They attacked the Romans, and the Romans got ready to fight them, and they were like, yeah, we're going to draw blood. They're going to kill you. And the women said, stop, you stupid men, stop it. Stop it. Everybody calm the heck down. This is one of those great stories where the women were in charge. They were in charge. They got their men and their loved ones and their fathers to stop fighting each other, realized the question of nobility was stupid, and love won the day. They said, what are you doing, you stupid men? And so I really find it offensive that if people misunderstand the term, they use that semi-historical or mythical event to be women were so powerless in the ancient world. No, they were in charge, man. They stopped a war by saying, men, don't be stupid. So I think education is key here. But God, nobody's educated anymore. What they're teaching in school, I don't know. But to hear politicians get it wrong, and worse yet, for people to get the idea that men are beasts in war, that's actually pretty dang rare. That's always been a crime. It's only the most brutal of conquering things is that the norm, and that's just not the way people are. So I hope it exonerates men and liberates women. You know what the heck the word means. But this is straight up wrong to do the earth. Like California has a lot of problems now. They carefully rerouted all the highways so you don't see this. But you can go to some museums and places like the Malakoff diggings where you just see the wanton destruction of the landscape. They just started washing away the mountains and foothills of California just with all this. The place where my dad lives now, Marysville, I live sort of near it. It was once going to be the capital of California. And all of this washed silt down into the valleys. And it made the rivers really shallow. And that's why California floods now. And guess what? We've got El Nino coming. Probably another flood year. Great possibility for a flood year. And this kind of thing being done to Earth, our planet, has a lasting legacy that affects us all. It's a mistake. The rivers are now much more shallow than they used to be, and so the flooding spreads out in the California Valley. It took a massive lawsuit to stop this around 1879-ish, something like that. And it was to ban hydraulic mining. It was the people of California and the farmers downstream who got their lands wrecked by silt, and the floods. And the farmers won, and the people won against the mining company. So that's what put a stop to this. But can you imagine if it had been kept going? There'd be no more California mountains left. Like they would be scoured down to bare rock. We wouldn't have national forests in California. We wouldn't have anything much alive in the mountains of California, and the valley would be flooded with toxic mining waste and debris. Now you still can't eat anything out of San Francisco Bay because while hard rock mining gets a bad rap, it's not nearly as toxic as the stuff like this open placer stuff. This is where they put the mercury straight into those things right there, right here. They put it straight into that, and a lot of it washed downstream. It killed all of the shrimp of San Francisco Bay, and none of the fish are edible now to this day. There's a thriving shrimp industry down there. So you have ghost towns that happen overnight with this ban in the foothills and in the mountains because this was the only profitable way to mine. And you have ghost towns in San Francisco Bay where the Japanese used to do shrimp harvest. So as we're looking at a new El Nino flood season, you could think this kind of crap for it. And I know it's kind of weird the way my mind works, but I can be talking about mining and then tell you how that relates to us right now. So, yeah, Laura says needed to bed, but headed to bed. Yeah, thank you, Laura. I can't believe how Harbor Freight Polisher would work, but I guess I'll try that. Yeah. So Joe Johnson says, writing a book, 9 Lives, got to chapter 10, then had to rename it 9 Lives and then some. I hope that's a true story, because if that's trolling, that's also funny, though. But here at Cherokee, where they did this, by Paradise, this earth-raping type of mining, guess what they were throwing out? They were throwing out the diamonds, because they thought they were little white rocks. They thought it was quartz, until somebody bit on one day and broke their tooth. And went, oh my God, these are gemstone quality diamonds. And then I imagine that person sitting down and going, what have we been doing? Oh no. I do believe that's the only place in California where it's found, and I would love to get a geological history of why are there diamonds in Cherokee? Like, why in that one spot? They're usually associated with extreme heat. I mean, gold is too. Extreme geological heat in the past, like volcanoes and stuff. But the Yellowstone hotspot has moved over time because of continental drift and plate, blah, blah, blah. So they think that the Yellowstone crater is all over the western United States. Some say it was in Oregon, and there's like a line of extinct volcanoes going to where it is in Wyoming. Some say it was once in California. And so that's an intriguing thing, that some of these, quote, extinct volcanoes, the hot spot stays in one spot, but as continent goes over that spot, you get new volcanoes springing up each time. So eventually, Yellowstone will go cold and dead. I mean, millions of years from now. And there will be a new supervolcano. Who knows which way the plate is drifting right now in North America? That could end up in Canada, right? So I think there's a raging debate about it. Some people say the Tillamook Bay of Oregon was a Yellowstone crater. I don't think so. But the genius that I follow, the maverick geology teacher in Washington State, oh God, what is his name right now? I'm getting tired. What's his name? Wait. No. His popular channel is something on the rocks. Oh, why can't I remember his name right now? I can see him. He's at Washington State. Nick Zentner. Yeah, there we go. I was thinking of Zeke Lunder. I'm like, no, Nick Zentner. Ah, he thinks Tillamook Bay, Oregon could be a Yellowstone hotspot. But I'd say not so fast. There would be gold then near Tillamook. There'd probably be gold with a volcanic hotspot like that. But the Coast Range is dead. Part of the Coast Range of Oregon that is where Tillamook Bay is. I go back there and go back here. I'm very familiar with it. The Tillamook burn fire and all that is one of the things I've studied. There's 3 different ghost towns here. This whole thing, Tillamook Bay right here, I'm just not feeling crater vibes on it for any reason. But there is no gold here. There's a lot of people who go, wait, but there's always been rumors of gold in the Tillamook Forest because there's Portland. Like I'm in there somewhere. So here's Tillamook Bay, just due west. Now, if you go to Shaded Relief, you can see the Willamette Valley is here, where Portland is. And this is the Tillamook Bay and the little basin thing. I'm just not getting crater vibes from that, for one thing. But Portland used to be basically beachfront property millions of years ago. This part of the Coast Range, this little chunk, was an island in the middle of the Pacific until it bashed into Oregon's coast and fused with it. So while you do have gold in southwestern on the beach, it's even called Gold Beach, Brookings and Port Orford area. Yes, you got gold down there. This is like continentally attached. I don't believe that this was a floating island thing. This is like this is the northern part of the Coast Range, the one northern Oregon's Coast Range. Floated in from somewhere else. It was always cold and dead as a mountain chain, and millions of years ago it fused with Oregon. So there is no gold there. The rumors of gold that all the old timers told, even into the 40s, trading with the Indians until they kind of got shipped off their land and all this horrible stuff. And the 1930 Tillamook burn fire, they would go to Forest Grove. They'd cross, the coastal Indians would cross out here. They'd come up the rivers like the Trask, the Salmonberry, and they'd go to Forest Grove, which is this town right here. And they would go into the general stores and they'd pay in gold for supplies. And that sparked this rumor that Tillamook Forest especially had gold. But everybody and their mom has been out there prospecting, out there chasing the rumors. There's never been a trace ever confirmed. Because it's not there. In reality, it was a shipwreck, a Spanish galleon shipwreck. And they just found it like 2 years ago. They found part of it in a cave with the timbers still intact and everything. And it was rumored, the rumored beeswax shipment. It had a lot of beeswax and gold and stuff in it. So the Indians hid where it was, smart. And whenever they needed to go buy stuff, they just probably went into that cave and got a little bit more of the gold and paid for it. And so now they explored that cave, did a core sample, and figured out it was wood from Europe, old growth wood from Europe, and confirmed Spanish galleon. So, yeah, Abby says Nick is cool. Yeah. Cheryl, I don't think I've seen I, Claudius. I don't like Claudius. I think he was a fake and a fraud. But I should watch it because I like Roman movies and stuff. I think he was a master propagandist. But I am not sure anymore that Caligula was as bad as everybody said. I think Tiberius was. He was a madman with syphilis. I mean, Caligula was messed up as anything. But his writings and justification for being the emperor and stuff, I don't think Claudius was any less messed up, considering what happened to that family. When Tiberius went paranoid, probably from syphilis eating his brain, he began killing off his family members in the dynasty, and the ones that remained were messed up, like Claudius and Caligula. But a lot of what Caligula does is pretty normal, and it's like joke stuff. It's just like how Octavian did a propaganda coup against Mark Antony. Mark Antony went to a party, literally in Syria or like Cilicia, maybe even Egypt, dressed as the Roman god Dionysus. It was just a party, a costume party. And so back in Rome, Octavian said that Mark Antony is no longer a Roman. He's adopted the ways of the foreign, effeminate Greeks and Persians, and he now considers himself a god, a reincarnation of Dionysus. And he's a drunkard too, because basically everybody heard about the party he attended, pretending to be Dionysus, and yeah, there was a lot of wine at that party. But that's the way propaganda is. So Caligula marched his army towards the United Kingdom, but on the shores of France, he had his soldiers collect seashells. And Claudius said that he declared victory over a war with Poseidon, and that was evidence of madness. Well, it turns out they didn't have all the ships they needed to even invade England, so they waited for a bit and then had to go home because I think a storm sank them or something, or they arrived and they weren't ready yet. So it would be suicide to try to invade the United Kingdom, I should say, with a couple of rowboats and ferrying people across one at a time. Like that's not a good plan. So just to keep his soldiers busy, go collect seashells. But that actually would have helped finance that operation because seashells were actually pretty rare for that part of the world. It was special ones. And you don't want your soldiers just sitting around trying to think of something to do. So a lot of the stuff they supposedly did also sounds too fantastic to be real. Like supposedly Caligula had turned the senators' wives into prostitutes in order to raise state funds. I don't think so. I'm sorry. So I don't like Claudius. I think he's a liar. And he didn't have much going on for him. He wasn't that popular. But it's like that political agenda thing where maybe you get tolerated, not really elected, but in fact he kind of was elected by the Praetorian Guard. Maybe you get tolerated as a really mediocre ruler because it's like anybody but that guy. Anybody but Caligula. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But a lot of this we'll never really know what the truth is. But he may have. It's like Richard III. I no longer think he was a bad guy. I think the Tudors wrote propaganda. I think the Tudors killed the two princes in the Tower. They were the ones threatened by that dynasty. I think Richard III hid his relatives in the Tower of London, and the Tudors walked in and killed him because the Tudors were victorious. Richard died on the battlefield, then they could say whatever they want. So, like, nothing makes sense. If you're going to kill off your own dynastic bloodline, no, I don't buy it. That's what the Conqueror does. But we'll see. We'll see. I do love Rome movies, even if they're ridiculous. Quo Vadis is amazing. Quo Vadis is sweet. I was watching Cleopatra with Sea Probe, and that was pretty cool. All those big stars of the era were just amazing. They'll never make movies like that again with all those extras. like thousands and thousands of extras and giant life-size Rome movie sets. That's just probably never going to happen again. Okay. Abu says a Washington University science teacher with Geo's sense of humor, second to none. Absolutely. He's freaking amazing. Marcus Aurelius, the Meditations. Yeah. I'm a Stoic, by the way. I'm a student. I was doing it before it was cool. I was doing that before it was cool. All right. Everybody says that, though. But Stoicism is pretty much the thing that got science started. Modern Western rational thought, requiring evidence. Have a belief, sure, but if you can't prove it, don't cling to it. Have teachers and not prophets. Nature is the only thing that seems supernatural. Nature itself. Control your passions. Don't let your heart rule your head. All that good advice. Stoicism. I don't like the fatalism though, but it's not intrinsic. Because I'm not a fatalist, that's why I have anxiety. Because I think if I do this or this, I change my fate, and so oh my God, bite my fingernails. What should I do? Fatalists are a lot more laid back. Elizabeth Taylor was fantastic. Did you know she actually had purple eyes? Yeah. She actually had one of the rare eye colors of violet. Let's see her eyes. Can you imagine having a driver's license and your eye color is V for violet? Yeah, when she wore pinks, it really brought it out. And sometimes they just looked blue, but they were truly violet. The film at the time, this is some 80s, late 70s, didn't bring out violet like Technicolor type did. That's better. They were like a light gray with purple hue. Not at all contacts. So yeah, when she was Cleopatra, she was awesome. I can't stand one scene of Cleopatra. No, you know what it is? It's not what most people would think. It's not something offensive or anything like that. I can't stand the burning of the Great Library. Caesar's casual. Oh well. And in reality, Julius Caesar probably burned it down on purpose. It's painted as an accident to the Romans. Yeah, well, the Romans were the victors, huh? But the Egyptian side of the story was that was the best thing that they had was their repository of knowledge. The Great Library was irreplaceable. It kept them a modern society. Like, ancient people lived in the modern world. Medieval times was a return to the Stone Age, basically, and then we had to rediscover stuff in the Renaissance. It put us back a couple thousand years. Like, Bronze Age people had plumbing, you know, and indoor plumbing and stuff. We never got that back to like the 1700s, but Caesar probably knew that he was outnumbered, and so the only way that he could survive a battle if he wanted to stay in Egypt with his small force until backup arrived was start a big fire in Alexandria so that they had to drop everything and put out the fire. He had a terrible choice. Fight the invaders or save what they can of the Great Library. What a cold-hearted bastard. He didn't care how much that destroyed the world. And so I liked it when Elizabeth Taylor screams at him and goes, "You brute! No one has the right to snuff out a human thought and human achievement." I was like, yeah, you get him. And then she kisses him. I'm like, no, no, that guy's a psycho. He ended democracy in the Western Hemisphere just because he was going to be arrested for war crimes. And my God, he was a war criminal. He did genocide left and right. Like, people who think Caesar was a good guy, holy crap. That's why he invaded Rome. He was going to be put on trial for killing Gauls that were allied to Rome. He attacked Rome's allies. His motivation was he wanted to kill enough people in today's France to give what he promised his soldiers, which is land, free land. And Rome didn't have that free land to give away, so he promised all of his soldiers that when they retire, they get free land in France, when today's France was Gaul back then. So in order to get that land, he had to massacre and commit genocide. So that was alarming. So the Roman Senate recalls him to Rome and said, come face a trial for war crimes, because genocide was not cool. Even though the Romans committed most of it, the ancient world, it still was considered bad in their culture. It is not a cultural norm, period. We saw more of it in the 20th century than pretty much all the ancient world combined. And back then, even if people had a dislike of another culture, or an extreme dislike of another culture, soldiers took prisoners because you could sell them. They were worth money alive. And most soldiers can't commit murder. In the heat of battle, they get hyped up and they can do battle, but let me get some water, guys. The average soldier just cannot kill somebody unarmed like that. Just breaks their mind. And it leads to mutiny and what the hell, why am I here? Rethinking the whole situation. The morale hit is insane until you get full on mutiny. But anyway, Romans occasionally committed that atrocity. Rip Carthage. But I should do a historical video series of how fire changed the world. Julius Caesar's stupid game to stay in Egypt destroyed the Great Library in a huge fire. The fire use in warfare, blah blah blah. The Great Fire that they couldn't really take Carthage, so they lit it on fire. That was horrible. So Carthage probably had a great library as well. But fire has so many times destroyed human knowledge and set us back centuries, accidentally or otherwise. So, Joe, yeah. And one of the unfortunate side effects of ending slavery meant that people couldn't be sold anymore post-battle, and so genocide only became mainstream or popular, whatever you want to call that horrible word, after the abolition of slavery. So it's human condition, man. Depressing. So Joe Johnson says she's too quick before you finish. She says what you're typing. Yeah. Everything has got a double-edged sword. There's nothing that'll have just a true 100% good result. No matter what you try to do, like, the Titanic didn't have enough lifeboats to save everybody on a moonless night that was abnormally calm. The ocean's never that calm like a lake. It's just extremely rare. So lifeboats don't matter, really. Lifeboats don't save people at sea. Their purpose is to transport people from one vessel to another, back and forth, back and forth. So having enough lifeboats for every single person on them was never a priority, because whatever rescue boat comes has their own set of lifeboats. And besides, it's just a transfer system, back, forth, back, forth. So the Titanic had more lifeboats than usual. Like it was a safety concern thing. And unfortunately, some of the rafts and stuff just couldn't be used. So the bad consequence of requiring lifeboats, most sea captains try to warn them, don't require us to have one for every passenger, for all of everybody. That'll make our ships top heavy and they'll roll over. They'll be prone to capsizing, which will kill everybody. And what happened? The Congress went ahead and rubber stamped that bill, and Which one rolled over in Chicago? Partially because of the lifeboats. Am I thinking of the right one? I don't know. But this is not a 2 hour ago. Yeah, it's a 2 days ago article. I would like to have been at this blue pool if I could go see the lookout fire. That was the fire I was going to look at. There. Go back to it. Because we're in shooting the beep time, you know. It's open topic moment. That's how I usually like to do the last hour of the stream at night. So any open subject is good. This is our current Deathball Mountain. Wow, isn't that eerie? That is the fire right there. We're looking north by slightly northeast. Oh, it's camera changed. So isn't that eerie? As there's clouds, the heat of the lookout fire on the mountains there is going up into the clouds, and the fire's actual brightness is reflecting off the underside of the clouds. So it's pretty eerie. And so what looks like lightning is not lightning. It's probably when the fire flares up for a moment. Remember, this is only a one shot every minute, so it makes a lot more bright reflection stuff for a moment, and then maybe probably 20 seconds, and it goes back to being darker depending on how the winds are gusting, and it gives you flashes. Because if you notice the little spot fires and things on the mountainside here, they all flare up at the same time as the big one in the background. So if they're all doing something at once, you can tell that that's wind just all hit the area in gusts at once. And I want to look at the current forecast. Yeah, it's generally that's what they're reacting to. People that don't know how to read a time lapse, though, get scared looking at these images, thinking it's evidence of laser bursts from the sky or some airplanes flying over and smacking the mountainside with lasers. But it's just it's wind gusts and time lapse photography. If the movie camera could see at night, you'd have a nice alternative view. So a lot of these things are just artifacts of time-lapse photography and lens flares and things not being focused and not being calibrated, and it scares the daylight out of people. It's just hard to interpret this stuff if you don't know photography. I did some stop-motion projects where I animated origami animals and stuff by taking a picture and moving them, and taking a picture and moving them, just like Ray Harryhausen, you know, and Jason and the Argonauts, Sinbad movies. He was my hero. I should have written him a fan letter when he was still alive. And it took me hours to film 15 seconds of a origami beaver wagging its tail. But it's not a movie. So everything looks faster than it is. Depends on what. Like if you choose 15 minutes, it's slower. 5 minutes is even slower. It's like this is just the last 15 minutes. You can see it's a lot more lazy cloud movement. And you can double check this against the weather. Lightning strikes can be detected, and so by satellites. So you would see, you know, lightning strikes. We got nothing. There's no precipitation here that could cause it. This will change for Northern California tomorrow sometime. God knows what's going off on the coast. What is this? Fire weather watch. We got a fire weather watch, which is equivalent of an orange flag. It remains in effect from Saturday morning through Saturday evening for wind and low humidity. And you can see it's a little bit east of the lookout fire, excuse me, but close enough to suck. Just think about Oregon heat wave makes all the fires, they're going to be active because we might have some winds too. I just draw a broad brush over Oregon. We're going to have more fire activity due to this heat. But hopefully the thunderstorms stay in California. It just remains to be seen. So, whoa. Affected area, blah, blah, blah. Timing Saturday afternoon and evening. Humidity 9%. 9? 9? What? Oh, God. Okay. Don't even fart out there, then. That's that meme video, that picture, where it says fire weather danger, don't even fart on a sign outside of a firehouse. Yeah. Wow, 9%? That's like literally the humidity of an oven. That's like firing clay in the kiln. This is like you smile and your lips cracked. I'm sorry, I lost my page. Where is it? Here in my notebook. I have to write this timestamp. Okay, this got more serious today. I thought we were mostly going to be worried about California thunderstorms and just the Anvil, but no, we've got to worry a lot about Oregon now. Okay, here we go. So 4 hours, 45 minutes, and the stream is, you looked at the fire weather watch for Prineville, Redmond, okay. Bend, etc. 9% humidity. Gee. Oh my God. Dry and unstable conditions can result in extreme fire behavior. Okay. That is the worst term. There's nothing higher, like worse than extreme. Just like tornadoes cap out at what? EF5s? Or is that hurricanes? Hurricanes top out at category 5? Okay, extreme fire behavior is like the top category of what a fire can do. As in nothing worse. There's other words like, in fact, I don't even know what they are, like moderate and normal and elevated and extreme, if I remember right. Critical fire weather conditions are forecast to occur. So right now it's a watch. If you ever, I should just tell people the difference between watch and warnings in every single bulletin, because I thought through most of my life, especially my kid and teen years, that a watch and a warning is the same damn thing. It means vigilance, right? Could happen, right? No. Warning means it's happening. Like whatever they're warning about, it's in progress. Like tornado warning, the tornado's on the ground. It's coming. Tornado or the conditions that spawned them immediately, right? Okay. Fire weather watch is like, yeah, there could be extreme, fire conditions tomorrow, but we're not that sure about all the conditions. It may be very windy, it may be not. Because when they say fire weather warning, which means red flag, there has to be a couple of conditions, and they have to meet a number scale standard, which makes me angry. They need to change it. Humidity can't be above a certain above a certain percent, otherwise it's not a red flag. So I'm just making numbers up, but if humidity for red flag needs to be 25% or lower, 26, they don't call it red flag. Well, it doesn't really matter if it's 25 or 26%, does it? No, not to the fire. However, that's their sticklers. It's like, imagine being 1 centimeter too short to board the ride at the fair. Who cares if you're 1 centimeter too short? That does not make a difference. But it's a stickler, anal retentive, if I may, way of declaring a warning versus a watch, and it's giving people a false sense of security. If humidity is 9%, I don't care what the wind is doing at its high temperatures. Just tell people it's red flag. Right at the bottom, it says a fire weather watch means that critical fire weather conditions are forecast to occur and listen for later forecasts. They'll possibly be upgraded to a red flag warning. No. Just tell people ahead of time. That's good enough for red flag. Like, do not plan on burning and start making sure your property is fire safe, because all hell can break out. All hell can break loose tomorrow. You don't wait till it's in the middle of it to tell people to start preparing. But they think everybody's a psychic and somehow knows what they mean. In reality, we would be a red flag already, but winds are only forecast to be 20 miles an hour, and they have to be 23. Oh, whatever. If a fire breaks out in this kind of condition and heavy timber and dead trees, it doesn't matter what the winds are doing. I'm sorry. We saw the Dixie Fire do stuff that usually fires only do in hurricane force winds. But it was doing it when the forecast was 35 miles an hour, and it left everybody with their pants down. The Dixie Fire spread north 38 miles in a single 24-hour period. 38 miles. It ran past Chester, burned the western half of Chester, the outbuildings. But if the wind shifted, Chester would be an ash pile today at Lake Almanor. And because it was a fire weather watch, because only 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, yeah, guess what? It made its own hurricane force winds. It did. It spawned fire tornadoes. It did. Okay, this is the Death Ball Mountain Cam 12-hour time lapse. Lots of smoke drifting towards the camera, towards the northeast earlier today. Okay, going back, the Edmund Fitzgerald. Okay, sorry, what do you guys talk about? These are all good topics. I did an anniversary stream of when the Edmund Fitzgerald sank. She's a freighter and not a passenger ship. Oh yeah, we were talking about ships rolling over. No, that was much later. That was in the late 70s, actually. Didn't happen too long ago. Isn't that a pretty sunset? I'm so glad the Lookout Fire is doing better right now. It could still explode and spread north if we had big bad thunderstorms and we had high winds. But we have been so lucky that it hasn't. They've got a lot of their firing ops completed. That anytime we do have a thunderstorm now, things will be much better. Got a lot of cooperation from Mother Nature finally. From the weather, I should say. Okay, that's our current look. It's hard to say exactly what we're looking at, but that is the reservoir right there. This is looking to the southwest from the Axis Smith Ridge cam. But we, like if you do a 15-minute time lapse, see the flashes from the wind gusts kind of flaring it up every so often. But a 15-minute time lapse shows you how lazy the activity is. Flashes in the sky are just reflection off the clouds. A very bright star right there. So it's good to do the really slow ones to get a better idea of what's happening. So a record for fire spread, how fast fire can move. If they keep them, I'm sure it is. They're saying that the Bear Claremont complex fire, which everybody just knows as the Bear Fire, was a record. It made a record downhill slope run to try to eat Oroville all the way from Bucks Lake to Oroville. And that was caught on cameras. I show that a lot, but it's very, very frightening. Sometimes when a fire goes, lightning is generated by the fire. Just like in a volcano, there's so much ash in the air that it makes static electricity and spawns lightning. So the Bear Claremont did that. But it's definitely not something that will relax you in the middle of the night. You can watch it. The alert wildfire cams showed it. But it's a fatal fire, and it eats 2 towns and leaps across Lake Oroville like it was nothing. Lake Oroville is gigantic. There's a bridge on it, the Oro Quincy Highway Bridge. It is a lot like San Francisco's Golden Gate. I think it was the same architect. It's just big. And the embers flew over like it was nothing. So they barely saved many of the neighborhoods of Oroville, but they couldn't save Brush and Berry Creek. They got nearly wiped out. with a lot of people missing, and I think a dozen were killed. And that was a fire that had 78% containment. And so a lot of people who were about to be evacuated saw the updated containment percentage. It leaped from like 48 to 78 from last time they checked it. There's all these horrible text messages and Facebook posts type things where they said, well, we're going to stay here because they're making such good progress. 78% means we're safe. Well, we're much safer now. And that's why I tell people you are not safe until about 90, 95%. That's a containment percentage is their progress to making you safe. You're not safe yet. It's something that I think a lot of people confuse with progress. And as a fire gets bigger, like the Dixie did every day, even though they had contained it on the southern flank in a Feather River Canyon, and they had more and more black line, more and more containment lines, the fire spread to the north, northeast, and northwest so rapidly that because the fire perimeter was getting bigger, the containment percentage shrank, even though I should put it this way, even though the lines were still good that they made. Let's put it this way. If you've got what's a good example? What the hell I'm talking about? What's something that grows that you would put something around? Something that really grows, not like a barrel and putting a belt around a barrel, but it's really tiring. I'm going to probably get offline that next 10 minutes. So guys, 10 minutes, last call. Tell me about your, what do you want to see with fires? We can look at California, but it's looking pretty good as far as I know. High Divide is clear. So, a balloon, I know we put a belt on a balloon, right? And, okay, how about mapping? Like, say you're Captain Cook or something, and you're mapping the Pacific Ocean for the first time. And he did a lot of that. He found Vancouver Island and that kind of thing. Or at least, maybe the Spanish did, but the Spanish didn't share their maps, So, discovery means you share with the world. Like, you let the entire world know, see your maps. So, it's not finding. Doesn't mean the first people there found it. Yeah, sure, the first people there found it. But people don't realize that discovery means scientific discovery. It means you submit all of your claims to peer review, keep a journal and a log of your scientific experiment. It's not what the Spanish did. They wanted an empire and kept that stuff to themselves. Same thing with the Vikings. They didn't submit their maps of the Americas for peer review. So no, the Vikings did not discover America. Sorry. First person who does it gets the credit. That was Christopher Columbus. He discovered the Americas, right? So say you're Captain Cook doing discovery in the Pacific, and you find an island. But everybody says, oh, that island's pretty small. So you found the southern tip of it, so you map that, and you say to your crew, oh, yeah, we've probably mapped about 5% of the island already. Sweet. You go around the western edge. Okay, now we've mapped about 15% of the island. Yeah, we'll just go around the top and go around the circle where we were. You keep going north, keep going north, keep going north. Wow, there's a lot of island here that we didn't realize. Huh. Okay, and then you finally figure out how big Vancouver Island is. Even though the amount that you mapped didn't change, the percentage changed. You just found out it was bigger, right? So with the Dixie Fire, they were increasing their containment in certain spots, especially the south and the Feather River Canyon area. But the fire was increasing in size so large that containment decreased almost every week. So I no longer care that much about containment percentage and acreage. These are numbers with a lot of meaninglessness. A lot of people start out with, it's at such and such acres today. And a lot of times people get depressed if the acreage went up. Well, a lot of times, especially in wilderness fires, they're doing control burning. And if acreage went up and it was control burn, that's actually very positive. But they don't separate what acreage was the fire chewing through stuff and doing destruction and what was the acreage number for healthy maintenance of the forest type firing. And which percentage was collateral damage from trying to save it, you know what I mean? So I don't put emphasis on it. I don't think it's correct. And I sure as hell won't say, oh yeah, 60% containment, everybody's safe now. Really depends on how many contingency lines. Because what the Dixie Fire did was it jumped 3 to 4, maybe even 5 containment lines and ran 39 miles in a 24-hour period, 48, something like that. So the Wild Frontier cam has fire on it. It's in rotate mode. And I better not close this tab or we'll lose the ability to time-lapse something in rotate mode. Don't ask me why this website's like that. Sorry, it's going to drive you nuts while it rotates. I think it stops after a bit. This is over in Gasky area. Smith River Complex, north. South, actually, excuse me, south. Remember how we saw the fire burn over this camera area? That was crazy. Thought the firefighters were going to get killed. They were standing right in front of it. It's like, please don't get yourself killed to save a radio tower. Thanks. That can be rebuilt. That's heroic and everything, but for God's sake. Okay, it stopped. It stopped only in the last 15 minutes. Wait a second. 30. No. 1 hour. 3 hours. Okay, so it stopped to look at just one place. Oh, I was trying to pause it. Okay, when did it do this? This is interesting. I want to look at this. Okay, it stopped doing that. It's around an hour ago. It was in patrol mode, and then it fixated on one spot. So we're gonna find out why. What's going on at this complex? What's the camera looking at? It means they want to monitor something. Okay, so I'm making a second tab so that we don't accidentally destroy the time-lapse ability there. Let me go back up to it. Here's Wild Frontier. It was Wild Frontier 2, so now it's focusing to the east on the Hurdy Gurdy Creek, so it's got to be the Hurdy Gurdy part of the fire. All right, so let's look at what the hell's going on with it. Let's look at the satellite. Too many tabs as usual. Where'd it go? There we go. Gurdy. Okay, Carson City, yes, B. Okay, now we need service. Need a little bit of shade relief. All right, now we need our activity. Okay, we only have a faint one on the hurdy-gurdy right here. It's gray already. So that's Coon Mountain is Camp 6. So here's where the cams are right there, Camp 6. And it's looking almost due east to southeast. So that would be at Hurdy Gurdy Creek. Right? 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 Yeah. Just north of it. So I believe that's why they called it the Hurdy Gurdy part of the fire. So let's look at watch duty. Do you have an update? What the heck might be going on there? Got their own Hurdy Gurdy thing. That's what we're looking at. Updated 2 days ago. Just refer to the Smith River one. I was afraid they'd say that. Last update 15 hours ago. Does it say anything about the Hurdy Gurdy? Yesterday was the hottest, driest day in several weeks. The fire was not as active as expected, but it did grow due to light winds and a smoke inversion. Yay. They continued to extinguish hotspots along 199. Secure the recent firing operation. Yeah. In Stony Creek, north of Gasquet, helicopters suppressed areas of heat to prevent the fire from progressing west. Good. The fire's east perimeter, blah, blah, smoldering, blah, blah, creeping. Crews completed a shaded field break near Table Mountain. There will be a secondary fire line. Sweet. A shaded field break is where firefighters thin out the trees and vegetation to help control the spread of wildfire. They should do this all the time, not just when a fire happens. Can you imagine if towns were protected by shaded field breaks? Zeke says yes, I say yes. Do it before you need it. Build the city walls before the barbarians come. So near the southwestern part, they continued a strategic firing operation near Coon Creek. Okay. The Hurdy Gurdy was active on its eastern side, and crews are scouting for opportunities to keep it from spreading east. And they're mopping up the southern portion. On the western side of the Hurdy Gurdy, they will continue to patrol and mop up. With the good weather, they're planning small burning operations through the weekend. So maybe that's what the camera just pivoted over to. Work priorities today are for the US 99, Stony Creek, southeast side, where crews will attempt to use direct suppression tactics. Going direct. Yes. That means attacking. And like, that's where the fire is vulnerable. Attack. So we've got a 38% general containment, which is driving me insane. They shouldn't do this. The Hurdy Gurdy is alone by itself. And so are some of the others. To rope that in with what's going on across the Oregon border, pretty far away, means we don't have the ability to figure out how well it's going or not. Now we have to look at the stupid map to try to figure out in our heads the containment on the Hurdy Gurdy, because they're just roping it all together. Some Del Norte County evacuation zones remain under a level 2 or 1. Visit the map here. Thanks, guys. It's a non-clickable JPEG image, so it's a picture of a file with links. It's like a screenshot of something that normally would have links to click. It drives me insane when they do that. It's the same thing on InstaWeb. It says click here. It doesn't work. Okay, so let's go back up. They said Coon Creek, right? Now I saw a hotspot near it, right? Let's look. There's a strategic firing operation in and around Coon Creek. Happened in the southwest area of the fire. Which one? In Stony Creek, north of Gasquet. They did this and that on the fire's east side near Washington Flat and Little Jones Creek. Crews completed a shaded Table Mountain, blah, blah, near the southwestern area of the fire. You mean, okay, the Smith one? All right, see how confusing this gets. Sorry. Let's see here. Coon portion is here. Yeah. It's Coon Mountain, though. Where's Coon Creek? That's Hurdy Gurdy Creek. Oh, yeah, it is right there. Okay. It used to be mines. I hope no history burned up, but it probably did. I'm watching all these ghost towns burn before I could film them and make documentaries. I'm so torn about what to do. Every summer I want to film ghost towns before they get destroyed by time, nature, decay, development, fires. And instead, I sit here watching them burn down every summer. And I'm just never going to be able to see them. And we don't have much history in the wilderness left anymore. We used to be able to do ghost towning as a hobby, where you drive out to the middle of nowhere and you just see the buildings of old towns that no longer exist, abandoned, and artifacts. And old graves and stuff, and ghost hunters do not take. We don't metal detect, we don't take, we observe. We don't tell everybody how to get there, because they'll get trashed, but it was a cool hobby. And one day it's going to be over. Soon. You won't be able to see anything. You used to be able to see old mines and the old stamp mills and the old equipment, and walk into a couple of mines just maybe 15 feet, not like deep. Not really anymore. So let's go back to fire activity. Now, with the ghost detection, the gray spot of heat, see, where are they putting the firing up? They said it would be the southwest portion of Hurdy Gurdy, right? Hurdy Gurdy 40. Yeah, okay. So this might be what they did just before midnight. 11 o'clock Pacific. I would think this is them, and they're looking at their own handiwork through this cam. That's why they swung the camera over to look at it. So that's why it looks so fierce, even though the wind is so calm. I think they're looking at their own control burn. Cool. Something that they started, and right now, if we look at the weather, I bet it's cool enough and moist enough. And they probably want to do this before the thunderstorm activity of tomorrow might compromise it. So it's probably a good idea to do it right now. So let's do the forecast and see what kind of humidity we got right now. Del Norte County, they've got 65% humidity to 56, depending on where you put this little crosshair. That's not that great, but it's not terrible. Quite unhealthy air index. It's red. Yuck. But they have almost a dead calm, except for the occasional 13-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which might be why it's kind of active looking. And the wind is from the south-southwest, so it would be pushing it towards the north-northeast. It's not what's showing on the chart. Let's see. Wait, I'm on the wrong. What? No, we're by Gasquet, correct? Yeah, we are. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, we are in the right spot. Depending on their prep, it's probably fine to do a control burn right now. Okay, that makes me feel better. Joe says Sir Francis Drake beat Cook to Australia, but kept all the logs and journals from his trip from the Golden Hind a secret. Yeah. Did you know they tried to save his ship? They made a museum about it. It was called the Golden Hind Museum. But it was destroyed by fire, of course. Yeah. And it kind of rotted away before that. So, yeah, the ship I was trying to think about, the one that rolled over due to Titanic lifeboats, I mean, there were several. The ship rolled over disaster due to Titanic lifeboat requirements. Change laws and safety things, but that was okay for all the ships being built going forward. They could be built so that they weren't top heavy, but the ones that weren't built for had big ass lifeboats on the top became very unstable, capsized more readily, and I thought it was in the Chicago River. That was one of the major nautical disasters, the Eastland. Oh God. Yeah, 1911. Wait a second, the Titanic happened in 1912. No, wait, that picture is the Eastland 1911. Okay, yeah. Don't watch a documentary on this unless you want to cry. It's mostly women and children aboard for a picnic holiday thing, and they rolled over in port. And they put on these life jackets, but the life jackets back then were made out of cork and some other dust stuff in them, so they had an expiration date. And And cork is hydrophobic. It's naturally hydrophobic, means water beads off of it. That's why you could put cork in a wine bottle and it doesn't let any wine get out, no matter how long you hold it upside down. However, over time it breaks down into dust, and so that's not going to help. So these people put on the life jackets and jumped overboard and sank because it was like having a lead weight around your neck. It just totally soaked full of water. And they had tied it together, unless you used a bow tie in which you could open it. You couldn't get it off you. Your feet would touch bottom, your ears would rupture, and you'd be in the complete total darkness, trying your best to untie a knot, like a double knot, and your life depended on it, and the clock's ticking. How much of a breath did you get? And all around you are hundreds, if not thousands, of other people in the same predicament. Everybody watched from shore, and they're like, oh my God. But most people perished within probably 5 minutes. So even though the responses were pretty immediate, what can you do? And people sank like a stone to the bottom. And then their bodies got trapped there, their feet stuck in the mud, and then they had to put divers down in there, and some of them just broke down. I can't imagine doing that. Like, holy crap. So I do believe this is because of new lifeboats. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, subsequently... Wait a second. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's right. She was a ship that was built unstable. She nearly capsized in 1904 after leaving South Haven with 3,000 passengers. Subsequently, her capacity was lowered to 2,800. Cabins were removed. Lifeboats were added, though, and the hull was repaired. And on August 1906, another listing incident occurred. The ship changed hands because she was like a big death trap. Somebody actually bought her because they were stupid. Then they had to reduce the smokestack height. I remember now I think it was called Big Old Boats, Great Maritime Disasters, or maybe it was called Maritime Disasters. Those are great channels. Explain it. That the ship should not have ever been inspected and able to leave port, but it was just a walking nightmare ready to roll over for any reason, for various design flaws. And then July 1915 seems to be when the accident happened, right? The maiden voyage 1903. When did the accident happen? 24th of July 1915. Yeah, Titanic was 1912. Like, people would be getting on, and as the passengers walked on the boat, remember how a boat is pretty much moored to where Smitty, he would be this is up his alley as a former sailor, but you can only board passengers on one side unless you have a super fancy moorage. So the people boarding on one side with their suitcases would tip it over and start to list the boat just because of the weight of people walking on the gangplanks on one side of the ship. And they had to take drastic measures like removing a smokestack to keep it from being that top heavy. But the Federal Seamen's Act had been passed in 1915 following the Titanic disaster 3 years prior. In 1912. The law required retrofitting of a complete set of lifeboats on the Eastland and other passenger vessels. This additional weight may have made it more dangerous by making her even more top-heavy. And some argued that the other Great Lakes ships would suffer the same problem, but the bill was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson with basically no exceptions. Even though every seaman in the world and every captain probably wrote a personal letter saying, please don't do this. Your better option is to reduce the amount of passengers a ship can legally take, but don't just say you have to add lifeboats when it's dangerous. Life rafts also would have been the better idea. Rafts are good too, and they're inflatable, and in fact they're better than lifeboats. And these days a lifeboat is really a life raft that's fancy, because the boats shatter alongside of the ship. As they're being lowered, they swing around and in high winds and storms, and it dumps people in the ocean, and then they get caught in the propeller. Like, it's really bad. And if the ship lifts too much, you can't launch all the boats on one side. It lifts further, then you can't launch any boat. But you can always launch a raft. You can just inflate that puppy and toss it in. Even with a raft, you can even slide down the side of the ship. It'd be terrifying, but you could do it. But no, it was a lifeboat legislation. So Eastland's, and also any ships that did this, they should have gotten a huge tax break for safety update, but no. So Eastland's owners could choose to either maintain a reduced capacity, which means no profit, or add lifeboats to increase passenger capacity. So they went with that route, even though it made their ship even more unstable. But that's the way corporations are. I mean, they'd probably go completely bankrupt if they didn't do that. So when we make laws, we have to make intelligent laws. No blanket, blah, blah, blah. But that's why the Fire Sprinkler Act will never get passed either. Everybody wants to pass it, but if you change it to tax breaks, it'll set a legal precedent, and other industries will want tax breaks for making everything safer too. To me, go ahead, do it. Because the cleanup cost that the government has for these disasters, mega fires and mega structure fires and all that, the life and death toll is not worth it. I mean, if they had better sprinkler design and fire insulation in the Twin Towers, they may not have fallen down. But they had the spray-on kind because it was cheap. But New York doesn't really have earthquakes, so they're like, that's code, that's okay. Nothing will shake this building enough to shake it off, right? No. New York had a history of planes flying into buildings, including a plane hitting the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building shrugged it off because it was brick. Didn't have too many windows, so there wasn't infinite wind to fuel a fire. You have glass towers, any of that glass breaks, got infinite wind that rushes through the entire structure. It was an open floor design, and that made it completely a fire death trap. And when high temperatures reach concrete, it cracks it, and then your support columns crack, and then they pancake, and then you get a September 11th. Same thing with that's concrete's big flaw. Designs like that with pillars. Same thing that happened. Pillars got weak, water and rust damage, and the Surfside condo collapse in Florida. So bad code, bad code and bad laws. California wouldn't have that kind of a spray on fire. What do you call that? Not retardant, but insulation, because earthquakes would shake it off. But here we are. These laws matter. No. Yeah, we can't talk like that. We don't try to do. What I'm trying to do is unite people. So we're not in the business of bashing politicians, except for the extremely corrupt ones like Newsom. Since he killed my friend, and well, didn't kill my friend actively, but he supported PG&E, which killed my friend. With his legislation, you can bash him all you want. He supports PG&E. They don't go bankrupt, and so he enabled them to continue to put people at risk. Every time that they burned down a new town or something, he said, I'm going to get tough on PG&E, and didn't, and took their donation money and signed legislation to screw the victims, like the families of my dead friend and my brother who lost everything in Paradise. Limited their liability so they'd stay afloat, these manslaughterers. Took money from a felony company to help them stay up and screwed the victims. And then after he did that, he kept having more and more paradise disasters like the Zog Fire. More people died. Dixie Fire is a miracle nobody died. So go ahead and bash him all you want. He's not a Democrat. He's a charlatan. He's some sort of a monster, not a Democrat. But there's no good party for fires. There's no one that's correct. There's always good ideas on both sides, and we need to unite the left and the right to demand change that's effective. So I'm not interested in like candidate bashing, right? We can't do that. We can't promote that here. It's not going to be effective. There's all kinds of bad things that most of the candidates are doing. Like right now, too many Democrats endorse the stupid roadless, no roads in the wilderness. That's ridiculous and bad. But there's too many Republicans that are for the extremes, like, supporting the big businesses that will kind of destroy sections of nature, you know. So Sandy's in the center. It's moderate, what the moderates want, what most people want. But that both parties pander to their base too much. They don't care what the real consequences are for the country. They care about being elected. So too many Democrats will just kiss the ass of environmental groups to get their endorsement. Just do whatever the environmental group says, even though they might be extremists. Too many Republicans will do that for big business. And Sandy is in the center. So if more people acted like moderates, the country would be better off. We'd actually have a functional government again and be able to agree on some things. Right now, we are completely non-functional. To the point where, yeah, the media is much to blame. So are we as individuals too. We can't affect some things. I mean, they need to reinstate some laws where media has to show the left's point of view, the right side of view, and the Sandy in the center kind of view. That used to be a law, but it's no longer. And after that, we get to extreme divisiveness. But we can also just ourselves have a bit more skeptical nature of. I mean, really, if you think that there's one good party that's good and one that's bad, there's a quote I have for you, and that the left and the right wing are on the same bird. Oftentimes, they're just chinking their glasses in cooperation with each other, and they don't really hate each other, but they're stoking their base up to rabid mobs. Just, they're not trying to be moderate anymore. They're just trying to get so much anger. Nothing quite drives people to the polls like anger. People go to the polls because they're pissed off more often than they go to the polls because they love a candidate, right? They're just taking that approach. And so true Americans and true patriots are few and far between these days who are have sane, cool heads and would like to cooperate with the other side, reach across the aisle, find compromises, common ground, blah, blah, blah. Functionality again. And that's what we need. But I'll tell you what, Trump and Biden, I'll make one statement about them. They disappoint me incredibly. Both of them do. I only talk about fire-related politics. We do need a president that gives a damn. We don't have one yet. I mean, Biden did the good thing where he stopped the stupid policy of let burn, during a mega drought on federal lands. That was no consolation to the people who lost their homes in the Tamarak eventually. There was a small fire that could have been put out, but the Forest Service decided to let it burn. So at least he put a stop to that. Trump had some good ideas about it, but when he visited Paradise, he blamed the victims for the fire, and that was not fun. That was not cool. And he threatened to withhold victims' federal funds because he got in a pissing contest with Newsom. Newsom blamed CO2 for the Paradise Fire, but he was taking money from PG&E. Yeah, it was a power line fire, you jerk. But of course, it's global warming, right? And So Newsom blamed President blamed Newsom, and both of them acted disgusting and threatened to withhold support for the victims, and kind of blamed them both. Both of them did, and pushed their own agendas. He's like, "Oh, if California just had electric cars, this wouldn't happen anymore." Oh my God, you're the one covering for PG&E and their power line disasters. So of course you're going to say everything, but if he had any decency and dignity, like if this was Japan, he'd resign in disgrace. I'd say I never should have enabled that horrible company to kill again, especially after the Zog fire, which happened live on my stream. PG&E was supposed to turn off the power in Santa Ana wind type conditions, and they didn't once again. So we had Shasta County had the Zog fire, which killed children in it too. And Newsom didn't resign in disgrace. He just, blamed CO2 and whatever, anything else but him and his involvement with that killer company. But did Trump do anything about PG&E either? No, he didn't either. He just said the victims should have raked better, as he saw the pine needles on the ground when he visited Paradise. And raking day had already happened. Like, everybody in Paradise did rake. That's a seasonal event. It's kind of like a party. And what he didn't realize was, whoopsie. What he didn't realize was it's not every day that California has 75-mile-an-hour winds. That's the Santa Anas and the Diablo events. And it doesn't matter how much you rake or clean up and burn your needle piles. When 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts hit your trees, and in fact, they were almost constant. It was hurricane force winds that night. The night of September 7th or 8th. Those winds will drop hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds of needles back on your yard just from the trees. Even those kind of winds can knock living needles off of trees. So, in reality, the only thing that really could have saved Paradise from being a death trap were regulations on, not building death trap neighborhoods. That would have been county. Also, you should not allow entire neighborhoods of vulnerable people like the elderly to live underneath pine canopy. The elderly can never rake enough. They're not physically able to take care of properties like that. You just can't have millions of pine trees ready to fall over, and they're pretty fragile in winds and fall over burning on people's homes. Like, yeah. Butte County never should have allowed that town to get that big without more escape routes. Just they had a really good early warning system and reverse 911, but they told everybody to wait. And if you need to evacuate, we'll tell you. So they called people in the morning, and they're like, yeah, be on alert, pack your things in your cars, and then if you need to leave, we'll call you and tell you. And the second phone call never came, because the fire moved so fast it chewed through the cell phone towers and the telephone lines, and then the power went out, and everybody went, what? And had no idea what to do. Like, there's so many things that so many factors that contributed to that disaster. Can't just say one thing, but most importantly, fires find it difficult to get started in high winds. I'm talking 60-mile-an-hour plus. That is when you can light a match, throw it on the ground, and nothing happens because the wind blew out the match. Only a couple things can start a fire in winds that high. And that's like an existing burned up logs, like from a campfire or something, and the wind pushes it out. So like a hot log that was still like red, that was burning in a campfire, and then rolling across the landscape and rolling up against, say, a wooden shack or something, and then that might do it. A road flare, something that, won't go out in the wind. That's what they're designed for. Chemicals, that will do it. Let's see, what's the other images we have? Let's get more cameras. I think we're all good, though, in Northwestern California. But the other thing that mostly starts fires in high winds or power lines. And you have to de-energize them so that firefighters can put water on them. And the PG&E was allowed to have dead vegetation and living trees underneath their power lines, and their fire access roads to the power lines were overgrown. So even though there's quick response, and the power lines started arcing and sparking and dripping molten metal into the dry grass and stuff, and the dry vegetation, fire crews just helplessly watched because they wouldn't de-energize. They'd electrocute themselves, and they couldn't even get down there because the road was overgrown. Now the government, I don't know if that's county or state of California, it's probably state. Vegetation doesn't grow over a road overnight. There's some inspections not occurring. So I would like to know why. But journalism is dead anymore. We citizens want to know why. Why didn't somebody cite the company and make them clear back their vegetation and get rid of the dangerous trees leaning towards their power lines? And why was the power line that failed 96 years old and had never been inspected and or replaced? If inspected, it should never have gotten a pass. Aren't there state laws saying that they have to be replaced every 25 years? This is when I tell people that you want to talk about conspiracies. Paradise, there's one right in front of your face. It's out in the open because nobody can do anything about it. The media won't talk about it. But what kind of government agencies are giving these power companies a free pass when they should fail inspection? Happening in Maui, happening places like SoCal Edison with the Bobcat fire, happened again, deadly fires like the McKinney fire with the Pacific Corps, I believe, was accused of that. Not sure if they were found guilty. But the Beachy Creek fire, the one that threatened my mom, and Pacific Corps 2, Pacific Power, I think it's the same thing. They were just convicted of hiding evidence of their power lines starting many of the fires west of Detroit Lake and east of Salem. We lost an entire old-growth wilderness due to that. So the conspiracy is right in front of your face. It's government officials that are just not doing their inspections, and not everything from politicians to probably people down at the ground level. They're not doing their job of protecting us by making corporations deliver power safely. So who's involved? You don't know, but I'll tell you where to look. Whoever takes their money. That's why we call him Gruesome Newsom. And no matter how many people they kill, he backs PG&E. He talks tough, you know. He talks tough about I'm gonna bring the hammer on you guys if you kill one more person, PG&E, or start one more fire, and then it happens again and again. He goes, crickets. Oh, CO2 did this. CO2 is not an ignition source, sir. So when people are talking about lasers and stuff going on, I'm like, yeah, just go ahead. Just give these murderers a free pass. Don't demand any change. Just go ahead and believe in stupid ass space laser crap. And watch the world burn around you because you failed to act. I really have little tolerance for it anymore. So many of our politicians need to be thrown out of office. None of them debated, not Trump and not Biden even brought wildfires up once during their debates. They're the biggest threat to the country right now, economically, and our lives at stake. Wildfires have the ability to completely crush our economy and bring us into such debt we can never get out of it. Everybody's supposed to be concerned about that. Wildfires have done more damage to the country now than war has. Like, it'll take generations for this old growth to grow back. If it ever does, it may never grow back. If drought continues and dry climate continues, the new trees that they replant may not have roots deep enough to reach the deeper water in the aquifers. And no matter how much we replant, we may never get these forests back. Not for hundreds of years. We may have permanent desertification. We may absolutely, and desertification, absolutely. Deforestation drives climate change in ways you can't predict. So I don't allow the CO2 debate, whatever. But what's proven is desertification. We're turning California into a desert. Now a lot of Oregon mountain is turning into a desert. They're not even mentioning this. Forests produce rainfall. Every day a tree releases moisture from itself. It gets it out of the ground. It processes oxygen, blah, 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 and it releases moisture. That's why it's so humid in the rainforest. That's part of why Western Oregon is so humid. It's our rainforest on the West Coast, the Coast Range. And part of the Cascades is a non-tropical rainforest. Can you imagine it not being that way? North Africa used to be a lush rainforest. There's a little bit of it left on the Atlas Mountains, but it doesn't rain enough anymore. And no matter how much you plant it, again, there's just not enough rainfall anymore to get it back. And boy, does that change everything. The Fertile Crescent, not so fertile anymore. I don't know what caused that, but it happened. There used to be elephants and lions and stuff in the rainforest of North Africa. It was not a desert. Camels would have not found a place to live. But desertification happened, so now it's permanent. So we might see completely permanent changes to the western United States and now Hawaii. And we have to do something about it really fast. But are politicians even talking about it? No, they're taking the money and redirecting. Actually, they're not even debating it at all. So I can tell you what to look for. Look for somebody who doesn't take the power of companies' money. And ask somebody, whatever politician you want, a candidate, what is your plan for helping mitigate the damage of wildfires and preventing the mega fires that are so destructive? And if they say stupid stuff like CO2, we'll cut production, or we'll tax the cow farts next. How about shaded? You want to hear these keywords: shaded fire breaks around towns, new fire access roads in the wilderness and in the forest to save them from destruction. Slow reintroduction of control burns and led by the Indians, because a lot of white people can't do that. I'm sorry. We just lost the orphans and the calaveras, big trees. I don't believe Indians did that. I think it was some jerks. So listen to the Indians about what to do. Just a thought. Forest thinning. No more clear cutting, but no more overgrowth either, like Sandy's in the center. Replanting trees with a variety. So a variety, not just the fire promoting ones that make good lumber like the pines, but deciduous mix as well. Rare trees like Pacific yew and that sort of thing that might help our war on cancer. These not very profitable trees that grow slowly, but they're fire resistant, like cedars, redwoods. Don't just monoculture. There's a whole bunch of these answers. These are the correct answers. Paying our firefighters worth a damn so that we actually have enough to respond to fires. Pouring money into technology that helps us fight fires at night and getting more aircraft immediately on the scene so that we can have enough aircraft to go to any fire that needs one. What about that? Attract new good talent by having benefits and such for every firefighter in the nation. No more volunteer firefighters, period. Inject some money into rural fire districts because they're the ones that respond first, but they get to the rural fires where the forest is and such, but they're the ones least funded. These answers are the right ones. But the tax the cow farts are not, or, blame China or something in their industry. These are not the right answers. Blame the other side is not the right answer. Scapegoat the other side is not the right answer. Oh, there's a poor baby crying over there. Middle of the night. I can't empathize with that, but I can sympathize with that. My neighbors had a baby, and every once in a while I hear it in the middle of the night. The baby though likes to take nighttime walks, so my neighbors are doing the loop in the middle of the night, and I can hear it all the way through the window. Wow. But I keep telling them encouragement. You may not be getting any sleep now, but you could be raising like the world's best saxophone player with lungs like that. Maybe it's the new Michael Phelps or the new Katie Ledecky. That child has got some lungs, man. So yeah, that's okay. But we don't want to do that. We don't want chat to get ugly, Joe. So if you say something about one politician, somebody who supports that politician will respond in defense. And what we don't want are any arguments to go nowhere. We don't want to make enemies of each other, even though we have the same goal. No matter what my personal feelings are, I will point out the positives that any politician does when it's concerning fire, and I will also be as equally harsh on the negatives, like say both Trump and Biden when they fail to mention wildfires in their debates, as if that's an issue that doesn't matter. They talked about all kinds of nonsense. Political debates since the 80s have been around nonsense like this. So, other candidate, do you know the average cost of a gallon of milk right now in the United States? Why not? Are you disconnected from the people? Have you been living in your mansion too long? Like, that's the way debates are. When they should, if I was the debate moderator, I'd say, excuse me, shut up. What is your plan for making the country better? And how is it better than the other candidates? Okay, go. But debates are no longer moderated by, well, decent moderators. It's all dog and pony show stuff. What is that? Smoke Ranch Road /fire. Huh. So that's west of Portland. Slash means from logging or development. This is west of Scappoose. Glad they had that under control. Slash is they rake all the branches after logging together to burn it to slow the spread of plant diseases like fungus. Okay. When is the Camp Creek fire going to be out? It's still just 44% containment. Notice the lack of roads. It's right here on Portland's doorstep. It's been going since what, 29th of August, like the rest of the lightning fires? This is incompetent. Not the firefighting, but Portland and Multnomah County, I should say, should have understood that you need fire access roads after the Eagle Creek fire, which is in the same area. It's really incompetence that they didn't make some. You'd think they'd have a high priority to protect Portland's water supply. That would be what I would ask the next Portland mayor candidate, since the current one is not running again for re-election. So, how would you protect Portland's water supply? Do you think fire access roads are a good idea? If the answer is no, roads in the wilderness are bad. I'm like, wrong. Did you not pay attention? This thing has been going on for weeks now. It should not have been. Because you had no way to access it, just like the other bad ones in Oregon. Anyway, I can just tell you what kind of questions to ask. If they evade it and they blame the world or the climate or something like that, look, yeah, the climate's changing. Adapt and overcome. If you just want to change the climate, sorry, wrong answer. Can't do that. You think China is just going to do everything we want with their emissions and everything? Like that's a pipe dream. We stopped all CO2 emissions right now. They said it would take 500 years or so for that to make a difference. Whatever estimate that was. We got to make a difference right now. Just adapt to the current situation and let the world worry about that big issue. But taxing the cow farts locally is not gonna matter. So those are the right and the wrong answers. So Joe says it's the same here while the rest of us watch the fire coming over the hill. Yeah. But the media is a lot to blame. It's so easy to drum up hate. I guess that's why the Bible says, "Blessed are the peacemakers. They shall be known as the children of God." They're the ones sticking their necks out. Trying to undo hate is a much more difficult task than igniting it. But we can do it. I have faith in everyone. Eventually, people will say enough is enough and pay attention. So, friends, I called last call about an hour ago, and it's now 3 in the morning almost. So, I have spoken too long. Time for me to do a little bit of my own work. But Joe, other late nighters, lurkers, Cheryl, if you're still here, whoever's still here, I'm sorry I still can't hang out with you. Guests are coming for the weekend. I told them they could stay here if they wanted to. And they can hang out here if they want to, but I have a job to do. So they probably won't, but they want to come over sometime tomorrow or the next day, and I can't have a pigsty, so I'm going to try to tidy up here and try to get some sleep. And we got a big day tomorrow, so I'm trying to figure out what time I should stream. I think I have to watch the weather and monitor the fires. I would like to get as much shut-eye as I can. I have not been sleeping well. It really sucked to have that fall last night. And I'm trying not to say anymore. That is so hard. This is way too bright for my eyes. It is not bright. What's a nice dark page or something? Okay, that works. I have a huge monitor. Well, it's a TV that I use as a monitor. So anything bright, it's like an arc welder, man. So the times that fires start to get bad are usually after 2:30 p.m. Planes will take off around by 11 o'clock usually in the morning, 10:30, 11. So a lot of times people are like, "Oh, let's watch the planes and stuff," because around 10:30, 11 in the morning is when we get new updates. But the heat of the day doesn't really stoke the fires generally until later in the afternoon, like after 3. Yeah, Larry, good night to you too. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out when would be the best time to go live. By 5 p.m., we've got the hottest part of the day. So it'll be in the 90s, whatever. I need to do work around the house before it's the 90s. So I want to do the morning and keep that for myself. I think I would probably want to go live somewhere between 3:30 and 5:30 p.m. If something crazy happens and I'm awake, I will either tweet, remember I'm at K Wildfires, or make a community post about it and see if I am ready to go live. But I have to do things before it's too damn hot. And we'll just hold on to our butts tomorrow. And we'll let you know. But thanks everybody for being here. Larry, you're still here. Awesome. Thank you for your kind support. Everybody who did. Bash Mode and Larry, and gosh, I'm forgetting people now. I'm so sorry. Let me, is there a way that I can click live chat to the fan funding? And White Dove, yes. Okay, she's already gone to bed. So, I think I may have gotten a PayPal. I don't know if my phone was on mute. Let me try to see. PayPal. Load, please. Okay. Lisa and Catherine was on August 30th. Okay, so I didn't get any new PayPal today, but that's okay. You guys keep me going. I am now going to reheat some of my awesome pizza that DeBashmo helped me buy with my mom. And boy, Mike's Hot Honey is the bee's knees, guys. You need to get Mike's Hot Honey if you like it all little zing without a lot of spice. For dipping pizza, especially like barbecue chicken pizza, Mike's Hot Honey. I'm going to order myself some of this because it's been soothing my throat, but it also has a little bit of zing. Yeah, you can drizzle it like that. And so a lot of pizza places have it in little cups. Ooh, 15% off the first order. Okay, don't do that. That's going to burn your mouth off. Unless you're really begging for punishment, right? But I'm so excited about this. So I now have regular honey for tea and my voice, you know. But boy, who would have thought that adding a little bit of what do they add to the honey to make it good? It's got to be a chili or something. What is this? Help an FAQ? I'm sure that would be in the FAQ. Like what's in it? No, I don't want to start a chat about it. What's in it? About us. Okay, ingredients, please. They have shoes. Mike's Hot Honey shoes. Okay, this is overblown with its commercializing. Okay, does it explain? A gallon? Oh, it's infused with chili. Okay. Chilies. Ingredients: pure honey and red chili peppers and vinegar. It's all natural, gluten-free, paleo-friendly, and contains no artificial sugar or preservatives. Is honey vegan, though? Are they allowed that? It's not like anybody kills the bees. And I don't think it qualifies as bee slavery, because the honey bee is domesticated. And we are taking some of their stuff, but they're also bred to produce extra. In fact, beekeeping kind of keeps a lot of them alive. But I don't know if honey is vegan. Anyway, it's honey, and boy, is it cool. And no, they didn't pay me to say that. I'm just happy to find something that allows me to enjoy pizza. Joe says I was going to remind you about your 10-minute call, but I was being selfish. I know. I know that. I know that. I know you. You're a trickster, but in a fun, good way. So thank you, everybody, for being here on the Lurkers. It's 3 in the morning. Yeah, I gave you 3 extra hours tonight, when I could have been. Oh, I could have been doing such fun organizing and cleaning. You see how I went late? I had the temptation. But I'll do a bit of tidying up now, a little bit in the morning. And I'm going to shoot for a window between 3:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon for the stream, and I will monitor the situation. But hold on to your butts. I think Central Oregon might be the worst place to have a fire, like in anywhere with that fire weather watch. Bend, Prineville, look out. Don't even fart out there. And report any smoke, anything. With this kind of situation, if you see something, don't assume that it's logging or a brush pile or something. Anywhere near Bend, that's going to be a burn ban. Like, if the moment you see it, report it. Be on the safe side. And look out for fires. Don't assume they're already reported. Make sure they are. Even if you're on a camera. If the camera's still rotating and there's a smoke column, nobody saw it. Usually they stop and look at a smoke column. You could be the person that makes the difference with 5 minutes of an early warning. And get watch duty. You can also submit a picture and a fire through watch duty now. So good night, friends. We'll have probably a bumpy weekend, but we're here to ride it through with you. Stay safe. Good night. Thanks for being here.